We have some exciting news. Hobby Maker has been nominated in the Best of Crafts Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that nearly 6 months have flown by since we launched Hobby Maker, and we couldn't have done it without the Hobby Maker family. Thanks to all the presenters and guests for entertaining us and inspiring us every day, and for all the viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We're lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards in our first year, which are the Most Loved TV Shopping Channel and Dave Bradford for Male Craft Personality of the Year. To vote, please head to our website to find all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
I am Sandra Rushton and I am the owner of Sanntangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Join us on Hobby Maker, because Hunky Dory are having a huge, sizzling summer sale. It lasts until the end of the month, and it features their favourite products, their magazine, For the Love of Stamps, and other great offers. So join us for the Hunky Dory summer sale. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
I am Sandra Rushton and I am the owner of Sanntangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
Hey everybody. Happy Bank Holiday Monday. Hope your weekend's been great and hopefully you can stay with us right the way through until 6 o'clock today. I don't know if many of you were watching this morning at 6 o'clock when we did Wake Up to Hobby Maker. Lots of you were, and lots of you ordered from Sandra then. I've got a great afternoon ahead of me, actually. Really looking forward to the shows today. Not that I don't look forward to the shows all the time, I always do. But we've got Sandra for 3 shows. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Here she is. Hey!
Still awake.
5 hours with you today.
I know, 6 o'clock was hours ago, wasn't it?
I know. And in the early bird show this morning, the Wake Up with Hobby Maker show this morning, we actually gave you the chance to win this. Now, this was actually finished by Sandra live in the show. And don't forget, you can watch those shows back if it was a bit too early for you this morning. You can watch them back a bit later on, maybe this evening or something like that, between 6 and 8. This card was gladly received by me to give to one of you. And I promised that I'd put it on Facebook, and thank you to, who was it? It was Chels that actually reminded me to put it on Facebook because I completely forgot. And she said, when are you putting that on Facebook, Dave? Oh, yeah. So I've done it, and we're going to give it away to one of you that actually replied to my Facebook message. Now, Sandra, a number, please, between 1 and 28.
4.
4.
4, early on.
Chris Offer.
Oh.
Chris Offer, OFFA. Chris, congratulations. Chris. You were the 4th to reply. You have won this card. I will message you probably tonight when I get home to get your address, and I'll pop it in the post. Well done, Chris.
There you go. I've signed it and everything.
You have?
I have.
It's worth a fortune.
Yeah.
Now, Sanntangle is the name of the game for the first show. Then we've got the lovely Gwen here with Creative Expressions. We've got some fantastic stamps coming up and great demonstrations from Gwen between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. But we're all about Sanntangle. Now, I know there's a brand new book. There are, how many people pre-ordered this? 100, nearly 150 of you pre-ordered the book that isn't going to appear until 3 o'clock this afternoon in the early bird show this morning. So if you want to pre-order it, it is on the website now. It's book number 9. We've got a few hundred left, I believe, but certainly it's going very, very fast, and you can actually order it now. But we'll be showing it to you and debuting it in the 3 o'clock show this afternoon. Let me introduce you to, that's how you do pre-order, by the way. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on Watch Live, and then it says pre-order. Click on that and you can see everything that's in our shows throughout the day today. There you go. There's actually book number 9, which about 150 of you are looking forward to receiving very, very soon. But it will debut at 3 o'clock. Right, now what do I need to tell you? Cat P&P, I'm sure most of you know this by now, £3.95 is all you pay for your postage, no matter how many orders you make in a day between midnight and midnight. So if you order 10 things off Sandra, 10 things off Gwen, doesn't matter, you'll only be charged a maximum of £3.95. It's a free phone call centre, so if you're not a member of Hobby Maker already and you'd like to be one, what I would do is call them. They will give you an account straight away, set it up for you free of charge, and then you can buy from us whenever you like. And remember, it's a free phone UK-based call centre. That's a big deal, I know, for an awful lot of you. 0800 001 4433, and the website's there, and you can register for an account there as well if you'd like to. All we need is your email address, and you make up a password. That is as easy as it gets. Right, now the team today, we have got for you, on the floor, we have Dan with his bobble hat. He's still wearing it, he never takes it off. And yeah, bobble hat and shorts, setting the trend. Now, sorry, I've forgotten your name. Cal, sorry, Cal. Steve was on camera 2 a minute ago and suddenly it changed. Cal is on camera too. Don't get to work with Cal very often. In the gallery today, we've got Adam back on knobs and buttons. Hello, sir. There he is. And Kat, producer extraordinaire. She's the one that's going to be sorting out all your messages and updating stock and all that sort of thing. Yeah, 18, absolutely. If you want to message us, because I know loads of you want to send in your pictures that you've done with Sanntangle, please do send them to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. That's the way to get your pictures into us. And you can send us messages, which lots of you do, by going to the website hobbymaker.co.uk and just putting a little message in the message box where it says contact the studio. And we've got new things at 1, 3, and 5. Brand new from Sanntangle.
I know, I've been busy again. I can't help it. So many ideas and so many different things that I want to do. And it's all about you out there and creating and something nice for you to do and for you to expand what it is you're working on.
You are like a pocket rocket. You don't stop.
I don't stop. No, I don't.
Morning, noon,
I do sleep. I do sleep.
Not much.
Not much.
No. Shall we start with our brand new stencil? Now, stencils, if you're not familiar with Sanntangle, we'll explain what it's all about as we go through. I know many of you already know all about it. What Sandra does, and the concept is brilliant because If you think of art, it can be very daunting and very kind of almost quite nerve-wracking and quite scary. A blank sheet of A4, a blank sheet of A3, or a blank sheet of maybe even, you know, a smaller size can be daunting. It's a blank page. Where do you start? What Sandra does with the stencils is she gives you the shapes that you can then, we call santangling posh doodling, basically. That's what it is. If you can draw a line, if you can draw a swirl, if you can draw a circle, you can Sanntangle and you can become an artist. But what this stencil does is it gives you the outlines. And you get a stencil and you also get the booklet with loads of design ideas in there as well. This is brand new today. You've not seen it before. It's RY1220. Now already 10% of the stock has gone. Our screen has lit up with your names. Hello to those of you that have already all of you checked out. Kathy in Kent, Sarah in Hampshire, Veronica in Shropshire. Who's that? I can't read that one. Glenys, it's in purple on black, I can't read it. Glenys in Cambridgeshire. Kimmy with Yorkie Susie in Hampshire. Sandra in Cambridgeshire. You've already ordered this and it's confirmed, you've checked out, it's on its way. Let me show you the book, because the book shows you what you can do with these shapes. And the front of the book shows you what creations you can come up with. Absolutely breathtaking, as you'd imagine. And there are projects in here, Sandra, aren't there?
There are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got them in front of me. There's 5 projects in there, but honestly, that's just 5 projects to get you started. There are numerous amazing things that you can create with this once you know how. Honestly, once you get started, your creativity will start to come out and you'll think, oh, I'm going to try this way, I'm going to try it that way, I'm going to swap things out. And the amount you can do with it is just crazy.
Now, a third of the stock has gone already, and we did have a large quantity. Let me just show you the finished picture. Now, you look at that and you think, I could never do that. That's way above my skill level or whatever. I'm not an artist. But what Sandra does is she takes you step by step. So from the very first paisley pattern, that very first shape from the stencil, you then go on to the third one, the fourth one, and so on, until gradually you get the outline, and then you look at each shape one at a time. Each one is a mini picture.
Yeah.
You do one, move to the next one. Do the next one, move to the next. And before you know it, you've created something as beautiful as that.
And they are beautiful. I've got the original artwork here, actually, and you can just see how they sort of work together. You get that certain shape, and it just starts to flow. And imagine these not just on paper, but imagine this on fabric. You know, you could even cut these shapes out and applique it on. Parchment, absolutely. I think there is a sample actually that's been done or two on parchment, so they're lovely. Yin and yang, if you used to see yin and yang as a circle, this is a slightly different shape, different take on it. But look at this.
I like that.
There's just so many things. This literally takes about 2 minutes to draw.
2 minutes?
About 2 minutes, absolutely. And I've got that in a little demo. You can see how that works. But you can do so many things with it, and they're just beautiful.
Let me just show you some more finished samples here. This one's been done by Alison. Look at this. You mentioned parchment.
Yep.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at that. I know, and that's using not just the white on the parchment, but that's using the black ink as well. So. Oh.
What, the black gelling?
Yeah, no, the fine liners, you know,
the fine liners,
okay. This morning.
Yeah. Now, if you haven't got fine liners, do check our website, because we had a fantastic book on this morning, complete with the coloured pens and also with the fine liners as well. Check out on the website, you'll see that there too. But look at these. You can start off with something, you know, quite small, or go for something a little bit bigger.
Look at that, isn't that beautiful?
And you've got all your sizes that you need on your stencil. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, it's just stunning, isn't it? You know, going for larger pieces if you want to, they're just so subtle, so beautiful. I'm really pleased with the team and what they've done.
Sheila's done this one. It's always nice to give you a little bit of a credit.
And look at all the little tangles within it as well. So you don't just have to stop at drawing it, put extra tangles in there and do your own thing with it.
And part of my job that I love the most is the fact that during the shows, you, in your dozens, if not hundreds, send in your makes.
Yes.
And of course, if you do that today, we'll automatically put you into the Share Your Make draw that we do every last Saturday of each month for a £100 credit. I think at least 2, maybe 3 Santanglers have won that.
I think we did the hat trick.
You did do that trick,
so.
Yeah.
We did.
Angie Young, hello Angie.
Look at that,
yours.
it's beautiful,
Look at that. Isn't
isn't
that lovely?
it?
Because sometimes we think of tangling as being black and white, and it can be, but you've kind of broken the mould and introduced
Yeah,
colour.
we bring as much colour in as you possibly can. Whatever crafting that you're in at the time, whether it's, like I say, sewing, whether it's a bit more sort of mixed media, whether it's watercolours, even alcohol markers, if you want to, if that's what you do, then go for it and you just integrate whatever we're doing here with your craft that you've got now.
I mean, I just want to read out a few comments that people have left on my Facebook page today. I hope this kind of gets across what santangling means to so many people. Here we go. Wow, wow, wow. What more can I say? The love that has been put into this. Would love to win this amazing card. Thanks, Sandra and Dave, for a great show this morning. This says, love watching Sandra on Hobbymaker and always enjoy watching Dave present the shows. As seems as passionate about Sanntangle as we all are. See what I mean? Looking forward to the latest shows today. Absolutely gorgeous card. This is Bernadette. Kind for Dave and Sandra to offer this. You're such an inspiration to us all. Thank you for so much for everything that Sanntangle has been a blessing to me, she says.
And do you know what? I always see it, we're a team.
Yeah.
We're a team. It's not me and you, it's us.
It's a
that's
community, and I know it sounds cheesy and corny to say it, but it is. And when you buy into Sanntangle and you start doing your art, you're so proud of it, you want to rightly show it off to other people, members of your family. Share it on Facebook. You can become part of the community on Sanntangle's Facebook page. You can join in the Facebook Lives that you do every week, I think it is.
Twice a week.
Twice a week.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, if you're going to go to Be Creative in Kent, that fantastic show on the 30th of September, 1st of October, Sandra's going to be there. And just imagine how many new friends you're going to make who also tangle if you're going to go there.
I know. It's exciting, isn't it?
It is.
I love seeing that. I love seeing people that have already done it, but I also new people that have never tried it. You know, come along and have a look, see what we do. And honestly, I love it. I just love it. It's astounding.
Now, this is a really good way of actually starting as well, because this isn't kind of going in at the deep end. You can go in gently and gradually with a stencil.
This gives you the structure. You've got the shapes with the stencil, but you've also got the instructions that take you, like you say, step by step. So even if you've never done this before, if you like the look of the imagery and the artwork, you can do this.
Now, we've got a message already coming through. Thank you for your emails that we're getting today. This is from Richard, I believe.
Hi, Richard.
Hello, Richard. Now, Richard says, hi, Dave and Sandra. You are, as you well know, our leading light. Our crafting wouldn't be anywhere near as good if it wasn't for your direction. This is the reverse of my large Sanntangle board, my sea dragon, inspired by Sandra's dragon stencil. I hope you like it. We don't like it, Richard. We love it. That is amazing.
Fabulous, isn't it? Do you know what? He brings it to class and shows off. I know.
Why not? Why not?
But no, it's fabulous. Fabulous. Love that one.
We'll get as many of the messages on the screen as we can. Lynn's messaged in Lincolnshire, and she says, Sandra has no idea how she helped so many of us through difficult times. The Tangle family are so supportive. Thank you, Sandra. Lots of love from Lynn K. Lynn, you're saying what so many other people are saying as well. It means so much to so many people. And a message for the code for book number 9. I've got the pressure.
Oh, don't flick through. Don't flick through.
Okay, what's the code? Tell me again, Kat. IB 1243. That's the code. IB 1243. This will be on air at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but half the available stock has gone on pre-order. So if you want to make sure you've got yours, there's going to be a bit of a queue when we show it live at 3 o'clock. We're down to 80 of those left, okay? I hope we have some remaining for the 3 o'clock show.
Okay. Moving on.
You might have to crack that whip with John. Before we move on, I've got to just quickly show you these individually as well. Let's start at the top with our circular frames. Now, this is another way of, again, getting over that initial, ooh, how do I do this? Think of it as like a frame that you can make a circle out of in any size you wish. And what are all the dots around there? Explain to us.
I'm going to explain this in a demo. All the dots there are actually splitting up that circle for you. So, you know, we talk about going into sections for tangling. It splits it up into even-ish sections.
Yeah. You've done this by hand, haven't you?
Of course, we do, yes. And we want to make sure that when you get round your circle and you get to the end, you know that you're going to have a space that actually works, so you don't sort of squeeze it up. And of course, if you want to just do a circle around something, or if you want to find, the centre of something, a few concentrics, it's amazing. Think mandalas as well. It doesn't just have to be a frame.
Now, because you've got the dots, because you've got the markers, it gives you those points, like Sandra said, that you can make into individual little sections. Think of each section as a little picture. That's the thing. As soon as you get your head around that, and it took me a while to get that, and as soon as I realised, one little picture soon becomes a much bigger picture if you just treat them individually as you go. And when you do that, you end up with works of art like this. So this one is a great one to go for as well. And what I love as well is it doesn't cost a lot to get involved in Sanntangle.
No, it doesn't. It's very, very cost effective.
Yeah.
But it's not just like you have a stencil that does one thing. Your stencil can do lots and lots of things, whatever you want to do with it.
And you're demoing that later, you say?
I'm going to demo the octagon.
Oh, the octagon. Okay.
They were all working the same way.
They work in the same way, okay. So the octagon, maybe you've got the circle already, or if you want to go for the octagon, same sort of idea, same sort of principle. You've got all these individual marker dots. They're actually cut through, so you can put a pencil mark or a pen mark through there if you want to. And that's, again, like Sandra said, it's dividing the shape into mini sections. Now, lots of you have found this on pre-order as well. It's KU1265. Yeah, KU1265. So there is your octagon, same price, only £13.99. And of course, you do get your beautiful illustrated guide as well, which gives you loads of inspiration from the very first trace that you do with the actual stencil through to the finished artwork just there. But of course, you can put your own twist on everything. It doesn't have to be.
Every time I do it, I do something different, and I don't really. The instructions are there to sort of show you how to do it, but do your own thing with it. You'll watch me today, and you'll think, oh, actually, I get that now. You don't have to work with one section. You could perhaps put 2 or 3 together, so you're working with bigger sections and crisscross and all sorts of things.
Change the colour, change the images, change the shapes. It's entirely up to you. And then finally down the bottom here, we've got the square for you as well. And again, working in exactly the same way. You've got the actual shape of the square, but then you've got the dots to section off those individual areas. And again, your inspiration booklet comes with it as well. £13.99, that's the price for all of them. And if you want all 3, remember only one P&P of £3.95. Now, we have got a lot of these essentials that we've been asking for. Gel pens, for example. We've got our water-based dual brush pens with a fine nib one end and a brush nib the other. We've got our 2B pencil and our white pencil to give yourself shading and dimension. These two together, they're just a few quid, but you know what? They are going to make a massive difference to the way your art looks. So all of those on the website now for you.
Can I just say, Dave, with the white pencil, you notice it's not sharpened?
Yeah.
We don't want to sharpen it because we don't want it to sort of break in the post.
Okay.
So my advice, as soon as you get this home, put it into the freezer for 5 or 10 minutes. Because it's chalk, it's very brittle, and then gently sharpen it. If you try and sharpen it just as you would a normal pencil from the off, you might find it breaks. I say chalk, very, very brittle. So freeze it for a little bit, get it to sort of all pack together.
10 minutes?
Yeah, 5-10 minutes. Okay. Don't leave it like an hour like Leslie did with a few of them for class. You'll find them all joined together. But yeah, absolutely. A nice, gentle sharpen with it. Don't use one of the electronic ones. Nice hand sharpen. And
Okay, the 2B pencil, by the way, is what Sandra ideally recommends for your shading. That's the perfect hardness, okay? So a 2B and the white pencil, £3.99 for both of those, PJ229. PJ1229. PJ1229 is your item number. They are essential must-haves. Right, should we do a demo?
Okay, yep. So what have I got? I've got a macro tile. This is the largest tiles we do. Normally you'd put your name on the back, you'd put your date and the tile number that you do. It's one of those traditions that once you've done that, you've actually marked the paper. So it doesn't matter what you put on the front because you've already marked it.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's yours.
So, okay, here we go. I'm going to go straight in. Now, my stencil, you'll notice I've got numbers on it. They don't come with numbers, you need to put those on, but the instructions tell you which one to number. As to this one has to be number 1, for example. Yep. You can't suddenly say this is number 1, or the instructions won't work.
Okay, right.
And I know we laugh about that, but somebody did that, and it's really funny. You might mix them up, see what you get. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, that's quite funny. Somebody's going to do that now.
Yeah, why not?
I challenge you. All right, I'm going to come in with a curve. Okay? Simple curve. Anybody can draw a curve. So you move it to where you want. Got a curve in there, okay? Mm-hmm. Even if it's a little bit wobbly, again, really doesn't matter. It's a guide. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in my first sort of shape here. Let's have a look. Now notice when I'm tangling per se, I tend to use a pen. But when I'm actually creating something, I'll use pencil because it's a little bit of a sort of a construction line almost.
Okay.
So you see, I've actually used the same shape here. I'm just going in with one shape for now, just to give you an idea. There we go. I've got a shape of a flower already. All right. So let's just add a little sort of a cup on the bottom there. And then here we go. I'm just going to come down. Try and do it in one line if you can. You see, nice and sort of gentle. I've moved my hand, not my whole, my wrist. All right, next thing then, let's put a couple more curves in. One there maybe, one there. Let's do one there, okay? And I'm going to come in with pen. So if you want to use the colour pens, use those by all means. I'm going to sort of stick with the black one for now. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a loop on the top, okay? Little loop. And then either side, now I'm going to start with loops quite big. There we go. Because what I'm going to do then, let's turn it around a bit, is I'm going to create loops all the way down. There we go. And each time I sort of come down, it's going to get a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. Don't worry about the gaps in the middle, or if you've got to go under or over any of them. It doesn't matter. You're just going to take your time. Now, I quite like drawing figure eights. Don't have to. You could do each one individually if you like.
Your thing's figure eights and bubbles, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I do love my bubbles, yeah. So just gradually work it down. There we go.
Chris, while we were just watching you at the moment, a message popped up on the screen from Chris in Hampshire. It says, I forgot my white pencil was in the freezer. It was in there for 18 hours.
Oh, I bet that sharpened well.
But it survived, thankfully. Chris Ashford. Thank you, Chris.
Honestly, if you leave it in overnight, it's not going to do anything.
Just let it thaw out.
It's not going to stick next to your cornettos. It'll be fine. But no, we just recommend, we just want that chalk in there just to compact itself a little bit and give you a chance to sharpen it. All right, little bubbles in between here. There we go. Okay.
Now, a third of the stock of the pencil set's gone. If everyone checks out, half the stock of the brand new kind of paisley stencil has gone. We're calling it the
Fantasy Flourishes.
Fantasy Flourishes, but it is a paisley shape though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, I've used the only shape that's not paisley for my demo, but just to give you an idea. But yes, they are all paisley shapes, different sizes and sort of formations. But yeah, okay. So I've got my little leaf in here now, you see, straight in with pen. And I would do the same with the others. Maybe you want to do it in pencil first. It's entirely up to you. There's no rules or restrictions with that. So I'm now going to bring in another curve, but straight in with pen.
Okay.
So let's take it up, and it's going to go underneath. And then I'm going to sort of create almost a loop. And then I'm going to come back on myself and come back round. And follow it down, all the way back down to that stem. So if I do one the other way, and this starts to help give you that idea that it's three-dimensional because things are going behind and in front of. And again, you try, if you can, to do it in one consistent sort of pen stroke.
Right.
Because you're going to get a better curve that way. You see, I've gone thick and thin there. It really doesn't matter. If it's a little bit of something you think, do you know what, I wish I'd have done it a bit differently, then why not go in and add sort of little bubbles around the edge? You don't have to stick exactly with the instructions I've done.
I'd be tempted to record the shows as well if you've got the facility to do that at home. It's almost like a free workshop we're getting with you, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
Don't forget, Cassandra does do workshops in her studio in Scunthorpe as well. You can get involved in those if you fancy a weekend away.
Absolutely, yeah. You might have to book in advance.
I'm
very, very lucky, and October and November are fully booked. There are still some spaces for December, but not many. So if you're wanting to...
Do you find people come from far and wide?
Yes, because there is a hotel around the corner. So,
okay. You don't put people up yourself then?
No. Could you imagine a Benji at 2 o'clock in the morning waking you up? Yeah, no, I don't think you'd want that.
And Dobby, he'd wake you up, that's for sure.
Dobby, yeah, he's getting back to himself. The pills have kicked in and he's up there now doing his job, holding cards. So you see here, look, I've actually got lots of little curls going on and it starts to build and create. And if you wanted to, I've got gaps in the middle. Again, fill them with bubbles. This is where it comes that you can do whatever you want to do with it and make your own thing. You don't have to leave them plain like this. I'm just going to draw one in. You can actually change the designs within it. So what if, for example, I came in and maybe added an extra line there and an extra line there. So you see, it's all about having a little bit of fun, and if you've got the instruction books or other stencils, take ideas from those and work on those. I'm just going to bring in a little bit of pencil, then I'm going to move on to one that I've done a bit more work on.
And speaking personally, I think you'll find if you're a novice and brand new to santangling and you're sceptical, don't be, jump in. Your confidence will soar after you've done the first picture, because you may think to yourself, I can't do this. You'll surprise yourself when you realise you can, because everyone I know, whether it's a Facebook message or whether it's someone face-to-face that I've met, says the same thing. I didn't realise I could draw. I now feel that I'm an artist thanks to Sandra.
I know, yeah. And putting all this together, so I used the stencil for the first bit, then it's a series of curves and bubbles. And I've got this one, I don't want to spend all the show doing this one. I've got one here. Now imagine doing it with the gel pens and doing it on a darker tile.
Oh, Sandra, look at this.
Look at that, yeah. So if I put my pen down for a minute and come in with my white pencil, now this is where it comes into its own, because what I can do, I can go over the top and I can add in that white pencil.
I think the white pencil is one of the most
You
must-have tools that you can have. It's the most effective at giving you highs and lows and dimension.
Yeah, so you see, I've used that exactly the same as I would a pencil, so it stands to reason. If I bring my tortillon in, I can do this. Now, having said that, it's got charcoal on the top, hasn't it? It's got pencil. So, thanks, Mum. Got a nail file. So if I cleaned that off, it might take a little bit longer than I want to do, but you can see I'm just filing it off.
Because the tortillon is compressed paper, and we've got a pack of 12 of them on the website for you for a few quid. They're available today.
What you can do with those, because there's more than one in there, you can keep one for white or two for white, and so forth. There you go. It's a bit dirty around the edges, but it's clean on the point. And then if I come in, I can actually...
There's 12 of them for £4.50. DK1231.
Yeah, I can actually blend it out. See, I'm not putting a lot of pressure on there. I'm just softening the edges and working it round the edge. You notice as well, I've got a bit of a border. That's the octagon. But I'm going to show you how to do a little bit with that in a minute. It's just nice. It just brings things together. You've got this flower. It looks beautiful, but you want to actually put it in something. With frames in particular, I actually like to draw the main image and then put the frame behind. Look at that. So you're getting the same effect that you would with the pencil.
I'll be honest, I didn't realise you could use the tortillons with the white pencil. I thought it was just the 2B.
Yeah. Now, if you've got a regular pencil, it's not going to work because they're oil or waxy based.
Right, yeah.
But if you've got a chalk based product, then absolutely. There you go. See if I did a bit more on. What I wouldn't do with this, I wouldn't come back over with a black pen now, because but you can go over if I was just, let's bring my silver in.
Now the gel pens that you talked about, I've got them here. Every time I do these and show them to you on the television, I still can't believe the price. You get every colour imaginable there, some gorgeous metallics. You've got a copper, you've got a bronze, a gold and a silver, but then you've also got all these other beautiful colours that you can see, and they give you the most amazing effect. It's all a roller ball. You don't need to apply any pressure. £6.99 for all, how many is it? 12.
Yes, 12 of them. They're all slightly different colours. I've chosen them specifically to match my tiles. So there's a cream in there, for example, and there's a matte blue and a matte purple, where the others are slightly more metallic. So you've got a mixture of everything in there.
I mean, these are a must. You'll love these. You'll fall in love with them the minute you use them. £6.99 for 12. It works out to about 60p a pen. VX1289 is the product code for that.
Okay, you see that? I've actually used the white pencil, then I've gone back over with my silver gel pen just to add a little bit of a highlight there. So that works really well. I'm just going to put that to one side for a minute.
Well, it looks like it's been heat embossed, doesn't it?
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the gel pen.
Just the gel pen. Okay. Just the gel pen and a little bit of drawing. So here we go. I've got the octagon frame here. It comes in a nice little envelope.
Lovely.
Yeah, there we are. So I've made a start here, and let's have a look at it. So if I put this on, the whole point of having dots on every single row is you might decide you just want a frame this big. And if you want a frame this big, then that's where you're going to put your dots.
Right.
If you want a frame this big, you're going to use your dots on the outside. And
Gotcha.
that's the way it works. So you don't have to do dots on everything. If you wanted to as well, you could miss every other one and have bigger sections. It's entirely up to you. So what I've done here, you can see I've not used the outside shape. Let's see which one I use now. I've actually used this one as my outside line. So you can match it to whatever card blank you're working on. So you see here, look, I've actually got 1, 2, 3 rows, and I've got the dots just on that outside row there, just in pencil, so I can sort of work out where I'm going with it. The first thing I'd do now is with a straight edge, is I'm going to mark, see the corners? So I've got a corner there and a corner there. So let's get those marked in. So bring them across. I'm not going to go all the way across. I don't need to, but I'm just going to sort of split them off as I want. There we go.
So now you're making your smaller sections.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I do that, I'll just do a couple. So you see, you do that all the way around, and then I've got all these dots. Okay, how do we do this? You could actually just join them straight. That'll give you a different one. But what I've done in the instructions is I've taken the one here, the first one on the left, and I've matched it with the first one on the right at the bottom. So I'm going diagonally across my frame. So then I move again. Not so my little paisleys are sticking to my paper. And then I'd mark this one in, this one in. Then move it again. This one to this one. Oh, hang on. There you go. This one to this one. I mean, you could do this by eye. You don't really need to use the straight edge if you don't want to. But you see what's happening now is I'm getting these sections that are all sort of joining each other, coming to the middle. So you're going to end up with this. Now, what would be really nice, if you've got, I don't know, if you've got a light box, you could draw this as the template. Then you could put a piece of paper over the top and do what I'm about to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring in, let's have a look. I'll bring in a pen that you can see. Let's have a look. Let's go to the, let's use the red. All right.
Now these are the water-based pens with a fine line on one end and the brush nib on the other.
Yeah, so this is why we do this in pencil and then we go over in pen, because you want to rub this out after. Or say if you've got a light box, you'd put this under the light box and then you could draw over the top, use this as a construction. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take, not the first, just the first line here. I'm going to sort of work in this box of 4 and I'm going to draw a curve. Okay, so I've used the 2 spaces.
Okay, yeah.
And then I'm going to miss one and draw a curve. Miss one, draw a curve. Miss one, draw a curve. Now, if I keep saying that to myself, I'll get it right. Miss one, draw a curve. Yeah, no one is. Now, honestly, even if you think, oh, do you know what, I shouldn't have done that, then it's a happy accident, isn't it? Just turn it into something different. So I'd do that all the way around. And then let's come into the next one. I'm going to bring it this way. So now it's almost going to join there, but it's going to go behind.
Okay.
You see? So I've got this sort of little sort of flower sort of petal shape on the top there.
Now you've got Kat to thank for actually lowering the price of these brush markers. We're going to take them down by £1. What we will do, from $9.99. They have been $13.99, but if you want them on their own, you get, is it 12? Yeah, no, 16.
Yeah,
16 of them.
Yeah. It is a bank holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a big.
Bank holiday bargain. $8.99 for 16, and they're double-ended. Fine tip one end, brush tip on the other end.
Nice, aren't they? They're nice to work with, actually, and they're just flowing. They're working their way around.
And also, you know they're great quality because you've sourced them.
Exactly, yeah. I wouldn't be using them if I didn't like them, trust me. So, yeah. I'm working my way around now, and I'm creating these little sort of shapes. Again, I'm following the lines and working my way all around. You see you've got this sort of design started to come. Now, if you were working, say, on this, you would then rub out the construction lines, and there we go.
Oh,
so you've
wow.
got this. And then from there, you could do whatever you want to do. So maybe I would put a little line through this one here, and do the same here. See, once you've got your shape, there's so many things you can do. Maybe you want to add a little bubble to the end. Maybe you want to add a few little squiggles coming out. There's all sorts of things. Or even, you know, put some loops in. And you can create whichever style frame you want, whatever designs. Or you could just colour them and shade them in if you want to. But I have got this that I've finished, and I've actually got the flower that we drew in the middle of it. I just want to bring that in to show you. Are we ready for this? Okay, here we go.
Oh my word.
So
Look at that
there's
on
the
the orange.
flower. You can see the flower, and you can see those looped leaves that we've done. I've added a little bit of, you know, it's gone up and along. I've then used the octagonal stencil all the way around it. I've used that same sort of petal shape we've just created, added some little loops, filled it in with a grey brush pen. Then I've used the silver on the top, some little dots. And when you think it goes from sort of a blank, I'll say, from something like that to then this, but then adding that octagon frame around it really turns it into a piece of art, doesn't it?
And to be honest, Sandra, you've done nothing that I couldn't do
No.
and anyone watching couldn't do, because all you've been doing are either lines, curves or
Yes,
circles.
that's
But it's
it.
where you put them and also thinking of each little section as an individual picture. That mentality, it took me a while to get it, but when I realised that, I thought,
Yes.
do you know what? Every little picture, put it all together makes a bigger picture. And that's
does.
all it is.
Yeah.
And you can do it.
Yeah, always. It's always about those little lines and those little marks. Splitting your space up, so it might be this big, but if you split it up to small sections, cover the rest of it and just work on one bit at a time, it's amazing how quickly it grows.
I mean, it's lovely getting all your messages, whether they're on my Facebook page, whether they're on Hobbymaker's Facebook page, whether they're on the telly, whether they are pictures that you're sending in. Everyone says the same. Sanntangle is fantastic. You're passionate about it. It's helped you through tough times. Very often people say that. It gives you something to do with your spare time that's a real reward. Here's another one, Bernadette in Lanarkshire. Hello, Bernadette. Good afternoon to you. She says, my confidence has improved immensely. See what I mean?
that's good.
Used to put so many tiles in the bin trying to get them perfect like Sandra. Now I've learnt to go with it. Just go with the flow.
Just go with it,
There
honestly,
is
yeah.
no line that is wrong. You know, it's your interpretation
No.
of what Sandra's giving you.
And honestly, we're all different people, so it stands to reason that whatever we draw, whatever we write, whatever we say, we are all different. So it's never going to be the same as mine. Mine's never going to be the same as yours. But just go with it. Honestly, you're going to really enjoy it.
But do get your Sanntangles into us so that we can show everybody else who maybe has never done it exactly how brilliant you are at doing it and how easy it is to do too. Everyone says the same. Everyone can do it. So send them in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Throughout the afternoon, we can show as many as we can fit in from all of you so that hopefully you'll give someone else who's not tried Sanntangle yet the confidence to give it a go. It could be what you need, the new kind of the new kind of exciting craft in your life. Maybe you've done the same craft for years and years and years and years, and you fancy doing something a little bit different, but you don't think you can draw. Sandra's here to tell you that yes, you can, and everyone can become an artist. And even on parchment, remember Sandra's diversifying now into parchment. You can use your ball tools to do your Sanntangling as well. You can Sanntangle on virtually anything, like the board that we showed you. Was it Richard earlier on, setting the picture of his board?
Yeah, he's in competition with mine.
You could Sanntangle furniture. You could Sanntangle anything. We've got a little box there as well, which is a little pin organiser for needlework and that sort of thing. So yeah, just give us an email, send an email in, send your pictures in to us, and we'll put you in the draw for Share Your Makes as well towards the end of this month or next month. Now, the tangly tags. Now, this is really, really different, and I love it. You've got 20 tags, and these are just like the tiles, but they're longer and they're rectangular. So this is, you get 20 of these in the cream. So that's what you tangle on. That's where you actually personalize it on that side. And you're also going to get this stencil as well. Now, what this will allow you to do by using the stencil, you can actually turn the tag into a fancy tag. So you can make it with like a chevron end, or you can make it with a really lovely decorative curved end. And also in the tile as well, you actually get these little slits in the corner. That will show you exactly where to position little cuts that you could actually put your tile into. And to give you an idea of what a tangly tile could look like, imagine that, put onto a gift. Something that isn't shop bought, that is actually done by you, a tangly tile. Personalise it on the back. Obviously, we swap tiles at the moment, but why not swap
Swap tags. Yeah. It's just a lovely little size, actually. It's a little bit bigger, and some of the work, and certainly in the instruction books, they were a little bit longer, and we normally stick two tiles together. But this is, a little bit new. We've not done these before, so we're really excited about them.
And I said to you that as far as crafting goes, Sanntangle is an incredibly affordable craft to get involved in. $8.99. Once you've got your pens and your pencils and your tortillons, which don't cost very much, your gel pens maybe, a couple of the stencils and some tiles, you're off. So you could be up and running for probably £20, £25 if you just want to start with the basics first of all. But $8.99 for 20 premium quality tangling tiles, all with the Sanntangle logo, space for your name, the date that you did it, and then personalise it with your number. Should we do it with another £1 off? Really?
Oh.
Cat's feeling generous. It's brand new today.
New, yes.
Now, for those of you that have already checked out, don't worry, you're not going to be charged $8.99. You'll be charged $7.99 at the end of the day today. That's the way we roll here at Hobbymaker. When it gets to midnight, all the orders you made during the day get put into one email. Confirmation gets sent to you. You get charged 1 P&P of $3.95, no matter how many things that you've actually bought. Now, what about if you want more tiles on their own? Well, we've actually got the tangly tiles on their own individually without the stencil. And already 35% of the stock of this is gone by you seeing it on pre-order. So 20 tangly tiles, if you fancy that without the stencil, £5.99. So in other words, the stencil to get that decorative end is only a couple of pounds if you buy it with the stencil, but they are available individually. Maybe you want to go for the one with the stencil and you want to go for extra tiles on their own as well, £5.99. And what was the price? What did the price with the stencil go to? $7.99, wasn't it? $7.99. So $7.99 and $5.99. You'll have then 40 tangling tiles, and you have the stencil for the decorative ends as well. That one is XT1214. That's the product code, okay? And we use letters and numbers here at Hobbymaker, if that's a bit unusual. XT1214. 40% of the tiles on their own have now gone. I suppose if you wanted to, if that particular size isn't right for a particular project, you could trim them down each end.
Of course you could if you wanted to. Yeah, it's once you've got your tiles, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to. Don't worry about the size I've come up with. It's fine.
Yeah. Size isn't everything.
No, not at all. Well, I'm going to actually use the stencil now. You'll notice when you get it, you've got a rectangle engraved in the stencil, and if you actually put your tile underneath, it fits in there perfectly. And then of course you've got your shapes here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to line that up, and then I'm going to draw in. I say line it up. It always moves when it's on TV, doesn't it? But there we go. So let's bring that in there. Just going to draw that in. I'm going to, just in pencil, I'm going to mark this, because then you can use a hole punch and move it after. And I can decide, I'm going to turn it around, whether I want sort of slightly curved edges or whether I want the sort of the chamfers. I'm going to go in with the curves. I do apologise for this. It's nice to sort of get over the top of it so you can see, but on screen, you don't want to see the back of my head. You want to see what I'm doing. So there you go, you've got your little shape there. We just sort of change the corners, which I would trim off, and you've got your lovely little shape around the top there. And I'm going to come back in with that paisley. I'm actually going to use the paisley. So here we go, straight in with a pen. Along we go there. That's, I'm going to turn it over. So you just think you've got double the amount of paisleys, because you turn it over and you get the mirror image. There we are. Okay. And then let's bring a line in. I'm going to go, let's have a look. I'm going to go up bank, a line from there to there. And same on this one, there to there. And then I'm going to put like a little pointy sort of leaf shape at the top. Do the same on that one. And then I'm going to add some more all the way down. See, same curves all the way down. So, of course, you'd take your time. You'd go a little bit slower, but I am known for speedy tangling when I need to be. There we are.
I love the fact of a hand Sanntangle tag being put on a gift, maybe someone's main gift at Christmas or something like that.
Absolutely.
How special would that be?
It would just be lovely. And we've talked a lot, haven't we, about, with using the photo corners, people were likely to keep the tile rather than keep the whole card. So if you've got something like this, that's, they might, a little bit of ribbon, it might get hung up rather than getting put in a drawer. It's just something quite nice, isn't it?
Hanging up maybe on a door handle or in the kitchen on a notice board if you've got an organiser in the kitchen.
Or it's something that you see a lot, isn't it? And it's just really nice then. You see, I'm just then working the same shape underneath. I say I'm doing this very quickly, but you get the idea. The instructions for doing this actually are in the booklet. So I'm sticking on piece with this one. And let's put a curve around here. And the same at the top there.
If you did 3 tiles like that, you could have them as like a triptych in a
Oh,
in a
that'd
frame.
look nice,
That
wouldn't
would look
it?
good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Jamie comes up with all the good ideas, doesn't he? Wow.
I tell you what, have you heard that Sanntangle is nominated in the Crafting Awards, not surprisingly, for this year? So is Hobby Maker, and so am I. I don't know how that happened. But I mean, if you'd like to vote for Sandra and Sanntangle and for us at Hobby Maker, we'd be so grateful. You can still do it. There's a link on our website. So if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and follow the link, it takes you to Crafts Beautiful, where you can absolutely free of charge vote for your favourites, and you could win a holiday, I've been told too.
Oh, could do with a holiday.
Yeah, me too.
I'm using that same leaf shape, and I'm creating a few little flourishes along here. So it's exactly the same pattern, but it's just that I might put it in a different way or a different place. Let's bring a bit of colour in. So let's have a look. Bit of a magenta. And now I'm going to come around and add in some little dots just around the edge. And this is where, if you're scared of colour, because I know some of us are, just doing this, you've not got to try and blend it in, you've not got to sort of match it to anything. Just add a little touch in there.
It's pretty rare to find double-ended pens like this that have got fine tips on the end. I know there are a couple of people that do them, but they're not that widely available, are they?
They're not, no. And honestly, I brought these because they do match the pens that I use, in terms of the fine line, but it's that brush at the end as well, because we use it to ink our tiles, which I did show you this morning. So you've got an inked tile, but then you've actually got the matching colour with your pen to do your fine line work. And then, of course, if you want to, you can fill in again, which we did this morning.
Yep, we did.
So
You did.
Watercolours as well. If you actually want to watercolour your work, you can put a little bit on a glass mat, which I'm going to do in the next show.
Now, you've got our producer Kat today to thank for these pens being at the lowest ever price. Wow.
Okay, you see where that's sort
$8.99.
of going? I'm just going to bring in the one that I've already done. There it is. So again, I've not done much to it there. I've added a little bit of pink as there. I've added this little bit here. And if I just bring a little bit of pencil in, just at the top, I'm not going to do much with it. Tortillon, which is there. I always have 2 tortillons because you guarantee one's rolled off the table. There you are.
The tortillons are going to be your best friend for getting shading and blending.
Just a little bit of ink around the edge there. Again, this is where we know what we're doing, isn't it? This is our crafting. We know that we can ink around things and bring it in. So don't think it's sort of a standalone. You can do all the stuff that you would normally do, and then you'd be fine with it. There you go, a little bit of ink. And then, of course, we've got a bit of a ribbon. See, I'm all prepped and everything today.
I know.
We're even keeping it a bit tidy. There we go, a little bit of ribbon in there. So, of course, you'd write on the back and you'd put your name. You might even want to put a message on there or the date when you did it, so somebody that is saving it can sort of keep hold of that. And then I've got a card I've already done. Here we go. Now, I've very subtly used the gel pens in the background there. I don't want it to be sort of in your face. I want it to be the feature. And I've got my photo corners, which we have got photo corners on the...
I'd let you know, actually, we've got the Photo Corner die. Now, these have been manufactured by Sandra so that you can make your own corners for your tiles. So we've not shown you this yet. It is in the show, it is available, and you get loads of them, and they perforate where you need to fold, and they cut where they need to be cut out. So now out of your own cardstock at home, you can make your own corners for all your tangling
They all
tiles.
match. It's just so nice, because I've used, you've got scrap papers, or even if, when you're matting and layering and you're building it up, you might want to just cut these out of them. Glue never wants to work, does it? You might want to cut them out the middle so you're not wasting anything.
Good idea.
But if I have got a bit of scrap material lying around, I will actually just run it through my die cutter, so I've got lots of little corners lying around. And of course, you're not gluing or attaching anything onto your tile or your tag in this case. You're actually just gluing in those photo corners. So if you want to remove it,
you can. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fully protected, and you've not damaged it in any way.
And of course you can use these corners not just on Sanntangle tiles, you can use them on things in scrapbooks, you can use them on things in photo albums as well. Anything that you need to be able to remove without actually having to glue it down, these are great. So $13.99 gets you the die set that will make lots of them for you in one go. Great idea.
Yeah, and they're different sizes as well. There's a large size. I tend to use them for the corners of my books because they don't look like a photo corner on the back, they fold in. So that's quite nice. I do actually have one here.
It's a great idea to have dies that will do that for you. $13.99 MX1210 is your item number.
Tell that my books are used well, aren't they? So you've got a nice little shape on the front. There we go. And a little shape there on the front. So it's like a little corner. But then on the back side of it, you've got the nice sort of flat edge. So it doesn't look like this morning with the sticky ones, it doesn't look like a photo corner. So yeah, so you've got, I think there's 8 different ones there. There's 2 of the large and 6 of the small. So
I think you're right.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 designs, 4 of each.
I'm on the ball today.
Brilliant. Now, I'll quickly remind you about the brilliant Fantasy Flourishes. Now, the booklet obviously shows you some projects which you can follow step by step from the first basic shapes through to the finished ornate step 17 there. But on the back, if you're wondering about how to number your flourishes, then basically there they are. All you need to do is with a permanent pen, mark them in the order that, that Sandra's done, and then follow the instructions. And you can't go wrong. You really can't go wrong. If you're an absolute beginner, this is a perfect way to start. And you've heard from so many people this morning in the Wake Up with Hobby Maker and this afternoon so far saying, you know, how much your confidence has grown, how much inspiration Sandra has given everybody. And it all kind of started really to massively take off during lockdown when we were all looking for things to do, myself included, and it's just gone from there.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know. If I hadn't have done that, I don't know where I'd be. Not just in terms of business, but emotionally as well. Because, of course, it affected small businesses and we were all, what are we going to do? So taking this online was my lifesaver and it helped me to connect with like-minded people just as it did the other way around. So don't think it's just me helping you. You helped me as well. So
well, I've said that to you as well, that thank goodness we were deemed as being like key workers because we had to broadcast to people at home so we could carry on working. But I know that Sanntangle has been the saviour for so many of you, and you found, whether it's just the fact you found a new hobby or a new skill that you didn't even realise that you knew that you had. That's what this is all about. Anyone can do Sanntangling. Let's have a look at some of your fantastic projects that you're emailing into us. Susan Morgan first, or Moran, sorry.
Moran,
Susan Moran, beg your pardon. Here are some of my recent Sanntangle pieces. Oh, look at that key, the keyhole.
yes.
Unbelievable, beautiful.
Can I say that bottom right, that's the tile swap? And I know because that's the swap I got.
Oh, right.
And I absolutely love those, that film range.
I love the fact that you can become part of the Sanntangle community and take part, make new friends.
Fabulous.
Do tile exchanges. Thank you, Susan. That's brilliant. You're into the draw for the Win You Make. The Share You Makes draw. Sanntangle bag that I've fabric dyed and tangled. Wow. Even a Sanntangle dragon and a wolf on my table. That's from Vicky Gearing. On tables, on furniture. Why not?
Absolutely, yeah. Go for it. Yeah.
Nice one, Fiona. And Trevor says, after attending one of Sandra's workshops, had the courage to have a go using the dragon stencil on coloured card. That says everything, doesn't it?
It's amazing, isn't it? When you've got, it's one thing doing it on white background, but doing it on colour. And you drew that, Trevor. You drew that. I just gave you a curve.
Honestly, I bet you're so proud of it. I would be, absolutely.
Beautiful, love it.
This is Karen from Chesterfield. They're coming in thick and fast.
Yes. Oh.
Sanntangle is a great way to relax.
Karen.
Thanks, Sandra.
Beautiful. That is a lovely design. That I love that one.
Look at the shading with the tortillons as well. Sue, who messaged in this morning, she said, "Hi again, Sandra and Dave. I'm still awake."
Hey,
yeah, we feel the same way. Here's a card I made for one of the ladies in the group using circle stencil. Love, Sue.
That's beautiful,
Brilliant.
Isn't it?
Beautiful.
The colours are just so subtle in that. It's lovely.
This is a photo, I don't know who, from Vi. She says, photo of image I coloured from Sandra's new art collection book. Thank you, Vi.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Love that. Love it.
They're all gorgeous.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for all of those. You know, more and more people now are doing Sanntangling in different ways. We've got one more. Now, I saw this on my little preview screen a minute ago, and I hoped we were going to show this. Jill, wow. Hi, guys, great show. A picture of one of my Tangled Owl T-shirts.
That's awesome, isn't it?
That is
Look at
awesome.
that.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, designer clothes now as well.
If you walk down the street with that on, I bet you get stopped every 5 paces because people will want to know, where did you get that from? What is it? What are you wearing? You've done it yourself. How proud can you be? Wow.
It's beautiful. Love that.
Okay, now book 9 is launching officially at 3 o'clock. At the moment, we've got 50 available.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think someone may be giving you a
Yes,
call in
I
a
think
minute.
maybe we need to sort that.
I think you might have to make a few more.
It's either that or it is tea and cake at 3, isn't it?
Okay, 3 o'clock, we're going to be going through this and launching book number 9. But if you want to pre-order it in the next hour, please feel free to do that. If you go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, click watch live, and then you'll see pre-order. That book will be there. But we'll try and get more stock for you for the 3 o'clock show, but get it while we've still got it. There's 50 left out of a big stock of books. So we'll take a short break now, and then we'll be back with lovely Gwen and Creative Expressions in a couple of minutes' time. I'll see you at 3.
Oh, yeah, see you at 3, yeah. I'm going to watch Gwen.
Okay,
See
don't go away.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Join us on Hobbymaker because Hunky Dory are having a huge, sizzling summer sale. It lasts until the end of the month and it features their favourite products, their magazine, For the Love of Stamps and other great offers. So join us for the Hunky Dory summer sale. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, go on. Hopping off with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. We have some exciting news. Hobbymaker has been nominated in the Best of Crafts Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that nearly 6 months have flown by since we launched Hobbymaker, and we couldn't have done it without the Hobbymaker family. Thanks to all the presenters and guests for entertaining us and inspiring us every day, and for all the viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We're lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards in our first year, which are the Most Loved TV Shopping Channel and Dave Bradford for Male Craft Personality of the Year. To vote, please head to our website to find all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, FreeSat channel 807 and Freeview channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. We are having the most exciting afternoon here at Hobbymaker today. I hope you're well and you're enjoying your bank holiday weekend. I'll tell you what, it's a really great way to end your bank holiday weekend with some absolute bargains from, of course, the lovely Sandra, but also the lovely Gwen. Hello.
Hello, Dave.
You all right?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Nice bank holiday?
I've been working.
Oh, prepping for the shows.
Prepping for the shows.
So you've had a great weekend.
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoy it when I'm doing
Now,
stuff like that.
Gwen's here for two shows, this one and 4 o'clock a bit later, and we've got two totally different shows as well from two different designers with some amazing stamps. The lovely Sam Poole is what we're focusing on in this show. But what we're going to do to start off with, bearing in mind we haven't had a spotlight as yet today, let's put that to rights and let's give you a spotlight, one product at a special price that you're just going to want to bite our hands off for. Have a look at this. We've got to thank the gangs at Creative Expressions, the guys at Creative Expressions. They give us quite a few amazing deals with our spotlights. Now, this first one we're about to show you, this is the price that it should be at, I believe, that we can see on the screen any second now. What you've got are packs of twine, 70 metres, 10 metres in the glittery twine with the silver and the gold shot through it. And then you're going to get 60 metres in total, 20 of the cream, 20 of the natural and 20 of the black twine. Should be £6.98. IR 2873. Now, you know with the spotlight, the price is going to go to a ridiculous level. If you want this in your basket and you want to get this at an absolute bargain, now's the time to put it in your basket and check out from Creative Expressions, the jute twine and the metallic baker's twine, both together. When you see where this is going to go, what about using these with the tags we were doing with Sandra a few minutes ago? That would be fantastic. Wrapping your Christmas presents in gorgeous metallic baker's twine. £3.49 for all of it. Gwen?
I can't believe that. I use these all the time. I love a bit of twine and I love baker's twine. And this one with the metallic thread is just that little bit special. I think that's a bargain. It
is a bargain. One of the bargains of the day. Hello, you're already in. Deborah in Cambridgeshire. Janet and John in Ayrshire. Paulette as well in Greater London. Get your jute. Now, this is the sort of thing that when you see it at a bargain price, you may not need it today, but you'll probably need it tomorrow or the day after. And you've got it at a ridiculously low price, a fraction of what you should be paying for this. You get both of these. What a spotlight this is. Order it today. You're all coming in for it. Veronica's already checked out, so's Deborah. Hello, Maria in Cambridge, Helen in Midlothian. I love seeing your names as you order. It's great. Get a real buzz from that. You can buy multiples as well. You what? Cat? Cat. Cat plays these games with me.
What's she doing now?
She's taking it below £3.
How rude.
Everybody is going to pay the final low price. So if you've already checked out, like Tracy has, Lynn has, Alison has, don't worry, you're not going to be paying the £3 anything. £2.99. Yeah.
Bank holiday happiness.
Buy a couple, buy 3. It's the sort of thing you will run out of eventually. Why not stock up while it's at this ridiculously low price? Just say thank you, Kat, when you call through. She'll appreciate that.
And don't forget, because it's a natural jute, you can dye it.
Oh, yeah.
So if you didn't want natural colours, get your inks out, your sprays, dye it. Match your project.
Now, we can't spend too long on the spotlight, obviously, for obvious reasons, because it's only £2.99. But if you know you want it, stock up today. Lots of you are going for 2. Shirley's gone for 2 sets. I'm not at all surprised. Who else is going for 2? Yeah, quite a few of you actually. You're all putting it in your basket. And remember, if you are a brand new customer and you haven't shopped with us before, use the free phone number to call the call centre. They're lovely people up there. It's in this building in the UK, and they will give you an account. If you want to set it up yourself on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, we just need your email address, and then you make up a password, and then you've set yourself up. You can do it either way, whichever you're more happier with. Half the stock is gone, £2.99. We'll leave that with you because that's going to sell out before the end of the show. Right, what else have we got in the show today? We've got some really exciting 6 brand new stamp sets from the lovely Sam Poole. I've worked with Sam before, actually. I've done some shows with Sam. She's lovely.
Lovely, Sam. And we miss you, Sam. So come back soon. She's designed this gorgeous Christmas collection in her own unique style. She's very vintage orientated, quite shabby chic. and these reflect that, and they're just the most beautiful folk art style, shabby vintage stamps. I think you're going to love these.
I'm sure you are going to love them. If you love colouring in, they're such a fantastic design which makes colouring really, really easy. Now you can buy them individually or you can buy them in a set of 6. Now already lots of you have found the set of 6, but let's start with the individuals first of all. Let's start with our gingerbread family. Mr. and Mrs. Gingerbread Man. They could be brother and sister, they could be husband and wife. You got your hugs and kisses there, you got the candy canes there as well. Let me lift them up so you can see them. All of those huge stamps, just £12.99. Again, maybe you're doing gingerbread houses, you want to have the characters on the front of the gingerbread houses. £12.99, CQ2842. We have got to go through all 6 of them, so we'll go through relatively quickly, but £12.99 for that set, brand new today. The next set we've got for you is the Christmas mugs. You can't beat a nice bit of frothy coffee on a Christmas morning. We've only got 8 of these left now. Lots of you have ordered them ahead of the show. You saw them earlier on. So you've got the mug itself, you've got the frothy cream topping, you've got the marshmallows, the candy canes in there as well. You've got some lovely verses like Warm Winter Wishes. Absolutely brilliant.
See the little black elliptical shape? That's like a barista top coffee.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
You know, like when you put a little stencil on your froth and shake the chocolate in it.
Ah.
That's what that's for.
She thought of everything.
Took me a while to work that out, but yeah.
£12.99 for your mugs, if you fancy that one. Your novelty Christmas mugs, that's the second one. Next one, that's going to be this one here, that is your Angel Bunny. Look at that Angel Bunny, how gorgeous and how cute is this? Now this is a slightly smaller stamp or smaller selection, only £7.99. Beautifully manufactured, merry and bright. You've got the star, you've got the bunting there, and you've also got the Angel Bunny herself. And it's something a bit different, isn't it? But nice and open so you can easily colour it in.
Yes, exactly, and paper piece.
Oh yeah, of course.
Sam's very much into fabric and haberdashery, so I can sort of see where her head was going with these.
Now the next one, we've got here the sweet stocking. Who doesn't love a festive Christmas stocking? There's your sweet stocking. This is going to be the same price as well, just £7.99 for this one. Sweet Christmas greetings, a little verse on there. Not many of these available either, if you want that one. Then the next one down, last layer, is this one just here, which is your fuzzy mittens. £8.99 for this one, AX2874, with Warm Winter Wishes, warm and fuzzy as another sentiment. And again, a lovely image to colour in. We'll match the price of the other one. We'll do it for £7.99, yeah? Okay. Should have been £8.99. We'll take it down to £7.99. AX2874. Kat has the power to do that.
She's a powerful woman.
And she uses that power. Well, she just does it, you know. It's bank holiday. There's no one in. And then over here, we've got our last one in the set of 6 is your Snowman Kisses. Oh, I love, look at his expression on his face.
I know, isn't he lovely?
So adorable. You've got the snowflakes on there as well. With Love at Christmas is what the verse says on that one as well. Now, if you want all of them, we do what we do best here at Hobbymaker. We don't charge you the individual prices, kind of multiply it by 6. We give you a deal. It should be £57.94. So if you added up all those 6 prices I just gave you, it comes to £57.94. But it's Bank Holiday Monday, Cat's at the helm. We're going to go under 50 quid. For all of them, all 6 of these for less than £50. Where's it going to go? CA2808, £49.99 for all 6. Brand new from brilliant designer Sam Poole. If you're watching, Sam, miss you. Love to see you in here, maybe in the future. But Gwen's going to do you justice, and she's going to do some, I know, fantastic demonstrations with these. How you use them is entirely up to you. Whether you paper piece with them, colour them in, paint them, use your pens, whatever you use is entirely cool. But what about that for a great festive collection? If maybe now the summer holidays are nearly over for the kids, it's only then that you start to think, as the kind of mornings draw in and the evenings draw in, you start to think, yeah, at time I've got my Christmas hat on. Yeah. It's time to do that, isn't it? £49.99, free phone number, and free to order on the website as well at hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, before we start demoing, we've got some really exciting news. This has not been on air before here at Hobbymaker. Can you see these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, fluffy stuff, when you actually use it, squeeze it out, heat it, it puffs up. Just the coloured ones, not the white one, that's not included. The coloured ones, they've never been done before. I've never ever seen coloured fluffy stuff before in my life. We have got the clotted cream, the mineral mist, the French lilac, the sweet caramel, the strawberry whip, and the frosty sage. Now, this isn't just, we're not talking about snow here, we're talking about texture for trees, we're talking about texture for grass, for model makers, all that sort of thing. You just squeeze it out, heat it up.
It's magic.
And it expands, doesn't it?
Magic. I love
grows.
it.
I love it too.
Think about teddy bears with that gorgeous burnt caramel one.
Yeah. Yeah. Teddy bears, fur, dogs and cats.
Yeah.
What do you think of when you see these different colours? That could be ice cream,
Yeah.
couldn't it?
Definitely.
Fur, gravel, earth. $19.99 for all 6. So that is, let me do the maths on that one, about £3.30 a bottle. If you love your fluffy stuff in white, we've got that available in the show as well. But for the first time ever, we've got it. I mean, that could be blancmange, couldn't it?
It's easily going to be the toppers to that lovely Christmas mug, isn't it?
It is going to be the top of the, absolutely right, yeah. all 6, brand new today. They've not been on air at Hobby Maker until now. WE2801, and I know wherever else this has been offered before it came here to us, it's absolutely flown. So if you want yours, work it out to just over £3 a bottle, $19.99. That is your multicoloured fluffy stuff. There will be demonstrations to come with it as well. But I've got to let you know, bearing in mind we're talking Christmas, if you want the white fluffy stuff, maybe for Father Christmas's beard, for his cuffs on his jacket, for snow scenes, for snow on the roof, all that sort of thing, there is your white fluffy stuff. Always a bestseller, £3.50. Lots of you are buying more than one of these. You're going to, if you buy one, you'll wish you bought 2 or 3, because if you want to put the real look of snow onto your cards, onto your fantastic stamps that we've got in the show today, there's the original white fluffy stuff. But for the first time, we've got the set of 6 different colours. Brilliant, huh? KX2821, that's the white one. Lots more to come on, but should we do a demo first of all?
Shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
So I'd like to start with this gorgeous Christmas mitten. And I'm going to show you how to paper piece, because these are beautiful shapes. These are lovely stamps that children could quite happily work with, because they're simple shapes. You can cut them out, colour them in. So it's nice to get the kids involved in that as well. And I just want to start off by stamping it onto a piece of card first of all. So let me bring my platform in and get my card in the right place.
Have you had fun working with these?
Oh, I've absolutely loved it. In fact, I ran out of time and I was like, I've still got so many ideas, and it's just, you've got to stop somewhere, haven't you? So I'm going to ink this up with, I brought some inks for you today from Wendy Vecchi. These are a dye-based, water-based blendable ink, but they are great for stamping with as well, which not all of the blendable inks are. I also paint with these, you know me by now. I like my ink pads to paint with. So I find these a real versatile ink pad, and they're lovely colours. So
what I love about doing shows with you is, Gwen, that you actually select the products that we show on the show, because you use them in your demonstrations.
Yes.
So we've got 2 sets of 2. We've got from Wendy Vecchi peat moss and potting soil. That's the green and the brown. And then we've also got available sky blue and the tea rose as well. So they've been chosen by Gwen to work beautifully in the show today, and they're in sets of 2 for you if you want those. $9.99 for 2, a £5 each. That's
now I
good.
also want to stamp the mitten. I want to say mug then. It's not a mug. The mitten onto some pattern paper so that I can paper piece the body of the mitten. So I'm just going to pop that in there. Same thing again, but I'm not worried about all the decoration at the top of the foliage. The foliage rather at the top of the mitten this time. So I'm just going to stamp onto this patterned paper.
Okay.
So think about all your nice little scraps of paper, but this is from the pad that we have for you today. It's one of Creative Expressions paper pads, and this has been done specially for Sam's stamps.
The Gingham Christmas, the paper pad's called.
And don't you like a bit of gingham at Christmas? I know I do, a bit of plaid. So I'm also going to stamp this extra little star and button detail, and this is what I love with Sam's stamps, all these gorgeous little extra details that help you build up your image. So let's just stamp that onto a little piece of card, and then I've got all my elements ready to go. So I'll pop that back. Okay, so this is going to be my main panel for this card, and I want to vintage the edge a little bit. So I'm just going to use one of the blending brushes, and I'm going to just use these gorgeous blendable inks. They're very smooth. I really like them.
They make blending so easy. You're not going to end up with stripes or lines or blotchiness or anything like that.
No, and we did bring these last time I was here, so they may still be on the website, the brushes. So if you are interested, just have a look on there for the Vasson Creative blend and brushes.
And this is the colour from Wendy Vecchi's ink pad, the potting soil colour. That's what this is.
It's a great name, isn't
Yeah,
it, that? So that's the potting soil. Now I also want to start to colour in some of the detail up here. So I'm going to bring in, I'm giving you a bit of a naughty sneak peek actually, because these are some products that I've got in my next show.
At 4.
At 4, and these are the watercolour inks. I'm absolutely in love with these.
Now we've put all of the show items that's coming up at 4 o'clock on pre-order. So if you've got things to do this afternoon, you think, oh, I'm going to miss that show, you can go to the pre-order section on the website, watch or click watch now. That then gives you the pre-order and you can see these inks there for you.
So I've got here a little bit of Fresh Meadow and a little bit of, oh, I've put the wrong one. That's my orange one, excuse me. I want my red one. Raspberry Jam. Let me just get that in the right order. This is a gorgeous red, perfect
it's
for...
a deeper red, isn't it?
Yes, perfect for berries and that sort of thing. So I'm using a dry paintbrush. I wouldn't recommend putting any water into these for doing this sort of thing because it's going to make them travel. So just a dry brush straight into the ink. Now look at the intensity of that colour.
I was going to say, that's really bright.
Beautiful. So I'm just going to ink up the berries. I won't do all of this because I've got another one done. Just clean the brush in water and then before you go into another colour, squeeze the water off your brush so that it's damp but definitely not wet. And then we can take this to our holly.
I love the fact they're a lovely size. You know, they're not fiddly to colour in at all.
No, they've got really lovely bold edges.
Yes.
And if you're not confident or perhaps you don't have such a steady hand, you can certainly emboss the outline with the heat embossing and some powder, and then that's going to give you an added little bit of security because it acts as a little wall to help you stay within
Good idea.
the shape. So we can do this.
And these are inks rather than paints you're using, yeah?
They are watercolour inks. They are really stunning. They have a special ingredient in them which is like an extender that gives them a very long drying time.
Okay.
So you can really manipulate them.
And they've also got like a pipette in the lid as well, so if you just want a couple of drops, they're very easy to dispense.
That's right. So I'm going to add a tiny bit of the red into my green because I want a darker green. I want a slight variation for these other leaves. So again, because they're watercolour inks, you can make your own colours. We often talk about the colour wheel, but you can also create what we call tertiary colours, I guess. It's not just primaries mixed together, but other colours as well to give you variation. So that's given me a slightly darker green. And then you pursue that until you've covered up all of that image at the top. And the only other thing I will show you how to do on this is just take a tiny bit of the ink onto your brush and I have to have it curving the right way. You can then just enhance these little branches if you want it to add a little bit of colour to those as well.
Now another bank holiday treat, we've just put the big bundle on split pay. So if you'd like to have all 6 sets of the stamps, $24.99 is all you need to pay today, the first payment, plus your $3.95 P&P, and $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. So it's on split pay if you want, or you can pay in full in one go. It's entirely up to you, but it's there as an option.
So I'm just adding a little bit of ink onto that little star, which I stamped separately there as well. This is going to be mounted on top of the decorative paper, and I want to just paint in the little button in red as well. So again, they're really quite quick to do these, but it's also very relaxing. Obviously, you can take it to whatever level you choose. Start adding some shade. You could pop a little reel button onto this space.
That'd be a good idea.
And start to bring in some dimension, so that's really good as well. So I've got my main panel and I've got my little star and I've stamped onto some paper, and then obviously you just need to cut this out. And another thing that's really lovely about these designs is because they've got such that bold edge, they're really, really easy to cut out.
Not fiddly at all.
And when you're paper piecing, what you want to do is cut just inside, almost halfway across the line, because you're going to stamp that thing, the whole image back down here. So you've already got your lines and your details.
Yeah.
So as long as you cut right on the line, this will fit.
On the inside edge.
on any edge, you cut up right on the line in the middle of it. So halfway between the outside and inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult to explain, but that's the best way of doing it. So I'll just do a little bit because I have got one. So you can see, you're then going to pop that on there.
Yeah.
Then you would cut that out and pop that on top there.
Right.
Okay, but we're not finished because I want to bring in the fluffy stuff. Of course I do.
Of course you do.
So where's it gone? My green one. I've got the Frosty Sage here, and I thought it suited the colours quite well. Just check you haven't got an air bubble in the nozzle. Get it just piping freely. They come out ever so easily, these. And very controllable. They've got a super fine nozzle. When you get them, they have a longer nozzle on, and you just need to snip the very tip off. There's a little ledge that will indicate where to snip, and don't be tempted to go any further unless you really want it to pile out at a rate of knots. So just scribble, use the nozzle almost like a pen.
Well, lots of you have been quick on this. Teresa, Hilary, Alison, you've all checked out. You've got your 6 bottles of fluffy stuff. Now, I've got a question here. Amanda in Lancashire says, hi, I love these stamps. I make cards for a cat charity. Does the white fluffy stuff need protection if you put your cards in bags for selling? It's a good question.
No, it shouldn't do, as long as you've processed it correctly. The only thing I would say is sometimes if it gets squashed, if it was in a box and it was packed tightly, it might flatten a tiny bit, but it wouldn't do it any harm.
Okay,
no.
So you don't have to, no, but if you want to, yes, you can.
Just make sure it's processed properly, and I'll explain that as I do this, as we go. When you've finished, I would always recommend wiping the nozzle clean, pop that little cap that comes with it back on, and then it'll be perfect the next time you want to use it. Okay. Now, we've also got for you today some of our beautiful glitter jewels. Some of you may be familiar with some of our Cosmic Shimmer sparkly bits and pieces. And I'm just going to tap this into my fluffy stuff. And this is going to give it a beautiful frosty feel.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, yeah. You sure can.
Ah.
All right, and then I need to bring in my heat gun. I brought for you today the dual speed folding heat gun. It folds like this for storage, which is great because you can pop that in a drawer and it's not like that, it's a bit bulky, but it folds up really neatly, and the switch is on the inside here. So I'm going to start with the low setting, and I'm going to start by heating this from the back. And that's because I want to drive the moisture out.
How do you know whether to use the high heat or low heat? What's right and what's wrong?
Experimenting and finding out.
Oh, okay.
If you can go with the high one, but I don't want to scorch the fluffy stuff, and I don't want to heat it so fast that the top cures but the middle doesn't.
Okay.
And that's
so
another
low heat
reason.
is better.
Well, just to get it started, I'm going to go on to the high heat in a minute.
Okay.
But what I'm sort of doing is drying it out, because you can go from the front and it looks like it's cured, but inside can still be soft. And the lady that asked about packing cards, if that happens, then you would have a problem. So make sure it's properly processed. Dry it first, like this, from behind. And you'll know because it goes a sort of dull effect.
Okay.
So now I can come to the front.
Just to let you know, the heat gun's there for $26.99. There you go.
Now I can go on to the high setting. Now watch this magic.
Watch this. You thought heat embossing was fun? Watch your fluffy stuff. It's bubbling, it's going. How much fun is that?
And you know it's done because it stops. At a certain point, it stops doing any more. And all that glitter, another reason for going from behind, it helped it bed in, so it didn't, if I'd gone straight to the front, some of it would have been off across the studio. So if you want to add any sparkles or glitter into it.
And all that glitter now is encapsulated.
It's encapsulated, and I've got a lovely sparkly top to my mitten. I don't know if you can see that.
Love it.
I would recommend putting your paper on first, because it's going to be tricky now to get it to fit, although I wasn't too bad with my piping. But put your paper on first if you want to do this, and then do your topper.
Okay.
And then you will finish up with something like this. So I've finished colouring all of those little elements. The other thing I've done, and this is something else we've got for you today, with some twinkles, icicle blue twinkles, which is our beautiful range of Cosmic Shimmer glitter glue. and we can just pipe this. I'm going to make the berries a little bit sparkly. You don't need to do a lot, just squidge it on and let that dry, and you'll have nice sparkly little holly berries.
So that'll dry clear, will it?
It will dry clear, but it will take on the red that's underneath it, so, or any colour that you put behind it. Yeah. So then you've got this, and I've sparkled around the edge of the tree, and I've sparkled my holly, and I've done that thing with the twine that's in the spotlight.
Spotlight, yeah.
I've just tied a tiny little bow and attached it to the centre of that button. As we said, that could have been a real button, but I've just popped that twine onto the paper button.
Just wondering, have you got any of the spotlight left? I think it's still there at the moment, possibly.
So the next thing I want to do for this card, I've got a beautiful sentiment on here, which is warm winter wishes, and I'm just going to bring in a handheld block for this, and I'm going to go onto a very slim piece of cardstock. I'm going to stamp this sentiment onto a piece of card so that I can turn it into a little flag or banner, however you want to call it. If obviously doing it this way, you haven't got the option to stamp it again if you make a mess, so if you're not confident, do use your stamp press and then you can re-stamp if needs be. But I'm confident in the quality of these stamps that that's not going to be necessary on this occasion. Okay, and then when that's dry, I'm going to decide how long I want it to be, and I'm just going to put a little flag end on this. If it's something we sort of assume everybody knows, but you might not. The way I do it is I snip from the middle as far up as I want to go. So I've just got that little split there. And then I come from the corner to the top of the split till that little triangle falls away. Then I can turn it over and do the same, so it doesn't make it awkward to cut. Oops. And then you've got that lovely little
pennant.
Equal, that's the word, pennant, yes. Now you could also add some antiquing to that with these inks. So you could just ink round your pennant to make that look a little bit more vintage. And then I've popped a little button, a real button onto that, and again, popped some twine through the centre. So I've got a background here that I want to stamp on as well. So let me bring in one of Sam's rubber stamps, and she's done this gorgeous candy cane background.
Now these stamps, by the way, are rubber, gorgeous rubber, and they're also mounted, foam mounted for you. We've got the candy cane as a great background, the tumbling candy cane, if you want that one. That one is only £8.50. And just look, obviously, there's the mount, which will stick onto your stamp press or onto your acrylic block. £8.50 for your tumbling candy cane. Don't buy it, evidently.
Don't buy it?
No.
Why not?
We've got the snowflakes on their own, but don't buy it. I don't know why my producer's saying to people, don't buy it.
Not a great selling technique, Dave. Don't buy it. I mean,
You'd think after all these years I'd know by now. £8.50 for that. Again, a foam-mounted rubber stamp, but don't buy it. Kat says don't buy it. Why are you saying don't buy it, Kat?
She's going to do something naughty, isn't she?
If you want both of them together, we'll take them not to £16.99. We're going to take them below. Way below. You can get both if you want for £14.99. So that basically is £7.50 each.
That's really good.
So it's £1 off
they're
each one.
They're A6 rubber stamps, deeply cut.
Yep.
They're die cut, excuse me, what blow my nose. They're die cut round the edge of the rubber so you don't get that overspill of the ink when you're inking them.
Yep.
And they've got paper protective backing and cushion mount already mounted. So you're getting a lot there for your pennies.
You are getting a lot there for your money, absolutely. Whether you're using your embossing powders, making wonderful backgrounds with them, snowflakes and candy canes, you can have fun with those. Both of them together for £14.99, or you can buy them on their own, but Kat said don't buy them on their own, buy them as a duo. So, yeah. CW2821 is the product code.
So I want to bring in another colour of the Wendy Vecchi inks. This is the sky blue, and I'm just going to create a little bit of pattern to this background card. So I haven't got it in the stamp platform because I just want to have it, I don't want it to be perfect, so it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to sort of go for it by hand. So I've got that kind of vintage, sort of almost incomplete effect. It's only going to give a little detail in the background, so it's perfectly fine to just do it like this.
And remember those stamp pads, by the way, 2 stamp pads. You can get both of them, Sky
that was
Blue
good. Not.
and Tea Rose for $9.99, and Peat Moss and Potting Soil for $9.99 from Wendy Vecchi. They're on the website for you too.
So don't drop your ink pad on your project like I just did. That's never a good plan. All right, so there's my background, and I've got a card ready to go here. So let's build this together. So we've got a blue background with our candy canes, and you could add some more detail to those. You could fill in the stripes and make them a little bit more detailed, but it is just a background. Then I've got a piece of green, and then I'm going to pop on my panel, which I've mounted onto a piece of the same beautiful gingham paper from Sam's pad. And then we've got our little banner across the bottom with our warm winter wishes sentiment. And there you have it.
That is gorgeous. Love that. Love that to bits. Let me show you quickly some more of the design team's fantastic cards that they've made with these stamps from Sam Poole as well, just so you can see different variations. So if you just want the mitten on its own, we've got the details for that for you. But if you buy the set of 6, you're going to get all of these, obviously. This one is done by Kim. Look at these. Totally different ways of using the same stamp, the different effects you can create. This again is from Sam herself, using again...
Yeah, Sam's done quite a lot of the samples.
paper
And I have
piecing.
taken inspiration from Sam's samples, just because I felt it was fair to pay homage.
Absolutely. This one, really lovely, bit different. Just using a top part of it, not using all of it. And then this one, again, another paper piece technique with this one, but looking completely different. So those are some of the finished samples there. Let's quickly go through some of the other stamps, remember, that are available, and some more finished samples, and we'll go back to Gwen for another demonstration. This one is your Angel Bunny. So there's the stamp, but here's some inspiration as to what you can do with the Angel Bunny. That's just the hearts that have been used there in the stars. There she is. Here she is again. Using a bit of that twine as well. We've got 30 of the spotlights left for that twine if you want to get hold of that. Not many of those left at all. I'll be quite quick with these. The next one is your Sweet Stocking, which is that fantastic stamp as well. And there we go. Christine Smith has done both of these. Go for the whole collection because they're never going to date. This is classic Christmas, and they're easy to cut out as well if you do want to paper piece. And Sam has done a bit of paper piecing on that one as well. So that's that one. Then we've got the snowman. Here again is the stamp you're going to get with the snowman. Oh, I love this. This is actually, again, paper piecing. Sam loves her paper piecing. This is Christine, actually, that's done this. And then risen with a few foam pads. Decoupaging it a little bit as well to give it even more depth and dimension. Bit of fluffy stuff by the looks of it on the heart there as well. And just using the heart, just with the mittens, I love that. Very simple. If kisses were snow blizzards, no, if kisses were snowflakes, I'd send you a blizzard. Really cool. And there's another one from Sam there for you. 2 more to go. We've got the mug, the Christmas mugs, the novelty Christmas mugs. This has got loads and loads of stamps in it. You've got lovely verses. You've got the gingerbread hugs and candy cane kisses, a cup of cheer, sprinkled with love, the gingerbread man, small version of that with the beautiful topping on the mug. But this is where, again, the fluffy stuff comes into its own. It really does. And we've got, remember, the 6 pots or 6 bottles of coloured fluffy stuff for the first time ever here at Hobby Maker. But it comes into its own. It looks so real, doesn't it? They're so cute, so cute. And there's another one, again, the fluffy stuff with a little bit of glitter sprinkled in there too. And then the last one are the gingerbread family that we've got for you as well, with lots of hugs and kisses on there, candy canes, rolling pin, everything you need to make your gingerbread folk. And here they are. They're having a bit of a dance by the look of it. So much fun. And what about make them into little gifts as well? That Sheila Walsh has done that one. And one more. This is from, again, Sheila Walsh. Love them. So what we've got for you, remember, is you can buy them individually if you want to. If there's one that just jumps out at you and that's what you want to go for, that's absolutely fine. If though you'd rather go for the set of 6, we have got them for you at a discount of $49.99, and we have it, remember, on split pay as well. Just £24.99. Now, Susan is in Greater Manchester. Good afternoon, Susan. She says, hiya, Dave and Gwen. I love watching you, Gwen, and you always explain things very well. You're such an inspiration to a lot of us crafters. That's true.
Oh, thanks very much.
I mean, I was complimenting you on your demos last week. I mean, I do learn an awful lot from you.
Thank you.
Along, so.
Oh, good. That's what we're here for, hopefully. So I'm glad we're doing it.
It shows you what you can do with the products that,
Yeah.
that Creative Expressions bring, which is the most important thing at the end of the day. Okay. Oh, now the paper pad that we've been using to do the paper piecing, this is again designed by Sam. Do you get 2 or 1? Okay, so I've got 2 in front of me, but you only get 1. Okay, so let's have a little flick. You're going to get 8x8 size, acid-free 160 GSM, and you've got 24 single-sided pages, but look at the patterns you've got in there. You've got every type of gingham and plaid and tartan that you can think of. Perfect for the paper piecing, but perfect for backgrounds as well. Who doesn't love a little bit of gingham or plaid at Christmas time, like you said? And it's all year round as well. I mean, I always think of like picnic rugs and things like that, picnic blankets. £10.99 gets you that for 24 sheets, I think I said it was. Yeah, 24 sheets of 8x8, £10.99, FJ 2809.
And
Brilliant.
you get 2 of each, and they're really lovely colours. Quite unusual, actually.
Yeah.
So in this demo, I'm going to be using one of the dies that we brought you, which we haven't had time to mention properly yet. This is one of Sue Wilson's, and this is her ornate oval frame. And we brought this because we felt it really would help to mount some of these stamps. It gives you a fantastic backdrop to any of them, really. It's a lovely size. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dies in the set. And you can mat these, layer these, you can create apertures, frames, all sorts of things. Really beautiful. So to start off my next demo, which I'm going to be using the Christmas stocking for this one.
That die set, Gwen, is only £17.99.
What?
I know, it's massive. It's
They're
huge.
normally like 20 odd.
Oh, and more. I remember them when they were like 30 or 40. So
Well, yeah.
Actually, that £17.99.
But yeah, going back a bit there, Dave.
Yeah. MV2893. I've got a good memory though. MV2893, £17.99 if you fancy that.
So I'm going to just check I've got my stocking in the right place, and I haven't. So the best way for this to work is I've got my panel I want to stamp on already fixed down, and look how beautifully that just sits inside that frame. So I've just cut, all I've done is cut the outer edge from that frame set, and it's given me that beautiful oval to stamp onto. So I'm going to stamp the whole. It's much the same technique as I've just done with the previous mitten stamp, but I'm going to do a couple of little bits that are different with this one. One being that it's on a die cut base, of course. So let's stamp this down.
What ink pad?
So that was a VersaFine Claire,
Right.
which is it's an oil-based pigment ink, and it's been specially formulated to work with clear stamps because it actually clings better to the photopolymer material. Yeah, so that's my oval done. Then I want to stamp onto some of the gingham. You might notice me popping some paper in the back of my stamping platform. That's just to protect it from getting ink all over it, no other reason.
Okay.
So I'll just pop this into I only want, again, the body of the stocking for this. You might notice that I'm avoiding going right across the stamp. That's because we've got a very large open area in the stamp, and it's very easy to catch it with the ink. So I'm just following round the edge rather than going all across it. It just saves some of that hassle that can happen. All right, I don't really need any more than just the body of the stocking for this. Before I put my elbow on that. Okay, so that's that. And then I've also done, as I did previously, stamped some of the extra little bits and pieces as well. So let me just grab those. I think I've got them under here. So there's my stocking that's been cut out. Then I also stamped the top again onto plain cardstock and coloured that with some ink. I've stamped the heel, and I've also stamped 2 hearts.
I am loving this paper piecing technique. I do like it.
I'm trying to remember which set the hearts come on. I can't remember.
The hearts.
Oh, they're on this.
They're on the stocking.
They're on the stocking.
Yeah.
So they're on the same set. And again, I've used these Wendy Vecchi inks just to do some inking to add a bit of colour. So I'm going to do that around the edge of my oval. So I've picked up one of these blending brushes, and I'm just going to go around the edge of that and add some shade to it.
And if you want those brushes, remember, if you have a little look at the Creative Expressions brand page on our website, they should be there for you if we've got stock of them. And remember, the thing with us every day is you never ever pay any more than $3.95 for all of your day's orders from midnight to midnight.
Which is absolutely fabulous.
It's great. Everyone loves that.
Well, it's so generous because we all know how much postage can cost.
Oh, yeah.
And especially some of the things that we send out are very heavy.
Yes.
You know, so it's a great way of doing it.
And obviously do bear with us with the postal situation. We'll get things to you as quickly as we can, but...
Oh, yeah, of course. So I'm just sort of catching that lovely lacy picot edge on here. Okay, and then I can start to build up my stocking.
Oh, Margaret's emailed in or messaged in. Hi, Dave and Gwen, I'm broke.
Oops.
She's laughing. She's laughing, though, and crying with laughter. I bought the stamps, Cosmic Shimmer glitters, fluffy stuff, and Sanntangle. Loved the shows today, Margaret May. Thank you, Margaret. We had a feeling it was going to be a really good day today, and you'd love everything. So that's testimony. Thank you, Margaret.
And it's only 2:30?
2:45, yeah.
Oh, gosh, right.
And we've still got the Sanntangle book to come at 3 o'clock. Wow.
Yeah, I want one of them. I'll get my hands on one of them.
Me too. Yeah. It's great to see you two reunited. You haven't seen each other
it was so lovely to walk in and see Sandra. We've not seen each other for years. She used to come to my shop and do workshops for me, which was amazing. So to see her again is just so special. Yeah, I'm hoping we might get a chance for a bit of a chinwag later.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see I'm very quickly building my stocking and all its little details. And oops, I want to put my hearts so they're coming out of the top of the stocking. Let's get those down.
And all of these images are true classic Christmas.
Aren't they? Very traditional, but they've still got a lot about them. They've got a lovely little twist. And as I say, Sam's very much into fabric and haberdashery. She loves all that sort of thing. So she's brought that flair to these, definitely. I want to show you how I did this little sparkly heart. I hope you can see that one there. We've brought you some very special glitter jewels, which are called icicle sparkles. I love these. They're little strands of this most super sparkly gorgeousness. And all I've done is popped on some glue. I'm using the Cosmic Shimmer Dry's clear glue, and you want quite a nice little puddle of the glue, so make sure it's solid across the shape that you're wanting to fill.
We don't often talk about Cosmic Shimmer glue, but it's one of the hero products in the Creative Expressions range, and that's on our website as well. So
it's amazing stuff.
Now you actually, with this, you actually get 3 Cosmic Shimmer glitters. Do you get the glue as well?
I don't think you do.
Okay, no, you don't get, so that picture's wrong, but you do get 3 jars of the Cosmic Shimmer glitters. You get 2, you get 1 Cosmic Twinkle.
Yeah, that was the glitter glue I used earlier.
And then the 2 glitter jewels.
Yeah, so these, the sparkles, and the one I used earlier, which was that one.
Yeah.
Which, excuse me, is diamond sprinkles. You don't get that one.
Okay.
That's something I'm using later.
But you get 3, do you? 3 pots?
So you get that, and that.
Oh, that is the right picture. Okay, you do get that. 2 pots on the glue.
It's not glue, it's the twinkles. Yeah, so it's these 3.
Ooh. Sorry, beg your pardon, not
That's
the glue.
all right.
It looks the same as the glue, but it's not. Cosmic Twinkles. So, yeah, that confused me. There you go. So there's the little bottle of the Cosmic Twinkles, and you get both of those as well for £12.75, ZC2813. Looks like the Cosmic Shimmer glue, but it's not. It's the Twinkles. There we go.
So there we go. I've popped that and just shake off the excess. Now you can see how gorgeous they're going to be in the top of your marshmallow cups and things like that as well. But on this little heart, it's really pretty, and it's just added that little bit of sparkle to that. So I've got a background here. I've done it in the same way as I did the stockings, but a little bit more precise, but with the snowflakes this time. So if you take your big rubber snowflake stamp, I just did it in my hand, but again, if you're not familiar, do it in your platform or on a block. And I've just repeat stamped across till I've filled it up. Then again, with the ink, I've antiqued around the edge. That twine is making an appearance again. It's beautiful. This has got the silver thread running through it, which I really love.
Twine is the spotlight, remember. You get a total of 70 metres of jute and also sparkling metallic baker's twine. That's our spotlight for this hour. There's a few left. There's 20 left now. 10 have gone in the last few minutes, so there's 20 remaining. Multi-order if you want to. Should have been nearly £7, £2.99 spotlight for this show. Loads of you are going for 2s and 3s. Actually, Carol's bought 5, I've just been told. I'm not surprised at that price.
No, I know. And if it's something you use a lot, because you won't be able to get it again,
Not at that
So
price.
grab it while you can. So I just want to show you, this is something I do a lot, as I've said before, painting with my ink pads. I just get an acrylic block or some sort of palette and just press the ink pad onto it to get some ink out. And then, again, a wet brush, but, well, moist but not wet. So squeeze onto some tissue and then pick up the ink with the brush and paint with it. And I didn't realise, till I actually thought about it, how much I do this. Because I'm not a big one for using pens. I certainly don't use alcohol markers.
Right.
Mainly because I find it easier to match colours if I'm stamping with an ink and then colouring with the same ink. It just makes my life so much easier.
Yeah,
so,
makes sense. I wonder how many people don't actually use their ink pads in that way, but it's a great way of using them.
Yeah, well, if it's a water-based ink, as long as it's, you know, water-based, you're going to struggle if it's more of a permanent type ink. And what people might not realise is that a lot of pigment ink pads are water-based as well.
Right.
And you can actually paint with those. If it's water-based, then
water-based,
basically it's a paint, in my head. It's just something I've always done.
Makes sense.
So I'm just painting in the strings, and again, as we said, that colour is perfect because it's the same colour that I've done everything else with on the design, and that will just wipe off your block and not leave any residue whatsoever. So good for clean-up too. So there we go. All I need to do now is attach this oval, and I've left quite a bit of white space. You just need that variation between the inking and the main focal point, just so it's not completely hidden in all that colour.
Now, if you want the stocking on its own, we've got 5 of them individually left. That is all we have. 4 now.
Gosh.
$7.99 for the stocking.
You could, of course, pop that up on foam pads if you wanted a little bit of dimension.
Yep.
And then just to finish off, on the same stamp set, we have a sentiment. There's a couple on all of these. One of these is Sweet Christmas Greetings, and one just says With Love.
And it looks like it's been handwritten, which is really nice.
Yes, it is. It's a lovely little detail, that, isn't it? I'm just going to practice on my scrap to make sure that's stamping the way I would like it to. And then I can take it onto here. I've got a little mark there where I had my fingers on it, so I'm going to put my sentiment there. Because we can. There we go. And that's it.
Perfect.
Finito.
Gorgeous. So that's using the stocking stamp set from Sample. Sample's designed all of these, remember. It's a brand new collection. So if you haven't really thought about Christmas yet, or you've got a few Christmas things, but you still need a few more, this is going to be useful every single Christmas as it comes around, because it's a complete classic Christmas set. You've got the snowman, you've got the fantastic mugs with the frothy cream on the top, all that sort of thing. The gingerbread family, you've got all of these fantastic stamps for that brilliant price. If you go for the big bundle, under £50, and it's on 2 split pays as well. We've been able to put split pay on it for you. Loads of you have gone for the big collection. Now, we've got 2 more Creative Expressions bundles as well, which are just in front of me. Now, are we talking about the dies? Other words, beg your pardon, these. Right, yeah, the sentiments, the verses. Okay, now we've got these. This is the first bundle. So this is Season's Greetings. Joy to the World. Okay. Season's Greetings and Joy to the World. They are dies, obviously. Really lovely size. Really lovely fonts as well. Now, the price on this is going to blow you away. PL2816. Look at what we can do this for. You'll use this every single year. Put it on your crackers if you want to. It's the right size for it. $5.99 gets you both, so only £3 each for those. So that's PL2816. We're limited, though, on those. Lots of you found those on the website. And then the other ones we've got for you are the Merry Christmas and From Me to You. So those 2 together will go to the same price. Let's do it. Yeah. So Merry Christmas and From Me to You, $5.99. And, yeah, they're probably about 2 inches across, thereabouts. So really useful as, obviously, messages on cards, but also you can put them on presents, on tags, and also put them on your crackers as well if you'd like to. GC2818. $5.99. Now, you're back tomorrow morning with this collection as well on Wake Up with Hobby Maker, aren't you?
Yes, 2 hours.
Yeah.
So 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, we'll be showing you lots more.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But you're also back at 4 o'clock today.
Yes.
And we've got a different collection coming up at 4, haven't we?
Yes, so this is our beautiful festive collection from Bonita Moby. I know she's got a massive fan base out there. She's a proper artist. She's a well-known artist. You can look up her artwork on the internet. She's amazing. And we are very honoured that she's done us this range of stamps for creative expressions.
Fantastic. Now, all of that show at 4 o'clock is on pre-order, so if you've got things to do between now and, say, 5 or 6 this afternoon, have a little look on the pre-order section of our website and you can order there as well. Now, we've got about 1 minute left on the show. Not enough time to do a demo, is it?
No. Shall we show some fluffy stuff?
Let's show some fluffy stuff. Remember, please do check out, if you'd like to, just go to the website and you'll see everything from this show and everything from the 4 o'clock show at hobbymaker.co.uk. Do remember that you've actually got here 6 bottles of the brand new coloured fluffy stuff. There it is. Never been seen here on Hobbymaker. It's brand new to us today. We've got the classic white available. We've also got all these 6 colours in the brown, the green, the cream, that lovely powder blue, the pink, and of course the mauve there as well. And that is exactly what they do. So add your glitters to them, mix the glitters if you want to. I mean, that could be earth, that could be fur. It could be like a teddy bear's fur or a cat's fur, whatever you wanted it to be. And then we've got the cream there as well. That could be the topping on that fantastic froth, on the cup, on the mug that we talked about earlier on. And just so easy to use and so exciting to use because they just literally expand when they get heated. Do you want to do a bit?
Let's do it.
All right.
So I've got the pink. This one's called Strawberry Whip, I believe, yeah. I've already stamped out one of those mug toppers. I think you're going to love that stamp. It's fabulous. And this has got mushrooms and candy canes in it. So if you wanted to do any colouring on it, I would do that first. And then again, start squeezing. And you can actually avoid the little sort of vermicelli that are in the top of this and the sprinkles if you want to. Or you could, of course, put them back in afterwards. I'm going to go around the mushrooms. And I'll just do a part of it because I know we're short of time. I just need to clean off the nozzle before I put the cap back on. Always remember to do that. You'll save yourself a lot of grief later on. I'm going to pop into these icicle sprinkles because they just lend themselves to this so well. You don't have to put anything in it. You can just have it as it is. Tap off the excess. And then remember to start from behind. Just drying out that fluffy stuff.
And you always do that, behind first?
I didn't used to,
okay.
But I couldn't understand why my fluffy stuff was getting squished.
Okay, you don't want that.
And I thought, yeah, it's because the middle was still soft.
Right.
So I thought, well, if you go from behind and dry it out, then it's going to help, isn't it? Take out the moisture.
Makes sense. And if you do, you know, make lots of cards and transport them to craft events and that sort of thing, so they're all put in boxes and things, it makes sense to do that. Otherwise, you could end up getting a bit of a squidgy mess.
Hello. And then come to the front, and I've turned the heat up.
Here we go. It's just as satisfying as embossing powder, isn't it?
It's more so because it's mad. It's just, honestly. And it absolutely, it's sort of I would say it triples in size. And it's just, now you've got a fantastic fluffy whip for the top of your chocolate cup, which we'll be showing you later.
Gwen, I'll see you at 4.
Yes.
Demonstrations as ever.
Can't
Coming
wait.
up though, we've got the launch of the brand new Sanntangle book, issue number 9. Do not miss it. We'll find out if we've got any more stock for you after a short break.
Join us on Hobbymaker because Hunky Dory are having a huge, sizzling summer sale. It lasts until the end of the month and it features their favourite products, their magazine, For the Love of Stamps and other great offers. So join us for the Hunky Dory summer sale. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Okay, go on. Hopping off with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. We have some exciting news. Hobby Maker has been nominated in the Best of Crafts Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that nearly 6 months have flown by since we launched Hobby Maker, and we couldn't have done it without the Hobby Maker family. Thanks to all the presenters and guests for entertaining us and inspiring us every day, and for all the viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We're lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards in our first year, which are the Most Loved TV Shopping Channel and Dave Bradford for Male Craft Personality of the Year. To vote, please head to our website to find all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Good afternoon, everybody. We are having a fantastically exciting day here at Hobby Maker. It's always exciting when Gwen's in, when Sandra's in. We've got them both in today. Creative Expression's back in an hour, but we're back with Sandra and Sanntangle. Now, I'm doing the most number of shows I've ever done with you in one day. 5 shows.
I know. Can you cope?
Yeah, I love it. We did Wake Up with Hobby Maker this morning between 6 and 8. That was really good. You can watch that back if you want to, if you missed it. We did the 1 o'clock show, which was absolutely crazy busy. But be prepared for meltdown, because all day today we have had book number 9, the brand new book from Sandra and Sanntangle, on pre-order. Now, before we even show you the book, before we even turn a page of the book, before we even let you buy it, it's limited stock. That's the popularity of Sanntangle. People just want the next book that comes along. Tell us about this book, Sandra. Where does this fit into the scheme of things?
Do you know, I actually wrote book 8, and that's not that long ago. And I think it's a fantastic book, and it's still very, very current. And a lot of it is starting to work on macro tiles, as we know. We're all ready for something a bit different, and that's how I felt. So then coming with book 9, almost off the back of that, I think I was already in that mode and I'd got more ideas I wanted to sort of put into this book. So again, splitting it. If I'd have put the two together, again, you think we like to keep things at the right price so people can get them. So this splits it off a little bit. So it just means that it's more affordable, but you've got some new elements in this, which is in
new ideas
in the practice pages that we sort of we want to look at. And of course, there's a gallery.
There's a gallery at the back. So this is the lovely thing. When you become part of the Sanntangle community, which when you purchase anything from Sandra, you instantly become part of that community. You can then share your work. You can share it with us. We can put it on screen. We can put you into our Share Your Makes drawer every month so everyone can see what you've done. You can share it with the Sanntangle community on their Facebook page. And also, Sandra, if you let her see your work, can actually include it in some of her books, her publications in the back. So I'm going to show you some of those in a few minutes' time. But this, if I just give you a little flick through, is going to take your tangling again to another level. I mean, such is the trust that everyone has in what Sandra does, and such is the enjoyment that people get out of santangling. It just goes to show that so many hundred people bought this before they even had a chance to see what's in it.
Do you know, it's such gratitude there, because it is a responsibility, and I want to hope that when you get them home, you're going to be rewarded for that trust, because I do take a lot of time and effort into putting these in and getting the right instructions, and you know, just making sure that you are actually going to be successful. You've got 12 tiles in there, so of course it's 12 hours worth of tangling on its own, but I'm going to take you to that next step. And even if you've never done this before, you can follow those instructions and you can do what I'm going to do this afternoon with this book.
And you've got your templates here, as well as the finished tile as well. I mean, if you keep them in the book or whether you cut them out and put them in frames and put them on the wall, it's entirely up to you. But all of these different ways of looking at santangling. And in the back, look, here we've got the gallery. Can you spot any of your own art? Hello, Chris Grover. Hello, Elise Bell. Hello, Wendy Papworth. Just to name a few people. Alison Raggett, Debbie Marley. I'm reading this upside down.
Alison sent some photos in earlier, didn't she?
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yeah. You're in here, Alison. And you could be in here in future publications. This is the lovely thing. And this is showing everybody everyone else's artwork. This isn't Sandra's, this is your artwork at home. So it's lovely to see everyone else's interpretation of Sanntangle. And it again proves the point, it's not just Sandra's talent that makes these happen, it's Sandra's teaching. And because you have been a teacher, that really comes across. You show people step by step how to make a picture from the very first
that training was
line.
worthwhile. Just show the back page.
Back page?
No, I mean the back page inside.
Oh,
inside.
Okay.
I'll go another one. Another one.
The other one, or more?
Yeah, look at this. Just wanted to draw your attention to that oval there. That is not my work, that's all your work, but it's been put together in such a way that it's created a new piece of art on its own. So when we talk about that Sanntangle community, all the names of the people that are actually in that particular one are all across there at the bottom.
Well, that is Susan Moran, Louise McNally, Jane Hall, Sam Gregory, Elaine Beddoe, Joanne Thorley, and Chris Ashworth. Apologies, I was reading that upside down, but I think I've got it right. There we go. All of you get a credit for that. Absolutely brilliant. And this is what I think everyone loves. When they buy, you're not just buying a book, you're buying a new hobby, you're buying a new skill that you can do at home, that you can then share and inspire other people.
Absolutely. It's a family, isn't it? And again, I always do an about this book at the beginning, and I think throughout the lockdown, we've now got a little markers in history. So every time a book came out, it was a different point during the lockdown. So this is no exception, really. We're out of lockdown now, thank goodness, but it's still a little bit of history there, and it explains sort of where we are and where we've come. It's lovely.
£21.99. It was so enjoyable this morning to hear just how many of you were taking advantage of the fact that we put this on pre-order. Not always do we do that. Hundreds and hundreds of these have gone before the official launch, which is this afternoon's show now. If you've been waiting for that code, there it is, IB1243, IB1243, but we are limited stock, okay? So £21.99. Is it a good book to buy if you've never done it before?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to show you exactly. I mean, the tile we did this morning with the circle and the swirl.
Yep.
That's in there.
That's in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
slightly different design, but you get the same initial swirl. So if you could do that, you could do what's in here.
Okay, now before we go to a demo, which we will do very quickly, I promise you, I've got to let you know that we've got the macro tiles in the show for you today as well. Now this is what Sandra's been using an awful lot during the day here. So we've got, which ones? The colourful ones. Okay, let's show you these. Now these, as you can probably see, are loads and loads of vibrant different colours. You've got your oranges and greens, you've got your blacks, you've got your lavenders, pinks, blues, all of these, that lovely cream.
Yeah.
It's a pack of 12, and of course they have the Sanntangle logo on one side for your name and your date and your number. And then of course that is where you do your tangling. Now we have got, the product number is JL1213. We're looking at only $9.99 and you get 12 of them, that's
You
right.
do, yeah, and you could get any colour. And I think this is where this pack comes into itself, because you don't know what you're going to get. They're all beautiful colours and across the whole range, but it just means that you're not choosing. You can just close your eyes and open it,
Yeah.
and you're going to get one that you need to work on. And you saw a colour, was it Trevor earlier, the colour with the dragon? If you actually are not used to working on colour, these are brilliant because you pick one out and that's what you have to use. And honestly, the results are fantastic.
Well, loads of you coming in, loads of brand new customers getting involved as well, wanting to dip their toe in Sanntangle. Everyone can do it. I can honestly assure you of that. I've got so many friends and members of my family that do it, myself as well. People in the building, people like Pauline Wheeler, loads of people in the building actually choose to do Sanntangling in their lunch breaks. Because we're in the middle of an industrial estate here. There's not really many places to go. So people take their lunch breaks and they sit there and they Sanntangle. So that's the multicolour. Then we've also got your classic monochromes as well. Now we have less than 50 of these available. This is my choice. This is what I would go for. I love these.
They are really nice.
You've got your classic white, you've got your light grey, you've got your dark grey, and then for all your silver gel pens and your white pens as well, you've got the slate grey and the black too. How dramatic are those?
A gold pen on those.
Oh yeah.
On the grey. I love silver, but I think gold on that grey works really nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now these we're going to do for the same price, I believe. 12 of them for £9.99. That's BS1253. BS1253. That was a bit unfortunate.
Do you know, don't we love it here?
Yeah.
We're live.
Sometimes it's not a good idea to have letters on item numbers. Right, BS1253, £9.99 if you want the monochrome. It's all about, you just got it, haven't you? It's all about book number 9.
You know, I'm the professional here. That's all I can say. Okay, so I'm going through my instructions. You don't need to start at the beginning. Go with one that you like the look of. I mean, there's one in here, the fairy houses. This is the original tile. Look, you can draw this one. We've got, there's a bit of a Celtic-y one in here as well. Look, good. Like this one. Let's just get to draw in a second. So before I do that though, let's have a look. Let's bring in a regular tile. Drawing one.
Now remember, all of these books are actually manufactured by Sandra and her husband.
Absolutely, yeah. We
in the UK.
Them. In the UK. In our office. Yeah, that's right. That's why they have to grovel to me. So can we have a few more? Yeah. So just looking at this one, for example, let's start at step 1. If you've never done this, now this one does work with what we would call a tiny tile and a regular tile, but it does explain you can do it all on one if you want to.
Right.
So that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to borrow my original tile I've already done. I'm going to put some little marks, and what I'm actually doing is I'm wanting to put this little diamond shape in the middle here. So there we go. So if I line up, and again, it doesn't have to be in the middle, it doesn't have to be the same size, nothing like that. It's just about you putting that shape in. So.
Can I also just mention while you're doing that any of the pens that you want that we had in the 1 o'clock show, any of the white pencils and 2B pencils, we've got those available as well. They're still in stock at the moment, and you can find them if you go to our website, and you'll see all the items that are in the Sanntangle shows today.
Yeah, okay. So what I've done, I've moved on just a few steps here because this one's talking about doing the middle section, and I actually want to show you the corners. So you don't have to sort of follow it exactly the same. So this is the middle. So I'm just going to come and have a look now at these corner sections.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And you see here, it's sort of started where it's got this little sort of, I don't know, little triangular shape there. So let's do that. Let's bring in one of my pens. And I'm going to put sort of about the middle. I'm not going to measure anything like that. See, I've done it bigger so you can see the kind of shape. It's like a little arrowhead, isn't it? And I'm just going to fill it in. There we go. And then number 16, look, it shows you it's got this sort of little kick coming off it. So if I do that, so, you know, tiles are in the same place, and I'm going to draw that little kick coming off it there. And then the next step, it says do that on all sides.
Right.
Because we've got this sort of funny triangle shape, it means that it's sort of leading you into that direction anyway. There we go. So you see it's got this shape now?
Yeah.
So now it's done an extra line around the edge. So I'm going to the points each time here. So let's do that. I'm going to go from here, look, and go to the point there. And then the next one, go to the point there. And the same, look, this way. Although it sort of stops there, but I'm still going to take it up to the point. So I've got that, okay? Turning the page.
It's all step by step.
Exactly. Here, look, it's now, I've come back on myself. It does give you words, so I like to follow pictures. And I've actually created like little shapes. See, now see this one, it's going under here, so it's going to come back round. It's sort of connected. And then this one here, it's connected. And then this one here is connected. And then I've got this extra line that now is going to go up to that top point. And then along, up to the point, and then the same there, up to the point. So you see you've got this interconnected shape that you do in all four sides.
And have you noticed that Sandra's turning the tile rather than moving her wrist and her hand? So that's all the technique.
Yeah, this is how it would look when it's done. I've actually given you two versions here at the bottom. You could actually colour the whole of the space in black ink that we talked about earlier, or you can leave it and you could have it without the black ink. You see one's a little bit closer together than the other, so it shows it doesn't really matter. So that's the basics. That's how you would do all your 12 tiles. And I think in a sense we get that. We know it's all step by step. The difference with this book is where it comes into the practice pages. So here we go, practice pages.
So would you recommend everyone does the tiles first before practice pages?
Yeah, I think actually it's been really useful for me to have I've even just done the black and white. I've got the tiles all in front of me so I can see exactly what's in there. I mean, there's some fabulous pieces. We've got like a little fairy book and things like that. There's that swirl that we did from earlier. So having all those around, it sort of gives you a sense of you sort of know what you're doing, or you can pick things from it. So I've got my square, my macro tile really in the book, and I've actually split it into different spaces. I've got 9 spaces there. So what we could do is we could put a tile in each one if we wanted. We did do that in book 8, so I was starting you off.
Okay.
So if I move on a little bit, you've now got different sections. So I've given you rectangles, hence the tile tags that we did earlier.
Yes.
And you've got the spaces again. You've got a large space and smaller ones. But then we move into ovals. Now just look what you could do with an oval. So looking at this shape here, you've got these sort of odd shapes. Look what you can create with it. So we've taken 2 of the spaces there and we've created this. We've added the word tangle within here. So you can move things about a little bit.
Could you, if you wanted to, make those little sections smaller?
Of course, we're going to do that now. It's, I think what we'll do, let's have a look. I've got... we've got octagons. I wonder where they've come from. So I'm going to take this one, and you can see here we've got lots of different spaces. This is probably, when you look at it, you think, oh, is this the trickiest one to do? Not at all. So let's say, for example, I know we liked that swirl that we did this morning. So here it is. I said it was the same. It's a little bit tighter maybe, and we've got different variations. But what we could do is we could say, right, I quite like that, so I'm going to put it in this space here. But I want it a bit bigger, so I'm going to go across the 2.
Okay.
And you see where this I've actually done in grayscale. So if you want to, you could actually hide that. You don't have to use it. It's just a guide. And I know I say that a lot. It's just a guide. So again, if you want to come in with pencil, you can do this. Yeah, you've just got to go for it. Just having these little spaces, I think it's almost like that comfort blanket. And I'm encouraging you to just sort of move on and try something a little bit different.
And if your swirl isn't as even as Sandra's, it doesn't matter.
Mine's not even. Yeah. I mean, on this point here, I'm actually going to join that. I'm going to put a line around it. So I'm saying, right, that's it. This one is going to be in that space. But I've made that decision.
Right.
I could have had it going out and going over, but I've decided that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to bring in, we talked this morning a little bit about using a grey pen. So if I bring in my grey fine liner now, I've actually got the main area here. Let's just put a little loop on the end there, and that is actually.
Now these pens are today at the lowest price they've ever been. You're going to get a total of 16 dual brush markers, so a brush nib one end for large surface areas and a fine nib on the other end for your fine line detail. Well over half the stock has gone, only $8.99, and these have been hand sourced by Sandra, so you know they're going to be perfect for your Sanntangle work.
Okay, so you can see here you've got that slight difference there. It's not sort of as in your face with the black. It's just giving it a slightly softer feel, and I'm just adding these little curves all the way around. And then when you think, okay, for book 9, shouldn't they get more difficult? It's not. They don't get more difficult or
Just
more technical.
techniques.
It's just slightly different techniques, and it's about the overall design. So don't look at this and think, oh, I need to go to book 1 first. I mean, by all ways, if you want to. You'll just find that there's more instruction in written form in book 1, and it'll sort of say, put these dots here and put your name here kind of thing. This sort of goes straight into, let's get on with the tangling. So I'm just doing some little dots and dashes there, just in that middle one. And it's the same that I've done in here, which is, again, in the instructions.
Now, we do still have a lot of you coming through for book number 9. This is what the buzz is about today. It's a brand new launch. Hundreds of you ordered it before we came on air on pre-order. We still have a few available. It's IB1243. If it's in your basket, it doesn't mean it's yours until you've actually checked out. So if you could check out, I know it's tempting if you want other things to maybe put everything in the basket at the same time. Check out the book. That's the most important thing. That's the most vulnerable at the moment, and we'll get it to you as quickly as we can. But you can always call back later on. It's a free phone number. It's free to order on the website, and once you've paid your 1 P&P, there won't be any more postage charges today. So
you can see here I've got spaces. I'm actually going to do the same pattern or the same tangle all the way around first, and then I'll come back and do the next one. So it's all about that muscle memory, and this is what helps you sort of relax and chill out a little bit. By having them the same, you don't need to sort of think, oh, what pattern am I doing there, and how's that supposed to work? I'm just continuing, see, with these little bubble shapes. I'm going to work my way around. There you go. I'm going to fill that middle bit in there. You see, and then I've left 2, so I'm going to count another 2 and do the same again. And
there's nothing tricky about
No, not at all. And this might happen over a week, maybe. You might just do this little section and then bring something else in the next day. So I'm just going to leave that there for a minute. You can see where that's heading. But if I bring in, let's say, one of the more flourishy ones. So here we go. Oh, this is quite nice. Look, I've got a little bit here. I've got like a little line with some little triangles on the top. So let's have a look. I've got a space here that I can put that in. Again, I can come in with a bit of colour if I want to, straight in with black. And rather than work it out, you can sort of stick within that space, or you can come out of it. You see, I've actually got some of this. It's going underneath the stalk there. So maybe what I'll do is I'll bring it up here, and then I'll bring it out up here. So I know something's going to go in this box here. And let's put another one there.
It's all about your interpretation of the art, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And I just think it's so lovely that someone like Sandra can share her talent with us, because normally artists do the pictures and take the credit and never show you how they've done it.
No.
But you go strip it right back to basics, and that's why it makes sense.
And this is why, there are artists within all of us. It's just they're all varying various different degrees. But having something that, see, I've gone over the top there, but that's fine. I can still put something behind. But having something that you're going to get these step by steps. You're not going to produce the same as me. You're going to do something completely different every time. You see here, I've got these lovely little lanterns. So I'm going to actually bring that in. I'm going to bring a little curl in there. There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to draw that little lantern. You think, how on earth do you draw a lantern? Well, look, it's a rectangle. Okay, rectangle.
I can draw a rectangle.
And then I'm going to make little triangles on the end.
Okay.
All right.
Do that.
Fill it in. Makes one whole shape. I don't know, is that a trapezium or something like that? Oh, but no, it's just it's a rectangle with 2 triangles. And then I'm going to put a little line in between there. One here, one here, join it in the middle, join it at the ends there, and maybe put a little bobble on the end. And let's just attach that. Let's make that curl a bit further round. And then attach it to there. You see, I'm creating my own little world, and these lovely little curls.
There's your lantern, look.
Yeah, let's bring a few in and work my way around.
What all you're really doing is thinking of individual pieces of a particular object as shapes.
Absolutely. You know, if you look at this and you think, oh, how did she draw that? Well, the instructions are all there in the front of the book. Every tile from step one all the way. So I'm just taking elements that I quite like, and you see I'm starting to fill in as I'm going, and that's exactly how we sort of worked these. Now, I just want to show you that back one just for a minute. Can I just say, I know Jane, who you mentioned in that, that back one there, I did change her name in this is not one of the, this is, so I changed her name. This is one of the very first ones, and it's her married name. It should have been. It was on the email. So I did change your name, Jane. That's what I'm trying to say. So you can see here, look, I've actually taken, I can take different ones of these here, and I've actually here, look, we've actually took different sections of each person. So we've got the words here, we've got the little houses in the middle, and it starts to overlap and create these wonderful pieces.
So these artists wouldn't have seen this until now?
No. That's the first time you've seen it. And I'm sure because you read her name out, she'd be like, I thought Sandra said she was going to change it. I did.
So each one of these relates to the artist beneath it, but it shows you how you can really kind of make up your own creations, put your own interpretations. And this one's got Debbie Leach, Pat Craven, Glenys Dewey, Nicola Onions, Joanna, how do I pronounce your surname? Joanna anyway, sorry. Rose Lippett, just to name a few. All of your creations are in this.
Yes.
So not only have you got the gallery at the back, but you've also got these kind of fusions of art that you've sent in to Sandra and shared with her as well. All of these are Sanntanglers that watch Sandra, buy from Sandra, and now have got their artwork included in the back of the book. And yours could be next.
Yeah. Lovely, isn't it?
It could be you in a few weeks and a few months, whenever the next book is out. If you share your artwork with Sandra, it could well be you. Yeah. But what an exciting, I mean, every launch of the next book from Sandra is exciting. This one, though, again, more tips and techniques. I mean, look at this down here.
That. The perspective and things in that, and the shading, it looks like things have rolled or moved over. It's very, very nice, that one. And imagine if you actually did that, but did it, it's like a mirror image. You can create some lovely designs with it. Fantastic.
And it's all achievable. If you go back to the very beginning, where does it start? It starts with a curve.
Yes.
That's the first line. Then the second part is the swirl, like a Swiss roll. And then bit by bit, image by image, it builds up.
Exactly, it's a Swiss roll, exactly. It's only because I can't eat Swiss roll anymore.
I mean, that looks like a staircase now, doesn't it? And it could be a staircase.
Yeah.
Kat, my producer, thought it may be a train track. It could be a rolled up scroll, a manuscript or something. It could be all sorts of things. But it is achievable. Everyone can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, there are loads of you with this in your basket. Please, I don't want to rush you, but if you don't check out, you might miss out. If we have no stock available and you've got it in your basket, it's gone to somebody else basically on the phone lines. And that does sometimes happen when we get down to a very low stock level. The operator can take it out of someone's basket if it's been sat there for quite a while. So if you could please phone us, free phone number 0800 001 4433. Talk to the operator and say you'd like to join Hobbymaker. If you haven't already become a member of Hobbymaker, they'll sort that for you, and tell them that you want to have IB1243, and then the book number 9 will be on its way to you. But literally hundreds of these have sold since this morning when we had it on pre-order. Now, Beverly in Cardiff. Hello, Beverly. Good afternoon. Hi. She says, Sandra, how do we share our art with you? Good question.
You actually go onto the Sanntangle group page and you can actually post them on there.
Right. On Facebook.
On Facebook. Yep. When it comes to actually putting things in the gallery, I'll do a call out. And I'll say, you've got this time, there's a deadline within which you have them, and then you email me, so I let you have my email address. And of course, we always like to have photos so they're completely flat, plan view if possible. But yeah, all that comes out on the Facebook Lives, and I'll put a call out on my page. So absolutely, but go to the Sanntangle group page and that'll...
And also, Beverly, share with us as well. Share your makes with us at Hobbymaker, because not only will you hopefully see your image on the telly, but also it could be you that wins £100 credit. And we do that every month, every single month, as religiously. On the last Saturday of every single month, someone wins £100 credit on their account just by sharing their makes. Think about how many Sanntangle goodies you could get with
my
£100
goodness,
because
quite a lot actually, I think.
yeah, I mean, it is not only one of my favourite crafts now, and again, I know I'm a broken record when I say about this, but it was Sandra that inspired me to do that lovely sketch of Highclere Castle that we did for charity about a year or so ago now. And I've got a real fondness for Sanntangle because it makes sense to me. I've never been or considered myself as an artist, and I enjoyed art at school, but I was never really any good at it. I think I got a D in O level, I seem to remember. But
I didn't use it all, Dave.
Sandra inspired me to give it a go. So I got some fine liners, I got a sketchbook that she actually gave me as a gift, which was fantastic. And I just started to sketch with pencil, then I went with fine liner. And before I knew it, I had a really, really happy picture that I was so pleased with that I didn't know I could do. So I believe everyone can Sanntangle. If you can draw a straight line, you can draw a curve, you can Sanntangle. The trick to it is, if there is a trick to it, is don't look at the big picture, look at all the small pictures that make up a big picture. Because then you're not daunted, then you're not thinking, don't know what to do. Just little chunks at a time, little squares, little circles, little triangles, whatever it might be. That's one tiny picture that basically builds up to a big picture. And before you know it, you've got something that makes you go, wow, I've just done this.
I know.
And that's pretty special.
It certainly is. I mean, looking at what we've started to do, they do take a time, but then it's all about you taking them over to those macro tiles and doing something a bit bigger. So just before I move on to a quick demonstration of something now, this is one of the tiles that I've done out of the practice book, but then I've actually reproduced it on a macro tile.
Right.
You know, we talked about as well using stencils. I've used my circle stencil to actually create that outside shape, so don't think it's just for a frame.
Well, we had the circles and the squares and the octagon in the earlier show, so they'll still be on the website. They were $13.99 each. We've got the details there for you, actually, if you want the circle one. OQ1248. It lets you do circles of any size, but also you've got little marker points so that you can actually section things off, like I was talking about a few minutes ago, so into bite-sized chunks, which are great.
Yeah, so I'm just going to use that just for a minute. I'm actually going to move to one of the other books now. I'll tell you what number it is in a minute. I think it's book 5.
Book 5.
Yeah.
Now, we've actually got book 4 and
Yes.
5 as a deal. If you want to get both of them together, we've got a really good bank holiday price. They should be $56.98 for both of them, but we're going to give you a special offer if you fancy getting more books into your collection. You haven't got book 4 or 5 or whatever. Maybe it's for you and a friend, or you and someone else in the family. These are $56.98. So you've got the tangles and techniques in book 4. In book 5, you've got more tangles and techniques, but all different, obviously. What are we going to do them for? $42.74. $42.74 if you want book 4 and book 5. If they are separate gifts for people, great idea to have different members of the family Sanntangling, maybe with different books.
Yeah, and we did do an offer on book 2 and 3, was it last month? So doing this, it just means everybody's catching up with their collection.
Just a short overview of what's in 4 and 5.
Yeah, 4, I'll come to it in a minute. Book 4 is actually got, I'm trying to think now, has it got 24 tiles in? But it's got the tassel. I'm going to show you how to do that in a minute. Book 5 is probably the biggest book I've done.
Is it?
There's 20 tiles, but then there's 20 variations with instructions. So you've actually got 40 tiles in there.
Wow.
So there's ever such a lot in that book,
Masses and masses of content in there. So maybe you've got book 1 and book 2 or whatever, and you're thinking, okay, what's the next book I want? Go for book 9. That's limited stock, remember, from the outset in this show today. But if you want quantity as well as quality, then this is the one that's got the most in it. That's book 5. And book 4, obviously kind of predeceased. What is it? How do you say predeceased? No. It's the one that was out before. Anyway, 4 and 5 together, special price.
So I was busy tangling, I won't listen.
£42.74 is your price, and it's FS 1273. 1273 is the product code on that one. Now, Joanne in Greater London. Hello, Joanne.
Hi.
Good afternoon. She said, hi, Dave and Sandra. Sandra has kept me sane for so long. She's amazing. Thank you so much. To help you pronounce my name, it's Kudziewicz. Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Sorry about that. Kudziewicz. Reading it upside down didn't help either.
No. Okay. Right, so I've moved on. I am actually working on book 5, and there's a really nice little tangle in there. If I show you this one.
Book 4 preceded it. That was the word.
Preceded, there's the word, yeah. So this is one of the tiles in book 5, and I'm reproducing it so a lot slightly larger. So I've used the circle of my frame there just to give me, again, an outer frame. And again, you can come in and you could use we've got lots of stencils with circles, or you can sketch them as I'm doing. So all your circles all the way around, and then if I bring in my pen, if I just draw, let's go on the larger one, a little line here, a little line here, and in we go. And then let's just fill those in there, along here, and then in here. You see how straightforward that is? A few curves, filling a little bit in. And there, let's actually draw my button in now.
None of it is tricky. It's all achievable. It's just literally a shape.
Yes.
And then another shape, add them all together, and before you know it, Bob's your uncle. You've got a picture that's just amazing.
Yeah, so if I just do that, now I've got one here that I've done a little bit more, and look at that button. Lovely, isn't it? I've just made a little start, so I've got them all drawn in pen. So you could come in and maybe add a couple of little lines in. Maybe you like grids and you want to put your grid in there. You know, you could have whatever style button you want to, couldn't you? And we go there. So just sort of wanting to do that. Then maybe, you know, add a little square in there as you go. So working this all the way around and having a bit of fun with it. We are crafters, aren't we? And you've got other things in your stash. Mm-hmm. So it's great to do this and draw it and shade it. But what if, you're going to love this, I had such fun with this. What if we add a few ribbons in there?
Oh, why not?
And a few buttons. And I've decoupaged a few up there as well.
There's no rules.
It's just there are no rules. And then you could come in and add some of your little extra. I love this on the red. It's beautiful, isn't it? Might be a bit gold, but I'm in with black at the minute. You could put a little sentiment in the middle if you wanted to. So don't just think, oh, I've just got a tangle and do nothing else with it. It's just lovely to bring extra bits.
Frances has got in touch with us this afternoon from Aberdeenshire. Hello, afternoon Dave, Sandra and the crew. She says, where do you get your inspiration from? As they are stunning. I've dabbled a bit, but gave up. You've renewed my interest. That's really, really good to know, Frances. Yeah. I mean, all you have to do, I mean, this fantastic lady comes up with the designs and ideas and then breaks it down so that you can follow step by step by step. All you have to do is follow what she shows you, and before you know it, you've got a work of art. So I'm really glad, Frances, that you're taking it up again. That's good to know.
It certainly is. And as far as inspiration, I think as bad as it's going to sound, it comes from everywhere or nowhere. I can have a moment when I'm at home and think, oh, do you know, actually, I'm going to try this. Or, you know, you play about with shapes. A lot of the time you might see, I might think, do you know what, I'm going to draw that today, and I draw something, think, oh, that would be great as a stencil. Now, and then I'd break it down and think, right, how's this going to work? But then it comes from the love of card making as well, doesn't it? I mean, there's a little card, look at that, so sweet. And, you know, a few words around. But with this one, with it being a bit bigger, again, we've got our dies and all the rest of it. So if I just use a plain black background, put my little tile on. See, a little bit of the white chalk pencil on that would look fabulous.
And that was in the 1 o'clock show. We got that available for you. It comes with the 2B pencil and the white chalk pencil, but you recommended with the white pencil to put it in the freezer for about 10 minutes. Don't put it in for 18 hours like someone emailed in and said they did. That's a bit too long. Put it in for 10 minutes so it just makes the chalk solidify a little bit.
It does, yeah. I mean, I've got my pencil here. If I actually just come on in and maybe just add a little bit of a highlight in these. So, you know, you're just wanting to add a bit more. And I mean, this is it's going to take probably an hour to actually get this drawn up and shading things. I just wanted you to see where it was headed. But adding that little bit of white chalk pencil in there, it starts to bring it to life, doesn't it?
It's amazing the difference it makes, that white pencil, actually.
Yeah. And I think just using the black, red and white, it looks really cool. So this one, you know, we'd perhaps, see, I'm getting carried away now, I would shade here and here. There we go. So I really want to show you that tassel. So there you go. So you see, just sort of adding that little bit of blend in. Mm-hmm. I mean, I will get this one finished and then I'll post it so you can see what it looks like. But yeah, I do usually do that. You'll find it, somebody will find it in their parcel, or I might actually leave it and then you have to finish it. That would be. But you can see where that sort of starts to go. So you can go from the very basics where we had this one. This is the tile that we did, and then onto a little card, so tile size. But then going to macro really gives you a chance to sort of sort of take it a little bit further on. So
Okay.
that's just one out of book 5.
Okay, well, books 4 and 5, remember, have been put together in a special offer, special deal. Now, I've actually got some finished cards here that I believe are from 4 and 5, just to give you some inspiration as to what you can be creating from
Yeah,
the
they're
book.
all from different books. That one definitely is from book 4, yeah, as you can see it on the front cover. And then the peacock, yeah, peacock's definitely, I can't remember what number it's in, but the peacock, draw a peacock from scratch.
I know.
How cool is that?
All of this is possible. All of this can be done. And all of this is done by various members of the design team for Sanntangle as well. Mitch is one of them there. I've got the name of Mitch on the back of one of them. But look at what you can do with them. Whether you're putting them in with glue and sticking them permanently onto the card, or whether you're using the little corners. And do bear in mind, we've got the corners available. We've also got the dies that will cut out your corners, so you can actually put them, like slip them into the actual card and remove it if you want to. Because like Sandra was saying in the earlier show, you know, it's lovely if a card is going to go in a drawer, take the artwork out and put it in a frame, put it on the wall. It's too good to be just tucked away in a drawer after a birthday's been and gone. This is artwork. It's your artwork that needs to be kind of displayed and put in a frame on the wall. I mean, look at the triptych as well. The triptych is absolutely lovely, doing 3 of those rectangular tiles that we had in the earlier show. They'll be on the website for you as well. And then just kind of placing them side by side like that. Really beautiful. All of this you can do. And if you don't believe us, every time we do a Sanntangle show, every day we do a Sanntangle show, we get so many images sent in to us that we show as many as we possibly can. We can't show all of them, but you will all go into the Share Your Makes draw that we do on the last Saturday of every month, where someone wins £100 credit. And it could well be, if you share your makes, of course, with Sandra direct as well through her Facebook page, you might end up in print in the back of one of the future books as well, which will be a real kind of pat on the back, wouldn't it? A real pat on the back. Now, today is all about book number 9, the eagerly awaited book number 9. Now, I'm really pleased to say that Sandra made a phone call and made sure that we had enough stock for this show, because it was looking very likely that we were going to sell out of this before the show ended. This is its launch show. IB1243, but already we are now back into double figures availability. So this potentially is not going to last much longer through the day today. If we have any stock in the 5 o'clock show, we'll bring it back and remind you of it, but it is going fast. Remember, you don't have to buy issue 1 and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can start at 9. You can start wherever you choose. The only difference is they're different techniques, different designs, different pictures, but they all start in exactly the same way, because basically they start with a single line. How does this start? This Celtic, you look at that and you think, well, that looks so three-dimensional. I could never, ever do that. How can I make something like that on a flat piece of card look 3D? If you follow the steps here, line by line, dot by dot, join the dots, follow the actual swirl, and there's a written word as well as the actual picture. Before you get to step 10, you've then got that really woven effect that looks so realistic, so lovely. If it's in your basket and it's now saying sold out, basically remove your basket, remove it from your basket and re-add it. We've actually put more stock in, but if it's saying sold out, it may be the old batch that's gone, not the new additional stock. It's very rare we can do this, to actually add stock mid-show, but that's what we've been able to do, and thank you, Sandra, for doing that.
I know John's had to give up his half day.
Oh, bless him.
His bank holiday. He's like, really? Like, get off there.
I just love everything about Sanntangle, and I hope that comes across. It's, you know, obviously I'm paid to be here, it's my job, but when you actually see something that is just so it clicks. It makes you realise I can do this. I can make myself an artist. And everyone else that's getting in touch with us says exactly the same thing. They're saying, thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for keeping me sane. I hear that so many times.
I know.
It gives you something, and it gives you an art and a passion that you can really enjoy doing. If I tried art and I wasn't happy with the result, I'd give up and I'd be disappointed. Yeah. Try Sanntangle. You won't give up, because you're going to be amazed at what you can achieve. Whether you think of yourself as an artist or not, you can do it. Everyone can do it. If you can hold a pen and write a line, you can Sanntangle.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, Leah, hello, Leah, good afternoon. She said, Dave,
Leah.
Sandra did me a Sanntangle sheep for my birthday, and it's now in a frame on my wall.
Oh, remember
Love
that.
Leah from Workshop.
The sheep's just lovely. The sheep's in the same book as the peacock. I think, is it book 6?
Is that the show I did with you?
Yeah, it was.
I remember
we
it,
actually
the swirls.
We're doing it. We're tangling in midair. Absolutely, it was just fabulous. But yeah,
Thank you, Leah.
yeah, I love that sheep. It was great. But yeah, I just want to sort of quickly do book 4. I said I wanted to show you how to do this little tassel, but this is like finished pieces, so it's taking you more into how to do cards. Look at this. Look how cool that is. So just showing you your different. Look at that one. This is where, you know, you can sort of take it. Look at this one with the swing.
Spoiling us, actually. We had pom-poms on last night. Now we've got tassels on this afternoon.
Oh, I know. Look at this one as well, like cogs and things. But yeah, let's. Oh, you can see practice pages. Look, I do use them.
Yeah.
These are all my practices and my extra tiles and things like that. So here we go. The tassels. I've been sort of teasing you all along, and it shows you, look, straight again, just from the word go, how to do this.
Step by step.
Yeah, step by step. I'm going to use one of my tags because it sort of lends itself really well to doing something this size. So I'm going to bring in the first part of it.
Are these one of the label tags?
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
So yeah, so you could turn it into a tag. I'm just using it as a tile at the minute because it's got that length. It's like it's portrait-wise. We can do something with it.
And they're available in packs of 20, or you can buy the one that's got the actual stencil with it to give yourself the decorative top of the tag. And that was, how much was that, the tags? Pack of 20 on their own, $5.99. And with the stencil, $7.99, and they've got the Sanntangle printing on the other side.
Okay, so I've come in, I've drawn 2 curves, and then straight in with a pen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create like, let's do it, a letter C from one side to the other. And then let's bring that back in again. So I've got like a little half moon kind of thing. So let's do that again. And again. And again. And then I'm going to draw in the line now in between those. That's a good starting point there. You see, it just sort of works it in. And then here I'm going to draw another slight curve, so another C. But instead of going very thin, I'm going to sort of draw like a bead or a bobble on the end, so make it a bit fatter. There you go. And then I can join this one in. There you go. So let's have a little bit of a design on this, maybe some little lines coming in there. There we go. Doesn't look much like a tassel at the minute, does it? But bear with me. There we go. So see, you've got a little bit of a design on there. So you can, yeah, a little bead. So then I'm going to bring in little...
The level of concentration and everyone just paying attention to what you do. People just stop talking and watch.
I know. And then I'm going to bring that one back up. And then again, let's take that one up a little bit, and let's turn this one in, again, and I'm going to continue doing these little shapes all the way along, just sort of, I can make it as thin or as long or as narrow as I want it to be. And you see it's starting to sort of grow now and look a little bit tassel-like.
There's no mistaking that's a tassel.
There we go. See, we've got some extras coming down here. You know, you just sort of working it along the bottom there. But I don't just show you how to do one tassel. You've got a few different designs in there. So there's sort of one of them. See, maybe another one here, look. Yeah. And then let's bring another line in. Let's go a little bit thinner this time.
And the tassel is in book 4, did you say?
Yes, book 4.
Book 4.
There you go. So, do you know, I know I did do my demo prep and I did these and I thought I just cannot remember what books they're in. But yeah.
It's probably all one big book in your head, isn't it? All of them.
I think so, you know. I think that's sort of what it is because they sort of all... They're all part of it and they're all what I do every day. So, there you go, little beard.
And the thing is, what will be your first Sanntangle project? What will be your first picture? Flick through the book, any of the books that you've actually got, cherry pick the one that you like to do. If it's your favourite and you do a good job, which I know you will because you follow the instructions from Sandra, you can't really go wrong. That deserves to be on your wall.
Oh, absolutely, yes. You know, get yourself a little box frame and put the tile in the middle. It looks really contemporary. Little photo corners holding it in place. And that's all it needs, a little bit of a signature. And you could even, we have tangled around the frames or the mounts. You know, you could do that. You could use the frame stencils and build them up as you go.
I do love the fact, though, that all the tiles have got room for your signature on the back, your date, the date that you actually did it, and the number that you've done. So number your tiles 1 up to however many you do. But if you want to actually exchange tiles, that's something they do on their Facebook pages, the Sanntangle Facebook page, religiously. So you can actually get a complete stranger's tile, get in contact with them on Facebook and say thank you. They'll get yours, you'll get theirs. I love all that.
It's really nice as well. And because it's very random, I don't sort of think, oh, we'll put that one with that one. We just swap them. It's almost like Dobby throws them up in the air and then they get put into envelopes.
I see Dobby's had a hard day.
Yeah, I think the pills have kicked in and he's a bit tired.
He's back
now.
from A&E, so he's having a kip this afternoon. There he is, on the shelf.
Yeah. he's had a hug from Pauline this afternoon. So, yeah, there you go. You see, I've just done swirly lines there to sort of build it up. And again, there's another one that we could do in here. This is quite a nice one. There we go. So let's just make that a little bit wider. See, we always draw that first little bit in pencil, because then you can bring this in and you can add, you know, bigger beads if you want. So once you've put those in, now if you've done the Dreamcatcher stencil, you'll know how to do these. And of course, don't forget that there are videos for every single tile in all of these books if you want to go onto YouTube or Facebook. And
yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, so you've always got that video tutorial on YouTube or Facebook to rely on. You've also got the shows that you can watch back here on Hobby Maker, and you're here every month, aren't you?
I am, yes. It's like I live here, kind of thing. But yeah, see, I've got little beads on the end of there now. Just sort of working it round.
I wonder how many of you watching actually want to have every single book that Sandra's done. It started with book 1. No one knew whether there'd be any more than book 1, because if you didn't like it, there would be no more, but you absolutely loved it.
What did I say? I was only ever going to do 12. That's book 1. Now we're on book 9.
12 tiles, yeah.
Yeah.
How many tiles are you down now? How many have you done?
Tomorrow it's 271.
271 tiles.
Every single one is different. And when I say different, yeah, they're different for me, but they're also different when everybody else tries them as well. We get lots of different things.
And we've still got more new things to come at 5 o'clock this afternoon as well.
So we've got 3 different tassels going on there. I have got one I've done a little bit more on. So you can see there I've added a little bit more into the work there. And again, you could bring coloured pencils in. You could bring in your regular pencil. So I'm just going to add a little bit underneath there. You could ink these as well. You know, as we inked this morning, we did it this morning, second, I can't remember, one of them this morning. Yeah, we inked a tile. I think that probably was the first show this morning. So you could ink your tiles.
Seems a long time ago now.
I know it does, doesn't it? 6 o'clock does seem a long way away. So yeah, ink your tile first and then draw this over the top. It's just lovely to do, isn't it?
That's one of my favourite techniques, actually, is the blending with the tortillons with the 2B pencil.
Yeah, look at that.
Have we got any tortillons left? We did have packs of 12 available. Remember, they're compressed paper. We've got a few left at only £4.50. So 2B pencil and the white chalk pencil were available as well for a few pounds. They are going to be a godsend. The difference they both make, and the tortillons as well, when you're blending to get shade and, you know, height and make the thing look 3D is incredible.
It is, isn't it? And even if nothing else, even if you think, do you know what, the pens, the gel pens, they're not the kind of thing I want to do, getting that pencil and that white pencil is key. That's the one that's going to really bring it to light. So.
Now, we've only got 25 of these pencils left. You get the 2B, which is the one that obviously Sandra recommends. And we started with hundreds, and you get the white chalk pencil as well. Obviously, if you didn't catch the show earlier on, Sandra recommended that you actually put the white chalk pencil in the freezer for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, not 18 hours.
Not 18 hours, that's someone did. Yeah, just put it in for 5 minutes.
I love that.
That condenses the chalk and solidifies it, so it makes it easier to sharpen. That's why she recommends doing that. 24 of these remain, but there are 27 of you with it in your basket. So that's why it's so important to check out your baskets, because someone is going to miss out. And remember, we always only charge you 1 P&P every day for no matter how many things you've ordered. And on days like this, a lot of you are ordering lots of things, 4, 5, 6, 7 orders possibly. So yeah, 1 P&P. At midnight tonight, all of your orders get collated. So you can order right the way up until midnight. Any item numbers that you jot down, if they're stock, you can order up until midnight. Then you'll get an email telling you what you've ordered, and then the charge of just £3.95 for your postage. 18 left and 35 of you have got them in your basket, so do the maths. Half of you aren't going to be lucky, so I hope you get what you want. Okay.
Okay, so I've added some shade onto there with the pencil and the tortillon, but if I bring this one in,
Oh, I like that.
you see the difference it makes. So the dark tile, so you think, oh, a chocolate brown tile, is that going to work? It does. I've used I've used a regular pencil to draw it out, and then I've actually coloured it. I actually used to go over some of it. I've used the cream gel pen, and then I've added some coloured pencil in there, and of course the white pencil, which is the one that here that gives it the extra little bit of lightness there.
The difference that white pencil makes, it really does make everything pop when you use it.
Yeah, so we want a little bit in there. There we go. Now, if you've actually coloured with regular pencils and then you try and put this over the top, you will struggle a little bit because regular pencil's very waxy.
Yep.
Or oil-based, where this is very chalky, so it won't want to sit on the surface. So if you're going to use coloured pencils, then come in with a white coloured pencil. But if you're not, you're going to blend it, then you want to be using this one. You see, it's just giving it that little.
Now, I'm pleased to say we do still have stock of the gel pens. These are great. They are fantastic, especially if you're using darker tiles like the brown or the black or whatever, or the grey. Again, the Sanntangle branded, so you know they're going to be top quality. They're only £6.99. Great, obviously, for doing your Sanntangle, but also signing your name in different fancy colours. You've got the metallic bronze and silver and gold in there as well. VX1289. Lots of essential Sanntangle products we've been able to restock today. We've had an insanely busy day, right the way from 6 a.m. this morning. Have a little look at the website and you'll see that there's a Sanntangle brand shop. All of our brands have their own shop on our website. Have a little look, or just scroll down on what's live today and you'll see everything that's coming up in the next show and everything we've got left from the previous shows from 6 a.m. this morning. It's all there for you. Have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Brilliant. Well, we're back together at 5, aren't we?
We are, yes. Goodness me, yeah.
Okay, we've got more new stuff coming up at 5 o'clock. Give us a little hint as to what's on the way.
Oh, well, if you've seen the video that was on your Facebook.
I shared it, yeah.
Did you see Dobby? And he's been messing about a little bit. So we've got some new tiles, but he's been all over the place with ink. So we've got tiles that have got part cartridge, but part inked as well.
Well,
so
I've got to let you know, the ink tiles, because I asked Sandra earlier on, I said, well, how do you use these then with Sanntangle? She explained it to me. So we'll show you that and how you can use those in the 5 o'clock show. But half the stock of those tiles that we had available is on pre-order and has gone. So you've got 50% left, that's it. If you have a little look on the website, you'll see the pre-orders and everything that's coming up in the 5 o'clock show as well. We've also got the Say It With Flowers stencil as well. And the other one?
Lotus.
The Lotus as well. So both of those are coming up, brand new. And also we've got book 8, 7 and 6 available on the website. And don't forget the duo of book 4 and 5 together are together at a special price if you fancy those. But today it's all about book 9. Book 9, take a bow. It's its debut.
Oh, I love it. It's a really nice little book, that one. Yeah,
and again, if you have sent in artwork to Sandra, just have a look in the back pages. Is your artwork here? Treat yourself to the book that features your artwork. If you can see it here. I mean, it's a real good coffee table book as well.
It certainly is, and to look through and somebody says, oh, what's this? And you actually, look, I'm published.
Look.
That's my work.
That's me. Chris Atkinson, Jane Hall, Leslie Paris.
But it's a different way of seeing it as well, because, of course, you've got the instructions, but then, of course, you've got other people's versions as well.
Have an hour off.
I
See
will.
you at 5.
I'll do some more tangling.
Creative Expressions on the way with Gwen. Next, don't go away.
Join us on Hobbymaker because Hunky Dory are having a huge, sizzling summer sale. It lasts until the end of the month and it features their favourite products, their magazine, For the Love of Stamps and other great offers. So join us for the Hunky Dory summer sale. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Yeah, go on. Hopping off with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Oh! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. We have some exciting news. Hobby Maker has been nominated in the Best of Crafts Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that nearly 6 months have flown by since we launched Hobby Maker, and we couldn't have done it without the Hobby Maker family. Thanks to all the presenters and guests for entertaining us and inspiring us every day, and for all the viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We're lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards in our first year, which are the Most Loved TV Shopping Channel and Dave Bradford for Male Craft Personality of the Year. To vote, please head to our website to find all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hello everybody, good afternoon. We're having an absolute blast today. I hope you're enjoying the shows. From what you've said on emails and messages on Facebook, you seem to be enjoying them, which is great news. Sandra will be back with the last live show with us at 5 o'clock with more new things from Sanntangle. And I'm pleased to say Gwen's back as well. And we've got you for a few shows, haven't we, over the next
5
couple of
hours
days?
over 2 days.
Great stuff.
Yeah, bonus.
So Wake Up with Hobby Maker. If you didn't know, we're live every morning just before Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street between 6 and 8 a.m. And that's where you'll find Gwen tomorrow morning. We're showing you some Sam Paul stamps, which we did earlier on today. But if you missed that, you can watch that tomorrow morning from 6 until 8. But what we thought we'd better do now, we did one in the first show at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Let's do another one in the second show this afternoon from Creative Expressions. Let us do our Craft Spotlight. Now, Craft Spotlight is one product that we select because of its amazing value for money, its amazing quality and its amazing craftability. And what we've got for you this hour are 2 pop-ums. Now, the pop-ums, basically, this is like it's a grey board, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
yes,
lasered grey board.
Yes.
So what you've got here is a lasered grey board star ornament and your bauble as well, with all the elements that you can actually lay out the bauble with and decorate. I mean, what sort of things can you put on grey board?
You can use paints, inks, gessos, papers, stamp on them, anything you like, really.
Sky's the
Texture
limit.
paste. The only thing I would say about grey board is it's very absorbent, and if you put wet stuff straight onto it, it'll go a bit mushy. So seal it with gesso first, and then go for whatever you want to do.
So,
I've got a little Christmas present for you, Dave.
oh, thanks. Oh, look. Oh, blimey. Wasn't expecting this.
This is to show what these do.
Oh, it's like a jigsaw.
Well, it can be, yeah.
Oh, look at this.
So I've used one of the stamps on there so that you get a solid back plate to the bauble and the star, and then you get the pieces to make up the top. So you can colour each piece differently. And I chose to cover it with rice paper, which we've got coming up for you in the show, and stamped on that.
How cool's that?
So you can pop that in a little envelope for somebody.
Yeah.
And they open it and it's a surprise and they have to make up the picture.
I like it. I like that. Could actually be a photograph as well of
It
maybe
could.
a newborn or a new pet or
Yeah,
something
it
like
could be
that.
anything you like.
First Christmas. Like that. Okay. So that is basically what you can do with your bauble, and you get the star, and the same applies
Same
there.
applies, yeah.
Okay. Like it. Now this should be $6.99, so $3.50 each.
Which is good anyway.
It is a very good price. But we've got one problem. We've only got 35 available. That's all we have. And it's not going to be $6.99 because this is a craft spotlight. It has to be the most incredible value to warrant having the title of a spotlight. JY2857. Where are we going for both of these? $3.49. Half price.
Wow.
Buy one, get one free. So yeah, it is basically a little jigsaw puzzle. All these little sections sit together on the base plate of the star and the bauble. You can make them mosaic if you want to. You can put photographs on them if you want to. It's entirely up to you what you do with them. But you can make your three-dimensional star and bauble for just £3.49. The stock is going quickly. Loads of you are going for maybe 2 sets or 3 sets. Make and sell. I mean, how much would you pay? Actually, yeah, how much do you pay for something like that? Hand decorated, hand stamped. You could paper piece it. You could make it, as I said before, personal with someone's picture. There's so many ways of using it. Leave it unstuck to start off with. Give it to them in pieces, then they can put it together. And if it is maybe a baby's first Christmas, and you're sending maybe grandma or someone in the family a picture of them, and then they put the pieces together to see the face of, oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Absolutely lovely. Love this
I love
idea.
these.
They're going quick. The down to only 25 available. £3.49. How many of you are buying 2? I can see Chris in Bristol's buying 2. Who's got 3 in a basket? Carol. Leah's got 4. Dan's just bringing the screen over for me so I can see. My eyesight's not what it used to be. Thank you, mate. Hello, Leah. Yeah, hello, Carol in Derbyshire, Helena in Essex, Margaret in Cumbria, Carol in Wales. You're all going for these. I mean, when they're made up, you're looking at quite a big size, aren't you?
Don't
really?
forget, they are, obviously you've got the back, so you can make them double-sided. So you can actually hang this on your tree or perhaps in a window.
Yep.
If you wanted to, you can dress it up however you like.
Make a mobile out of it.
I love this little jigsaw puzzle idea with it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
Very
I think
clever.
they're great, and they're a good size. They're
And they're a
probably
great
what,
price.
5 inches, 4 or 5 inches.
Margaret's bought 4. Good on you, Margaret. We're not limiting
You
it
could
to 1 or 2
certainly buy
per
these
customer.
to sell, and when they're at a price like this, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah. It's working out to $1.75 each. I reckon you'd sell these for $5.99 when they're decorated, if not more each. So makes sense. JY2857. We're now down to nearly single-figure stock, less than 10 remaining. Be quick, they're going to sell out any minute now, so we'll leave you with those for now. Now, we had Sam Paul's collection of stamps in the first show at 2 o'clock, which you can watch back if you missed it. What we've got for you now is Bonita Moby's collection of stamps. Now, we can, in the show, offer you the whole set, or you can buy them individually, or you can buy them in sets of 2. You choose which 2 you want for £17.50. £17.50 for 2. We'll show you how to do that in a second as well, because basically they're all under one item number, and you just, in a drop-down, select which ones you'd like to go for. So we'll show them to you individually first, yeah? Okay, the first one is your Christmas town. Now let me show you just how big. These are all rubber stamps as well. Make way for these. There we go. So look at the size of that. Mounted rubber stamps. And you've also got, of course, the coloured image on the front of the packaging, which you can actually replicate if you want to. If you love the way that looks, and why wouldn't you love the way that looks, you can copy those colours with whatever you choose to colour them in, however you choose. I'll show you quickly some finished cards. Caroline Webley has done this one.
Isn't that
Love
beautiful?
it. They're all gorgeous. I love town scenes like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, they are. They're stunning.
It made me think Amsterdam when I saw this.
Yeah, I can see that. They're big stamps, these. They're, what are they, 6x4, something like that?
Yeah.
And don't think that you can only use the whole stamp, although they're beautiful as they are, but think about cutting them down and making some smaller cards with them. Bring all of your inks, your paints, your lovely sparkly things into them. I'm going to show you how to do some gorgeous inky backgrounds and then pick out elements.
You could even, if you
don't have
wanted
to colour every single element.
Because you've got the outline of the houses, you could even Sanntangle in there.
You
if
certainly
wanted to,
could.
couldn't you?
They would really lend themselves. In fact, it's sort of on the way, isn't it?
It is,
The
yeah.
design in there is a little bit that way.
Okay, so that one's your
Yeah.
Christmas town. So that's $10.99 on its own. Next one, which one do you want next? Right, let's go to the Nutcracker, shall we? The Nutcracker Trio. Now, these are big stamps. They are fantastic. And rubber stamps are a firm favourite with many of you because obviously you can use the rubber stamps on anything, even if you're using, you know, hot materials and things like that. Rubber stamps are fine, aren't they?
Yes, you can put these into your UT,
Yeah.
your ultra thick embossing enamel. You can do lots of different sorts of techniques with a rubber stamp that you can't necessarily do with your acrylic stamps, certainly, and even your photopolymer stamps. So they're going to give you longevity, they're going to last you a lifetime, they're quality.
And you can use them individually, just have one at a time if you want to. The Nutcrackers are great. I mean, this is actually black embossing powder. It could be clear embossing powder on black ink, I'm not quite sure. But either way, I think you'll agree that works beautifully well, whether you're using your alcohol pens. This is white embossing powder. That's a turn up. And just colouring one in the centre.
Yeah, isn't that lovely? That's a bit of Irene's work. So
Like
thank
that.
you, Irene. Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't have to spend all the time colouring them in, although that's a lovely thing to do, of course. But if you want a quick card, they can make quick cards as well.
$10.99 for your Nutcrackers. Then we go next to our Feast for All. So this is your Christmas pudding
I love this.
and your turkey. It's almost like a face-off, isn't it? Who's going to get Christmas
Yeah, but
pudding
look
first?
at that cheeky little fella underneath.
Oh, yes.
He's having the pudding.
I didn't see him. He's eating it,
Well,
unbeknown to the other two. So, yeah, these are the sort of stamps that you'll see something different each time you look at them, probably,
yeah,
won't you?
yeah. There's so much detail. They're so beautifully drawn, and you could lose yourself in these quite happily.
Absolutely. And look, again, what they look like when they're coloured in. What about gold embossing powder on a black card? We've got black card in the show if you want it. Isn't that gorgeous? And of course, Creative Expressions have got so many gorgeous mediums that you can use to colour in. We've got some great ideas coming up in the show, including our inks that we were using in the first show with Gwen earlier on. Isn't that lovely?
Isn't that beautiful?
And it's got a little story to tell. The greedy little bird down the bottom. The other two are oblivious. They've got no idea what's going on. So that one's called Feast for All. Then we go to our stocking garland, okay? So this is literally stockings galore. There we go. That's great.
Isn't it lovely?
Love it.
And again, you can single those out, you can decoupage them, you could lift them up, you could just feature one or two. Jill's done this, she's done some lovely little cards and just a simple outline cut. And you can see the fluffy stuff appearing on those as well.
Oh yeah, we still got stock of that, I believe.
Perfect for your stocking tops as well as all the other things we talked about earlier.
And the big news earlier on was that the fluffy stuff is now available in 6 different colours, not just white. And they're on the website if you want to have a little look. Love this one.
Isn't that gorgeous? Quite simple, white embossing powder, inky background, die cut some circles, and there you go.
And
totally different.
finally.
And then a really beautiful, colourful, full on.
So that one is called, I've forgotten.
Stocking garland?
Stocking garland. Yeah, stocking garland. Then we go on to a traditional fireside. Now this one's actually called Cozy Christmas. This kind of sums up probably an awful lot of people's homes at Christmas time, the log fire burning, garlands and so on, the decorated Christmas tree. Love that artwork. Someone stuck up the chimney though.
Oh, I didn't notice that at first
And
until I
it's
started
lit.
working with it, and I
Uh-oh.
thought, hang on.
I mean, he's got that far down and realises there's actually a fire in the grate. That's what it is. Really, really lovely. Again, this is...
So much detail. They're just absolutely gorgeous.
It tells a story. It's a scene. Everything's a
Yes,
scene, isn't it?
You could put that, you could have a window in front of that. You could be looking into that sitting room. And this is another one Irene's done. She's singled out some of the elements, which is quite easy to do with this one because the tree and the parcels are slightly separated, so you can cut them off and use them separately.
Like that.
Brilliant idea.
Like that a lot. And then last one is this one, done by Jane, I think.
Irene.
Irene, sorry. Oh,
She's
yeah.
put lots of our gorgeous Cosmic Shimmer glitter bits onto that, giving it some real sparkle. Isn't that beautiful?
Love it. So that one, if you want that one, if that takes your fancy, that's available right now. That one's called Cozy Christmas. 2 more. we've got the snowy Christmas time. Now this is kind of calling out for fluffy stuff, isn't it?
I love this.
Look at this one as
Yeah.
a lovely image. Again, all foam-backed rubber stamps. So they're all mounted for you to go directly onto your acrylic blocks or onto your stamping platforms, whichever you choose. So there's the whole thing. But then that church could be completely separate. The tree could be stamped out completely separate, or they could be stamped together. But let me just show you the tree on its own.
I love this. Chrissy has done this, and she's used the border at the front to create borders down the side and just separated the tree.
And look at
Really
this with a
lovely.
bit of acetate.
And some snow, yeah.
Beautiful.
How lovely is that?
Next one, we've got white embossing powder with a beautiful metallic cardstock in the background.
And that's got the opal blaze on there, which are coming up.
And the glaze that's on this, the gloss that's on that, isn't that
I
lovely?
think it's glossy accents.
Glossy accents.
Jill's used on that, yeah, to pick out all those gorgeous elements.
That's Snowy Christmas Time, if you fancy that. DI2874 is the product code. And then the last one, we've got your vintage baubles to finish. This is gorgeous as well. So much going on in each of these
Isn't it
stamps.
glamorous, this? It's very retro, isn't it?
Very.
Sort of 1930s vibes going on, I think, here.
To recreate those colourways, if you could get those colourways spot on, yeah, definitely very,
It's
very
lovely
retro
to have
feel.
that colour guide, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
so when you just look at an open pattern, sometimes you don't know quite where to start. So if you are a bit unsure, you've got that guide, but of course you can put your own spin on it, absolutely.
And here it is with your own spin. Yeah.
With your own
So
spin.
many cards. There you
Isn't
go.
that beautiful?
And this one.
That's been cut down to make a square card. So if you don't want to do a huge card, you can do a little card.
And that's Caroline Webley who's done this one. I think you'll agree they're all lovely. They're all gorgeous. Now, they are $10.99 each, and each one of them is a big rubber stamp. So I think you'll agree the value for money is brilliant, okay? Now, if you put 2 into your basket, any 2 that you choose, this is what's going to happen. You don't pay £22 or £21.98. Automatically, when you put 2 in, you'll get both for £17.50. So that's about £8.75 each. So you save a good couple of pounds or more off each rubber stamp, okay? DI2874. Just choose whichever 2 you wish. There's a drop down there. Just choose whether you want Snowy Christmas or whatever it might be. And if you forget which one's which, you can see them on the website. They're all printed there for you. And also message us as well if you get confused as to which one's which, or ask the operator, they'll sort it out for you as well. Free phone number, but if you want to get in touch with the studio, you can send us a message by doing that via the website right now. Now, if you want all of them, because if you like one, the chances are you'll probably like all. That's 7 sets, all at $10.99 each. Should be $76.93. Not today. It's a bank holiday Monday. Kat's in charge in the gallery. She drives a hard bargain. We're going to go under £60 if you want all 7 of them. Under 60 quid for brand new, top quality foam back rubber stamps, $59.99, and it's HO2887. HO2887. Now, if you have a look at this, this is actually not one stamp. This is actually a few stamps used to make a 3D scene, isn't it?
Yes, I've used 4 different stamps to create the Christmas town. So in the background, we've got the Christmas village, was it called? The one with all the little houses. Then we've got the one with the house and the tree, or the church and the tree. It could be a church. Then we've got those birds on the Feast for All. And then I've used the nutcrackers who are guarding the gate to the town. So they're having their Christmas festival, and they're all having a real good time.
It's great,
And
isn't
it's
it?
just a little box configuration.
It's like a theatre scene.
So yeah, a little tunnel card sort of thing.
So $59.99 gets you all 7 sets, but if you just want to cherry pick 1, that would be $10.99. If you want to cherry pick 2, you'll get 2 for £17.50. And we are extremely limited on the big bundle. We don't have as many as we would like on that,
Can
okay?
I ask a question? What if you've already decided you're going to buy 2 and then you see the price of the set of 7 and you think, well, I want all 7. If you add the other 5 in, will you get the price for the 7?
No, you'd need to phone the operator.
Right.
Yeah. So if you've already bought 2 and you think, actually, I'd rather have the 7, just dial the operator. Your order doesn't go through until midnight tonight anyway, so it gives them time to change it if you've changed your mind. 0800 001 4433, midnight every day. All of your orders get collated. The P&P is calculated at just £3.95 tops. And then, of course, all the orders are dispatched by the company direct. So there you go. Demo time.
Okay. I'm going to start with the baubles.
Okay.
I think these are beautiful. And I'm going to stamp them on vellum. I'm using white embossing powder, which we've brought for you. We've got, I think, a set of 3, white, black and silver. I thought I'd bring you some basics, if you're perhaps not familiar with stamping.
Got them here.
You can't go wrong with those sorts of colours, white, black and silver. So I'm going to emboss white on white vellum. I'm using the anti-static pad, which we've also got for you today. Excuse me, I just blow the excess dust off. What that does, it removes any static from the surface of whatever you're stamping on, and that allows it to only stick the powder where you put the ink, so you don't get those stray specks in between your design, which can be quite frustrating when that happens, especially with a design like this, which is so full of detail. If you had specks, you'd have trouble getting rid of them. So I'm using a clear embossing ink, and I'm tapping all over this beautiful stamp. Lots and lots of taps is always better than 2 or 3 heavy presses, because when you do a heavy press, it gets into all that, as we talked about, the fine detail, and it makes it unclear, makes it indistinct. So I'm using the stamping platform because it allows me to restamp should I need to, and I'm going to press all over my design. This table's quite high, so I'm going to try and get a little bit more pressure on it.
Everyone complains they're too high.
It's not the best for stamping when you're this high up, but we'll give it a go. Okay. And then I want to pop onto this the white. I can see that ink on there because it's slightly shiny. You probably won't be able to see anything at all on the screen, but when I put my powder on, it'll all hopefully be revealed. So you need to just shake on your powder.
I saw it catch the light then.
Yes, you can, can't you? And then I just tip it down the design and allow it to sit across all of that pattern until it's
As if by
stuck.
magic it appears.
There we go. And then just give it a gentle little tap to get rid of any excess bits. And that's really clean, apart from just a little bit down here, which I probably caught the edge of the rubber. One thing I would say, if that happens, don't put that powder back in with your dry powder, because it's going to be sticky, because it's been on the ink.
So you'll end up getting clumps in your embossing powder.
Yes, exactly. So if you can tell that it's there because there was some ink there.
Oh, we've actually got the big bundle, I've just been told, on split pay as well, which is great news.
Good
so we've got
stuff.
it on 2 interest-free payments of $29.99. If you fancy going for the big bundle, but you're thinking, I can't really stretch to £60 at the moment, $29.99, your first payment of 2 if you'd rather split the payment.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really helpful. Okay, so I'm going to bring in the heat gun. We've got this dual speed heat gun for you from Woodware. It's a foldable heat gun, which is brilliant for me when I'm carrying it around and it has to go crushed into a bag or a box. It folds up neatly, I can wrap the cord around it and it's very compact. When you want to get it out, you just snap open the handle and your switch is there. It's got 2 settings, low and high. So on the vellum, I'm going to use the low setting because vellum's fairly delicate. And I'm going to heat from behind. I find with vellum, it stops it warping if you do that. Don't ask me why, but it does.
And with vellum, there is a back and a front side, isn't there, to vellum?
Some of it, yeah. I've never quite figured out what the difference is. I think if you were trying to print on it, it would matter.
Right, yeah.
If you were running it through your printer. Once this starts to go, it'll go really quickly because it's not like when you're trying to penetrate cardstock with heat. It goes through the vellum much more quickly. So
And it's going to leave you this really vivid, shiny white enamelled surface. It's fantastic, it really is.
Really beautiful. And I just wanted to start off with a clean, simple design, very elegant, just to show you that they don't have to take up too much of your time. If you do want to make batch cards, perhaps you're selling them, and you are entitled to sell anything you've made with our products, as long as it's a finished project.
Yep.
You can make to sell. So if you are making to sell, this is a really quick way of doing it. You could, of course, use a sparkly embossing powder instead. That would give it a nice feel as well.
I think the lovely thing as well about Benita Moby's stamps are that they are very different to anything else that I've seen.
They really are. I love them because they are so unique. And as you say, for Christmas, it's hard to think what can you come up with that is different. So to have this range available is really, really good for us.
And you've got a standing, almost Nordic feel, Scandinavian Nordic feel to some of them, definitely. The baubles are probably quite retro, quite British looking, but some of the other scenes, like the Nutcracker, that's also quite Nordic. Love it, absolutely love it.
So hopefully you can see that now on there, that beautiful white impression. Isn't that gorgeous?
Beautiful.
So let's pop that to one side because I want to create a background to that now. So let me just move all this gubbins. Where shall I put it? I'm going to bring in the inks now. I've got these fantastic Cosmic Shimmer watercolour inks. Our Françoise Reed helped to develop these.
Oh, right.
And they are a very, very concentrated watercolour ink. And we've got 3 sets of 3 for you today. So we've brought you the flat colours. They do them with iridescence as well, but these are flat.
Okay, let me just show you what we've got for you, and you can see the colourways and order which 3 you maybe like. And they're so concentrated, you need the tiniest amount, and it is an ink rather than a paint. And you've also got a little pump action pipette dispenser on the lid too, so you just need a drop or 2 into your palette. So this is Glorious Grape, Fresh Meadow and Blue Skies. So that's NR2829. All 3 of those for $11.99. Brilliant value, £4 each.
And they've got a lot in there. They go a long, long way. They're very concentrated.
So that's $11.99, NR2829. Next one, we've got the Lemon Burst, Juicy Orange and Hazelnut. There are your colours. Isn't that great? And then finally, we've got Raspberry Jam, Licorice Black and Peacock Teal down the bottom there. There we go. Aren't they lovely colours? And you'll need the tiniest drop, the tiniest amount, and they are again $11.99 for all 3. Brilliant.
So I'm using Blue Skies, Peacock Teal and Glorious Grape for my background. So these have got a little push button applicator. You just push the button down, and what that does, it has a little pipette inside, and it draws the ink up into that pipette, and then when you want to release it, you push the button again, and it releases it drop by drop, so you can have as much or as little as you like.
It's mess-free.
Fantastic,
That's what
absolutely,
I like about it.
because they are very concentrated. So I've got here some heavyweight coconut white cardstock. This is our 315 GSM, and I'm going to wet the card first because I want to create an inky background and I want it to blend. And so I prefer to have my card wet. It helps the ink to travel further. Of course, you can do this on watercolour card, which is ideal for this as well. So once we've got that nice and damp, then I'm going to come in with, what shall I start with? The Glorious Grape. And I'm,
oh, wow. What a colour.
Isn't that stunning? I'm not even going to rinse my brush. I'm just going to go into my Blue Skies.
Oh, these colours are electric.
Aren't they just amazing?
If you're watching Françoise, top marks.
They have a special ingredient which keeps them wet for longer.
Okay.
So they do behave like a proper watercolour, and so you can manipulate them for quite some time. They do take a little while to dry, but the more water you add to them, this is going to sound a bit bonkers. When you add more water to them, they dry faster.
Ready?
Well, that's because it waters down that ingredient.
Oh,
so it
okay.
inhibits its behaviour.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, yeah. But I tell you what, for a water-based product, I don't think I've ever seen a water-based product that intense.
I know, isn't it great?
Yeah.
Now, you can dry these with the heat gun. You can get it... oh, heck. Oh, there we go. Oh, my power keeps going off. I know that feeling. Oh, dear.
Funny.
It's all happening today, isn't it, Dave? Hey? So, yeah, you can speed it up to dry it off.
I think our plug's a bit dodgy, sorry.
I think it may be. Bit of a clue in the
Yeah.
there going on. Right, and then these just wipe up really, really easily. If you're working on a craft mat or a glass mat or something like that, they're going to be really, really simple to clean up. So there you go.
Lovely.
So that's our background for our vellum. And if I've got one somewhere I've done that's dry. That's always helpful. Here we are.
Cool,
So you can see it doesn't lose that intensity very much, slightly, but not very much. And this is the beauty of vellum. When you put vellum over something really strong like this, it comes down, just really softens. And it's hard to get that effect any other way. So that's why I wanted to do it and put the vellum in front of it. So that's what I've done, and I've got one here which is already on the go. I've created a couple of frames with our rectangle dies, our Sue Wilson, and then I can pop this background behind there. Now I undernard about whether to colour in the baubles, whether to cut them out separately. So I decided I've got black card on the show for you, and the reason for that is I've brought you our fantastic Opal Blaze Touch Tips. These are an amazing product. They're an interference product. They don't show a huge amount on white, although they do give you a beautiful iridescence, but on black they become something else. I'll let Dave tell you all about them.
Now, you can choose any two for £9.50, or they're £5.50 each, but you've got to see, basically they all look the same when you look at the actual container, but this is teal raspberry. So, I mean, they all look basically the same, but when you actually see what they do and how they behave on black card and on white card, so that's teal raspberry, if you fancy that one, and it's the same. It's the same on white as it is on black, but the difference is the way it behaves on the black card. This next one is gilded avocado. So if that's the effect you like the look of, with that beautiful greeny gold on black, and it gives that iridescence on the white. Next one is sunset orange.
That's one of my favourites. I love that one.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? Isn't it amazing how the difference between...
They've been done through a stencil as well, so you can use these through a stencil, and you get that kind of halo effect when you use them with an applicator. Really interesting.
Pink blueberry is this one. So if you love your kind of purpley colours, that's that one. Then we've got blue, which is the sapphire grape. Oh, it's difficult to decide which two. Turquoise peach is this one. And then the last one is your golden blackberry. What it looks like on white card, what it looks like on... So it makes your standard white card almost into like Centura Pearl, doesn't it, really?
It makes it a bit more special even, yeah. It's just got that sort of... It has got a hint of colour, really unusual. They've got a heavily amount of mica in these.
Unbelievable.
What gives them that quality.
So £5.50 each. What was the deal? £5.50 each or two for £9.50? Okay, so choose which two you'd like. As I say, they do look very similar when you look at them in the actual container, but they do perform very differently on cardstock. There we go.
They do, because they just look white, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They're really not.
XQ2872. Choose which two you'd like the look of, and we'll only charge you £9.50.
So I'm going to do a bit of selective stamping, and I want to just pick out this lovely, gorgeous, large bauble that's in the middle of this stamp. And I'm going to stamp this time onto our black cardstock. So let me check I've got that in the right spot.
I've got the black cardstock in the show today. It's here. Is it black core as well?
It is, yes. So if you tear it, you're still going to see black all the way through.
Okay. Pack of 20, $5.99, 220 GSM for your classic black cardstock from Creative Expressions. It's on the screen, CB2864.
And then let me put my powder onto this. So I'm embossing white on black cardstock. So I've used a clear ink again. I'm not worried about the rest of the baubles, so I'm not perfecting those. I'll just pop that out of the way. So I can bring in the heat gun. Let's hope it works. Oh dear, gremlins.
Just wondering if the plug's been pushed in far enough, but maybe.
I'll have a fiddle later.
It's all right at the moment. And by the way, the Woodware heat gun is on the website for you as well. And it's the one with the foldable handle, so good if you're on the move.
And 2 speeds, which is quite unusual.
High and low.
Look how fine these lines are on these stamps. Beautiful. So there's my big bauble, and now what I want to do is bring in my touch tips. So here we are. And these have got a fine applicator on them. So you can go straight in with the applicator that's on the handle, and you can be really quite precise where they go. Now look what happens. Is my head in the way? It usually is.
It's a bit like a mascara sort of applicator, isn't it?
I think it's like a lip glossy sort of thing, isn't it? This is the sapphire grape, and it really does have the tones, the blue, the purple. Really beautiful. I love it. Well, I love them all. So you can colour in each section of the bauble, and it gives it an entirely different effect.
Sapphire grape and gilded avocado is in the lead at the moment. Lots of you going for 2 for $9.50.
And the teal raspberry, that's another one that I love as well. Well, like I say, I love them all. And I launched these when they were first released, and they did ever so well because they were so different. I like to use them, obviously over black card, you're going to get that dramatic colour change, but don't think that they're only good over black. You can certainly use them over other colours, and I like to mix them up with my inks, which I'll be able to show you as we go along today. I've made a bit of a mess there, but just get your finger and clean it up, it's fine. So there you go. If you do want to be a little bit more precise, let me grab my gilded avocado. It'll be the last one I find, always is. Yep.
It's that law, isn't it?
Yep. And a fine paintbrush, and you can just take a little bit out and pop it onto some sort of palette, in this case my craft mat. Again, a little bit of water on your brush, but then take most of it off. And I'm going to paint the leaves up here on this little bauble, because that's a tiny area, but you can still go in and paint with these and get that gorgeous effect. So that's how I've decorated my bauble.
Fantastic.
And then when that's done, we can cut it out and we will have this.
Can I just hold that in the light to show everybody?
Please do, because I can't do that. You're good.
Let me show you. This is what you can do with the Cosmic Shimmer Opal Blaze. Look at the difference. I've not seen an effect like that before. It's not glitter. It's not pearlescent, it's somewhere in between, and it's completely smooth, but it just behaves brilliantly on darker card. Is it just for black card that you get that effect, or will it work on like craft card?
I like to use it over all sorts of different surfaces. I've experimented with it over the time I've had them, and I use them over, for instance, the gilded avocado over a very dark green card is just stunning. So experiment with darker coloured cardstock and see what colours you get. But also over the vellum, even on the white vellum with no colour behind it, and then when you put it over a coloured background, it's going to look quite special.
Well, that's just classic black card, but made different by, of course, these fantastic products, the Opal Blaze Touches. There we go.
Thank you. Okay. So all I wanted to do with this one really was to attach this bauble. Now remember that was on black card, but because I've embossed it in white, when I now pop it onto here, suddenly it becomes the feature,
doesn't it,
of the card. So let's stick this in place. You do need to be a little bit careful with vellum and wet stuff because it doesn't like it. So not too much glue going on here. If you've got a dry glue, something like a tape runner perhaps, or you could mount it on foam pads, but I'm just being sparing with my Cosmic Shimmer glue, and it'll be okay. So I can pop that back in place. Just get my little leaves down too. And it's really striking, and as you said, Dave, it's just so different.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we have it.
I think that's where creative expression's really come into their own. I mean, lots of companies do the same thing. Lots of companies do glitter, do ink pads, and you know every other company does that as well. But what creative expression's come up with, it's almost like they've got a laboratory that comes up with different. Oh, you have.
Well, our Cosmic Shimmer range is in-house, so it is our in-house brand, and so it's a proper chemistry laboratory.
Right.
And they do literally develop these products. We've got a chemist, Lucy, she's a lovely lady, very clever lady, who helps to develop all these products, and she's a whiz. I just think she's amazing, and to have these to play with is amazing.
Yeah, so many people actually import things from abroad and then just kind of resell them. Yeah, these are developed by Cosmic Shimmer, by Creative Expressions, which is fantastic. So it's good to know that, and you're supporting, you know, homegrown business too.
Absolutely. So there's my bauble, and I wanted to show you an alternative. So I've done exactly the same set of steps. So the background's done with that ink, and then I decided to pick out the houses. But if you can catch that on the camera, Dave, I've used the Opal Blaze on the houses straight onto the vellum.
Look at that. That is magical, isn't it?
And because it's got that colour behind it, it's reflecting a little bit. If it was just white behind, you'd see a shimmer, but with the colour behind, you do get some colour.
You could also use it for skies, like for aurora borealis effects and things like that. That would look amazing,
absolutely
wouldn't it?
amazing, especially on the black.
Oh, now I've got a question come in. If ever you've got a question, feel free to message in. We're live every day, remember, 6 till 8 in the morning, weekdays, and then 1 till 6 in the afternoon. Now, Hugh says, if I used it on coloured card, would that change the colour of the pearlescence?
Only slightly. You'd still see the main effect of that particular colour. So say you gilded avocado, you've got gold and you've got green. So on black, you're going to get a lot of gold. If you put it over a green cardstock, it's going to emphasise the green edge more. So it is different, but it doesn't alter it completely.
Right.
And as I say, I like to use it mixed with inks. So they actually then bond with, you know, if you actually physically mix them together when they're both wet, then that gives a different effect again. But choose a complementary colour to bring out the best of the opal blaze.
But that's what makes it fun, because if you got the same colour on each and every colour that you put it on, it wouldn't be exciting. So to have an actual little bit of difference with different colours, it's going to work well though. Thank you, Hugh, for your question. XQ2872. Remember, one is £5.50, two of them are £9.50. Choose which two you'd like to go for. And made, of course, by Cosmic Shimmer and Creative Expressions.
Yep. So I decided, you know, when you get, there's always one in the street in there that shows off with the Christmas lights. And I thought, hey, we're having a house off on this street. So we're going to see who can be most, you know, spectacular.
Who does that in your street? Is that you or not?
No.
I thought you'd go for it.
I wouldn't admit it if I did. No, we do actually. We've got a little Christmas tree in the garden, which my husband's father got our daughter when she was little, and it came in a pot. So we left it in the pot and it grew and it grew and it grew. And eventually we said, we need to take it out of the pot. So a few years ago we planted it, and now it's like, I bet it's 15 foot tall. Wow. And it's absolutely beautiful. And we do put lights on that. That's in the garden. Wow. Yeah. So this is, I'm using gilded avocado on here, and I'm going in because the detail on these is minuscule. So I'm just getting the opal blaze down where I want it, and then I'm going in to finesse with my brush. So that's a way to get into detail.
Right.
All right, so you can colour all your houses, you can do whatever you like, and I was going to do them all in a different colour, but you get the idea.
But it's nice to have something new to play with.
And then, you know, we can have all our houses lined up in different colours. There's that, I love that wonky one at the end, it's fab. But you can decide which ones you want to do, one or two or all, it's entirely up to you. And you can have a really colourful little street, and then the exact same card, but done with the bubbles.
Great technique. So, I remember, as I said before, Gwen actually puts these shows product-wise together. She's not told, oh, this is what's in the show, Gwen, please do your demo. Gwen has basically said, you know, here are the stamps. What do you want to use and demonstrate with to bring out the best in the stamps? And you get to choose what you put in the show, which is lovely.
Yeah, it is, it's fab. I'm not sure I always get it right, but I'll do my best.
Yes, you do, yeah, you do, definitely. Now, what's on the screen at the moment? Okay, we've got the pick and mix of the stamps. Right, okay, pick and mix of the stamps. So two, if you want two of them, you can have two for £17.50, or they're $10.99 each. Or if you want to go for the whole set of 7, if you love each and every one of Benita's stamps, and I can't blame you if you do, $59.99, and it's on split pay. So that's on 2 split payments, £30 you pay today and £30 you pay in 4 weeks' time. Now, we've also got the wordy sheets. Now, these, when I first saw them, I thought, oh, okay. But they are brilliant, because for every single Christmas project you're doing, whether it's a card, whether it's mixed media, whether it's a canvas, whatever it might be, these are going to really stand out. And I was amazed actually how much they stood out. I didn't think they'd be as effective as they are, but they really, really are. And you've got black with white letters, and you've got obviously white with black letters, but they've all been printed so that you can, with a trimmer, just easily trim them out one by one, and you've got them in different sizes as well. You rock my Christmas socks, I can see there. How cool is that? He sees you when you're drinking, he knows when you are baked. So these are kind of tongue-in-cheek verses, aren't they? You call it chaos, we call it Christmas. Christmas has me feeling extra sentimental. See what they did there? All I want for Christmas is a silent night. Time to spruce things up. Hey. Slay my name, slay my name. Oh, these are great, actually. I've not seen these ones before.
No, they're new.
OCD, obsessive Christmas disorder. Let's take an Elfie. They're great, aren't they? Now, you've also got your Christmas blessings selection as well. So these, I think they come together, these, don't they? Yeah. So you've got ready, set, glow, happy, ho, ho, ho. So these can all also, if you want them to be, they can be inked and coloured. But also, I believe these can be foiled, can't they?
They can be hot foiled, yes. They're toner ink. But imagine that black with your opal blaze on top of it.
Oh, there's the thing. Yes.
There's the thing.
There's the thing. Didn't think of that. There we go. So you get all of these. How many sheets do you get in total then?
There are 4 sheets, 2 black, 2 white in each pack.
Right. and you get 2 packs. £5.98. They can be foiled. Again, put that opal blaze over the top if you want to. Good idea on that one. But you've got some really quirky, quite tongue-in-cheek sentiments, and you've got your classics as well, traditional ones as well. So you've got Jolly Holidays, Rejoicing Christ, Oh Holy Night, Happy Christmas, Silent Night, Rejoicing in Christ. So yeah, you've got the traditional, and then you've got the more whimsical. Okay. KD2853. Now, you know, it's been a bit of an eventful afternoon, to say the least, because we've had some price crashes, which I wasn't expecting because it is the bank holiday, and Kat is the queen of price crashes, to be honest with you. Is this a price we're going to pay? No. We're going to take it. I know. Give her a button, she'll push it. She will. Under a fiver. £4.99, KD2853, £4.89 for all, so it's 8 sheets in total, is that right? Yeah, 8 sheets in total, and you've got loads on there. You can make probably, I'd say probably 100 cards.
Isn't there?
Yeah, there's hundreds on there.
Yeah, and you can snip them up and make your own phrases as well with them, obviously.
So yeah, give us a call for those if you'd like. And again, just cut one sentiment out, put it on the card, put it on the canvas, and you'll be amazed. It really does stand out. How much per sheet? 61 pence per sheet it works out to. £4.99, KD2853. Hi Tanya, you're in, Tracy's in, also Paulette's in as well, going for those. If you've bought them before or anything like it before from Creative Expressions, order them, they will not disappoint, I can assure you.
They're on a good heavyweight card as well.
Yeah, they are.
Did you mention that?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I didn't, but they are.
Okay, so I want to show you now how you can split up these stamps a little bit, and I'm going to have a look at the, what's it called, the one with the house and the tree on it?
House and tree.
Don't you write that one?
That one. That's called Snowy Christmas Stamp.
Right, well, that one. And I've white embossed on white card, which you can't see, but I have.
Okay.
And that's the house. And I just want to really quickly show you, I've cut it down, so it's just got the house on it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wet the card first, and then I'm going to do a really quick colour wash on this to bring out that detail, because when you emboss first and then paint or ink over it, the embossing resists. And with watercolour like this, I love it because when it settles, it settles into the little creases of the embossing and all of that, so you get a really gorgeous effect. So I'm just going to bring out some of that Blue Skies. And
that's the water-based inks, remember, that we've got, sets of 3.
And I'm going to put my glasses on because I can't see.
That colour, look at it.
No, it's great, isn't it? And you can see how it's starting to move already. So I need more water and less colour for this. So I'm just going to bring it down the side of the house.
Oh, what a great effect. It's like a magic trick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. And it's so quick to do. And then we can have blue going across these waves or fields they might be in the foreground. Then I'm going to do the same with the Glorious Grape. So you need very, very little colour and quite a lot of water. Okay, and then I'm just going to smoosh that onto the house in the middle. And then you just leave that then to dry. And it'll carry on moving and settling wherever you want.
What a great technique.
And it'll look better when it's dry. Okay, so we just pop that to one side.
Yeah.
And here's one I did earlier. So it's softened, and then I've gone around the edge with the twinkles that we had on the earlier show with Sam's products. So that's what that looks like, really quick. And then I want to enhance that with some of the touch tips. Okay. So let's bring in, what should we have? Sapphire Grape, I think, on that.
And this is 2 for £9.50 or 1 for £5.50. The Opal Blaze touch tips.
So I'm just going to go, who was it? Was it Cliff who asked about putting it over different colours?
Hugh, wasn't it?
Hugh. Sorry, beg your pardon. So these are in one way, because this is going over ink, but the ink is dry, but it's going to take on the colour of that ink underneath, and it just enhances it. It's not really shouting like it does on black, but it's still really, really gorgeous. So you can sit and pick out little elements, so you can go over the whole thing and make it look really something else. And then let's go, what should we go? Ooh, pink blueberry. Let's go pink blueberry down on the blue at the front here. And these applicators make it so quick as well. Just smoosh it on.
It is a makeup applicator, isn't it? But just with a
It is. It's like a lip gloss thing,
Yeah.
sort of, I suppose. I don't know. I never use lip gloss.
But don't put it on your lips.
No, please don't.
No.
So I don't know if you do your magic with the camera.
I try. Look at the effect.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is beautiful. Something different.
And then on my background, I've got just some periwinkle cardstock that I've embossed with a dotty pattern. And again, I'm just going to apply some of this. And again, you can see how it's changed the colour. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to go in with my finger and blend it across there like that. So it's just really rough and ready, but it's really quick and it'll enhance this background to make it something a bit special. And what's lovely when you start to add it with colours like this, you do really see the two tones in the product, which is really gorgeous. It's subtle, you know, it's one of those you need to look at it to see it.
You don't always want big and bold, do you?
No, not always. So you can see how quick this can be. Mm-hmm. Just get your finger in, don't be scared. It's only water-based product, it's not going to harm you. All right. So now you can see how that looks. I wash my finger in my water like that.
Here we go, guys. Watch this. Subtle. Oh yeah, Kat, my producer, just saying about two-tone cards. Do you remember when they go past? When they go past and they look purple, then go back again and they look gold.
Was it the TVR they used to do in those?
They did. Yeah,
those two-tone cards. I used to love them.
A few brands did that. But yeah, really lovely, but very, very subtle. Yeah.
Not so subtle on the black.
Nope.
So I always love products that give you options, and with these, you've really got options.
Well, that's what Hugh was saying, you know, I think he probably agrees that, you know, you're going to get a different look on different colours. So
Absolutely.
You don't want the same product to do the same thing on everything.
No, that's it.
Give it
So I've mounted that on a piece of white, which has already got some foam pads on it. That's going to go in the middle of there. And then just to finish off, really quite simply, I've got a frame, which I've already cut. We weren't featuring the dies that I've used for my frames, which is why I'm rushing through them. But if you are interested, have a look for Sue Wilson Noble Collection. Mm-hmm. On the website, there's rectangles, squares, ovals, circles, you name it, we've done them, and they're brilliant. They're the sort of thing you use every day, nearly, in your crafting.
And as I've mentioned lots of times, there are brand shops on our website for all the brands that are with us at Hobbymaker. So if you want to have a little look at all the Creative Expressions dyes that are available, all the brilliant Cosmic Shimmer products that are available under Creative Expressions brand, just look at the brand web shop. Even when Gwen's not here and Jamie's not here and Francois's not here as well, even if we're not on air with them, if they're in stock, they're on the website, you can order them at any time you like. Every supplier that we have here at Hobbymaker is getting orders every day from you, whether they're in the building on TV or not, because the website is there supporting all the products that they've got. Remember, that qualifies as well, everything on the website for the 1 P&P of just $3.95 per day. So if you bought lots from Sandra, which I know loads of you have, bought lots from Gwen, which I know loads of you have, if it's all in the same day's ordering, between midnight and midnight, it's 1 P&P of £3.95. And when I did my orders the other week, I ordered 2 or 3 things in one go. What I didn't realise was you get an email shortly after midnight that confirms your purchases. It shows you what you've bought, who you've bought it from, and it just wraps up the 1 P&P of $3.95, and they'll all arrive at different times from different companies because Creative Expressions sends out their orders, Sandra Rushton sends out her orders for Sanntangle, so they're not going to be in the same boxes, but you only pay 1 P&P. That's magical. Now, if you do want to go for these stamps, these are really special stamps actually from Benita Moby. You can choose either to buy one. The most popular option is to choose 2, because that way you're only going to be paying £17.50 for 2. But what 2 do you want? If you go to the website, you can see all of the images of the stamps printed and photographed there for you. Have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. And I love the fact that they're all coloured in on the packaging. So you can actually, if you're a novice at colouring, you can just quite simply copy those colours. Or if you can go your own way, you can do that, of course, as well. But any 2 for £17.50, or buy the whole lot, and that gives you the best value for money. That would be all 7 sets. And that will be how much? $59.99 for all 7 of them, okay? And they all tell a story. They're all scenes, which I love.
So I've just chosen one of the wordies, and I'm literally snipping it out with my scissors. And then I'm going to grab one of these touch tips.
Time to spruce things up. Hello.
Yep. And I'm just going to smoosh that on there with my finger. I do like to get my fingers in things. Sometimes.
And don't forget that is actually inkjet ink, so you can use your hot foiling machines and it will foil, where the black is, it will foil it for you.
So you just tap that on. You might need a couple of coats to build it, but you can certainly alter that by adding your Opal Blaze touch tips to that.
So it has to be toner ink, doesn't it, to work
toner
on?
ink, yeah. Or is that the same as
It's
laser jet? Not
jet, that's it.
inkjet.
Yeah, not inkjet, I said
Look at
that
that,
wrong.
you can see that there. How lovely.
Yes,
And
it's
then
printed with laser ink, laser jet.
just pop this somewhere on your card to finish that off. I'd put some foam under that. All right? And there we go. So
See
you
what I
don't
mean?
have to use the whole stamp. Those stamps are going to give you lots of options.
But look how that sentiment stands out. There are hundreds in those packs of 8 sentiments. You've got traditional, you've got the quirky and the comical ones as well. That's from the kind of quirky ones. Time to spruce things up, but it really does stand out beautifully.
It's really lovely, that hint of colour on there.
Which one was this you used again?
Sapphire grape.
Sapphire grape. There we go. Look, if you have a little look here, sapphire grape. See? Onto the black. That's the effect you can create. Smashing. Brilliant. Okay. Gwen, you're a star. Thank you ever so much.
Very much.
Now, Gwen is going to be back with us in the morning with Wake Up to Hobby Maker. Yeah.
6 o'clock. I expect you to be there.
Yeah, well, Sandra and I were there this morning at 6 o'clock. So if you missed this morning's Wake Up to Hobby Maker with Sandra and Sandra Rushton Sanntangle, you can watch that back at any time during the day for the next couple of weeks, I think it is. It's on the website. So you can watch that back at a much more respectable time. Maybe after we go off air at 6 tonight, watch back the morning show and join Gwen live tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. for 2 hours of Sam Poole stamps.
We'll see you then.
And then we have a repeat of this at 5 o'clock tomorrow as well. So
Well, it's not a repeat, is it?
Well, not a repeat.
It'll
It's going to
be
be different demos.
But yeah, same collection. But yeah.
They're being kind to you, aren't they?
Aren't
6 and
they?
7 and then 5.
I know.
You can go
back
for a
and have
kip in the
some sleep.
afternoon. Yeah, absolutely. So Gwen's back tomorrow. Remember, any of these shows you can watch back live whenever you wish to, but we've got here, remember, a lovely selection of these rubber stamped, and they are rubber stamps that are backed with the foam as well, so they're ready to go straight on to your stamping platforms and straight onto your acrylic blocks as well. But all of them are really big, aren't they?
They are
Good
big.
sizes.
They're 6x4-ish in size. So it's about A6, slightly bigger than A6, is it? So they're going to suit any of your big cards as well. 7x5s with a few mats and layers, going to look lovely.
And like you said, because they are rubber, not all stamps are rubber these days. These are rubber, so they can be used with UT and things that are hot, which you can't usually do with polymer stamps. And remember, we did mention earlier on, we've got the classic embossing powders in the show as well. And we didn't actually show details of those. So if you do want to go for your classic embossing powders, we've got the white embossing powder, we've got the classic silver, and we've got the black as well. They are £9.99 for all three, so £3.33 each, which I think is pretty incredible value for money. That's KB2886. KB2886 0800 001 4433 is the free phone number. And stay tuned, because coming up next at 5 o'clock, we have our last live hour, and it is the 5th show of the day from Sandra and Sanntangle, with still some brand new products to come. Thank you, Gwen.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Join us on Hobby Maker, because Hunky Dory are having a huge, sizzling summer sale. It lasts until the end of the month, and it features their favourite products, their magazine, For the Love of Stamps, and other great offers. So join us for the Hunky Dory summer sale. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. We have some exciting news. Hobby Maker has been nominated in the Best of Crafts Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that nearly 6 months have flown by since we launched Hobby Maker, and we couldn't have done it without the Hobby Maker family. Thanks to all the presenters and guests for entertaining us and inspiring us every day, and for all the viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We're lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards in our first year, which are the Most Loved TV Shopping Channel and Dave Bradford for Male Craft Personality of the Year. To vote, please head to our website to find all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 5 o'clock. It's time for our very, very last show of the day, our live show. Remember, all the shows that have been on throughout the day and early this morning with Wake Up to the Hobby Maker can be watched a bit later on if you'd like to, in the comfort of your own home, whenever you fancy it. It's all on the website, of course, at any time. Just go to Watch Live, and then it comes up with the schedule for the whole day, and you can watch it back there just by literally clicking on the show. It's as easy as that. Now, it's been a brilliant day today. I've been with Sandra for 5 shows. This is show number 5. 5 whole hours. Do you know what?
We've had breaks in the middle, though.
Yeah, we have. But they've gone like that. I love my Sanntangle. You do as well at home. I'm really grateful for all the messages that you're sending in as well, saying how much you like us together, because I really appreciate what you do. And
it keeps us going, doesn't it?
It does,
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's nice to have somebody out there watching.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've still got book 9 that we launched at 3 o'clock. That is still available. If you want that, this is what all the fuss has been about. So many hundreds of you had ordered it earlier in the day when we were talking about it at breakfast time this morning. It was available on pre-order, and I think it was like 200 had gone before we even came on air at 3 o'clock with it. So it's the brand new book from Sandra. It is book number 9. I haven't got it. Have I got it here? Oh, yeah, it's here. It is the Tiles and Tangles Techniques, including a lovely gallery of some of your artwork that you've actually sent in to Sandra as well. But it's along the same lines as you'd expect with Sanntangle, but different ideas, different projects, 12 new tiles as well, which you've not seen before.
That's it. A completely different way of looking at them, different concepts.
Exactly.
We're growing it this time. And of course, you've got the gallery in the back.
And what we always say with Sanntangle is don't think of the big picture, think of the smaller individual pictures, and you've actually sectioned some of these off. So, you know, tackling that as a picture isn't daunting. Tackling that as one picture maybe is. So you do them bit by bit by bit, and when you think of it like that, it just all falls into place.
It does, and these are different spaces and shapes and concepts that you might not have thought about. So looking at it from a completely different way
There's the
really
gallery.
brings new things alight.
And the lovely thing is that when you buy something from Sandra and from us at Hobby Maker, Sanntangle related, you're entering a whole community. I know it sounds cheesy to say that, but it's absolutely the God's honest truth. You buy something Sanntangle, you do a project, you do a tile, and then next thing you know, you're on Facebook and you're sharing it with people on your Facebook page.
Yeah.
They're reacting to it, saying how lovely it is. You can then tile swap with people if you want to. You can take part in workshops and go to Scunthorpe if you want to actually see Sandra and work in a workshop with lots of other like-minded people. You can go to craft events like Create It in Kent at the end of September, beginning of October. Sandra's going to be there. Do you know what? So will hundreds of other Sanntangle fans be there as well. So you'll make new friends through Sanntangle. And the number of people that have emailed and messaged me today, and Sandra as well, saying, thank you, during lockdown you saved me, you kept my sanity, you've given me a whole new craft to enjoy. I never knew that I could be an artist.
Absolutely, we get that a lot. A lot of people said, when they were at school, they found that the teacher said, oh, you can't do any art, so don't bother. So people didn't, and they get turned off from that. I think we do move away from it. And coming back, Peter mentioned this morning, I'm so thrilled that he mentioned it, that he's actually, it's reignited something, and he's doing something else again.
Yeah.
And it brings that childhood sort of creativity and that not a care in the world into your adulthood, and you just have so much fun with it.
And of course, you can also interact with us as well, because we're live every day between 1 and 6 at the moment, and 6 until 8 in the morning, Monday to Friday. Loads of the people in this building have taken up Sanntangle. Loads of people in my family have taken up Sanntangle. Loads of my friends have taken up Sanntangle.
I'm taking over the world.
You are, yeah. Global domination. Now, the books are amazing. You can come in with book 9, you can start with book 1, you can come in with book 4 or 5, whatever. It doesn't matter, because each one is step by step. So let me just prove my point. If I just go to, let's go to the first project. Let's go here. Now, have a look here. If you look at the finished tile there, you probably go, I could never do that in a million years. Where do I start? It's simple. You start here with a square or a triangle or a diamond, sorry, not a square, a diamond. Then you do your little markers, and then you put a few more in, and then you start to link them together. So step by step by step. And before you know it, you started to get something that looks very three-dimensional, looks very animated. It's line by line. But without that tutorial from Sandra, where would you start? How would you know?
They do, when you look at them, they do look a little bit overwhelming, and you do think, oh my goodness, where would I even start with this? But then once you start to sort of split it down and do step by step, before you know it, you've actually built something. Because the tiles are quite small, you don't really have that pressure of having to try and get everything larger. It just works.
That is the finished, beautiful picture just there where I'm pointing, but it starts with that. Freehand circle, a few smaller circles around the edge of it. That's all you've got to do, and then move on to the next bit. So it's step by step, and that's why I've always said it, and I mean it. If you can draw a line, you can Sanntangle. If you can draw a line, you too can be an artist. You will have works of art that you'll be so proud of, that you can put in frames, that you can gift to your friends, that you can sell for maybe charitable causes and that sort of thing. Donate maybe to charitable auctions, that sort of thing. Do good with it, why not? And just enjoy having your artwork in your home. Okay, now we've already got a message coming in. If you want to get your artwork in, anything Sanntangle you've been doing, send it in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. You'll be in the draw then for the share you'll make, £100 credit to your account. We do that at the end of every month on the last Saturday. So get your makes in today, and we can show them on the show as well. Now, Chris says in Bristol, Sandra is taking over the world, one tile at a time. One tile at a time. Absolutely brilliant. Now, talking of tiles, I bet you've not seen these before.
Oh, a bit different, these ones. This is a Dobby thing.
Now, already on pre-order, over half the stock of these tiles have already gone. This is the Inky Tile Pack. Dobby?
Yeah, he was sorting them out, and he played with the ink at the same time.
He's a one.
Yeah, he had to have a good wash, put it that way, by the time he'd finished.
Now, look. Look at these. They are Sanntangle branded on the back, but you've got these random ink splats all the way over them. Now, how would you incorporate Sanntangle with this then?
you want me to show you?
Yeah, could you?
Can I? Shall I finish? Yeah? Okay,
Oh,
let's do it.
how many did you get, by the way?
There's, ooh, it's
24.
24, yeah.
24.
Had to count.
Says it on the
They're a little bit smaller than the regular tiles, but I thought it just felt right. You know what I'm like with my tiles and my
Yep.
sizes and things like that. Okay, are you ready?
Yep.
I've got a little circle here, and if I'd got my little stamper's roll, I'd have put that on, but I haven't. Put a little circle there. A little bit of ink. Let's just go around that a little bit. Let's put a little bit of ink around there. A little bit of ink around there. Don't want to move that circle. There you go, just got a little, just want a hint of that there. All right, let's bring a pen in. Okay. I'm going to put a couple of wavy lines across there. There we go. Okay, so far so good. Let's have a look there. And then I'm going to put, let's have a look. I'm going to put little box shape there. Let's draw that in, fill it in. I'm just going to make that come out a little bit that side, out a little bit that side. We did that earlier, didn't we? We made a little, like the lantern.
Yes.
Upside down this time.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
gonna put a little line on it.
Less than 40 of these left, by the way, everybody. So if you want them, please, I know it's tempting to watch, but get them in your basket and check out. If you've got your gel pens, like your golds
Look at
and
that,
that
yeah.
sort of thing.
Look at that.
That is
Do another one. That's ace, isn't it? Do another one.
Oh, I see what you've done there.
See that? So bring that back. Look, my little ship.
I didn't see that was land
Land,
and
little
trees,
ship.
but
Yeah,
now
it's
you've
just a
put the
little
boat in there. I can, yeah.
Yes, you could ink all sorts of colours in there. I mean, that's probably one of the quickest tiles I've ever done. But do you know what? Sometimes it's just nice to have a bit of fun, isn't it? Let's do it.
But you saw something there that I didn't see until you put the boat there. So
I think that's it, isn't it? You know, you see these on films and they're like, what do you see in the picture?
it's like when you look into clouds and you see a shape. And all
Yeah,
over there,
absolutely, yeah. Right, it's funny you should say clouds. Let's look at this one. Okay, so I'm going to bring in, up here maybe, just a little bubble. And let's just fill that in. A little line. I'm going to turn that into a triangle. There we go. Right, and let's have a little rectangle underneath there.
Okay.
Let's just give that a little bit of a line.
Is that little person?
Okay, so let's just do a little line there. And let's have a look. Just going to bring in.
The heavens just opened. Is that what it is?
Yeah, there we go. Look at this. Let's just fill that in. There you go. It's a few little dots. There you go. And maybe we want to add a couple of extra in.
So whether you're looking at the
frame in.
splodge and you're seeing a shape, you're seeing a scene, or whether you're tangling over the top, you could tangle over the top of the ink splodge, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm going to do that in a minute. I'm going to give you a little bit of advice on tangling over the top of the ink in a minute. Just give me a second.
You've got almost a Banksy look there.
I know, look at that. I mean, a little bit. They're just so much fun. And if you need a topper, and then of course you've got the slot die, you could put that into a card, just slot it in, a little bit of a message on the back. And there you go, a little bit of a shade. Of course you can do more with it. This is just a very quick demo as to what to do with them. So let's just bring another one in.
I suppose everyone will look at the splodge, and they're all different splodges, and see different things.
They are. This one, quite nice. Now, if you're going to use my gel pens on these, the gold and the silver, they take a long time to dry.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie with that, so you need to leave them overnight. Because what's happening, because it's cartridge paper, it'll work fine as it normally does, but because we've actually put a lot of ink over the top, there's nowhere for the ink that you put on the top to go. So it's going to sit on the surface until the air gets to it, and it works its way. There's things that you can use that are sort of going to help counteract that. You can use the Sakura white gel pen. That's a really good one. That will work quite nicely.
You bring us that, don't you? You bring us that.
I have sort of done it in the past, but I think we can get hold of them if not. And these, the Spectrum Noir metallic paint markers. Now, if I look at this one, you see it's got a nice fine point. So, of course, it just screams out to be tangled. And I've got a silver one here. So if I wanted to come and bring those clouds and a little bit more tangling, I can come on in and I can go over the top with those metallics. There you go. So you're going to get a slightly thicker line than using mine, but it's going to dry a whole lot quicker. It's just down to the nature of what's in the pen rather than anything else. It's no
I don't think I've seen
different
those pens from Spectrum Well before.
quality.
So have a look on our website, see if they're there. If not, we'll see if we can get some for you.
There we go.
And we've got some more messages coming in from Beverly in Cardiff. She says, I used to love doing abstract drawing when I was in school many, many moons ago. Now I tangle.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. I mean, I'm just gonna tangle away, actually.
All right, we'll keep watching you.
Yeah, I'm working black and white here, so I'm gonna come in with the silver, and this is one of the tiles from book 9.
Now, Yvette in Greater Manchester. Hello, Yvette. She says, never thought I had
Hello.
the patience for this, but now it makes me have very special me time. Thank you, Sandra. You are wonderful.
Lovely.
It's such a good thing to get involved in. It really is. It's so productive, it's so relaxing, it's so enjoyable, and to have something so beautiful at the end of it. And if you don't think you can do it, buy it. You've got your 60-day money-back guarantee with us at Hobby Maker. So if you decide it's not for you, you can return whatever. We get nothing back here at Hobby Maker. We really don't, because everybody is so delighted with what we get. So many of these are going. We've got 30 left now. Just $6.99 for 24 of the ink splodge tiles, which I know loads of you ordered earlier in the day.
Of course. So see there, I'm working on the same sort of design, but I think what's really nice about this is I can come in then with my black pen. I'm going to use my 08, so you get a sort of similar size, and then I can do the same on this side. So, we talked about this morning the yin and yang out of this afternoon, the fantasy flourishes.
Yes, yep.
Then you're getting something similar here too, because you're able to sort of represent the two different colourways and things like that. I mean, don't think it's got to be black and white. You could use, they do different colour pens as well that you can sort of have a play with. Imagine foiling it. Did have a foiled one somewhere. You can run these through a foiling machine. Now, when you foil them, it's not going to...
Laser jet ink?
It is, yeah. You're not, because the cartridge paper's got a bit of a tooth to it, it's not going to foil completely flat, so you're going to get like a texture effect on it, and it's fabulous.
Okay. Well, I know many of you watching probably have got hot foiling machines, so if that's the case, these are perfect for that too.
I think if you've got alcohol inks as well, I know, Dave, there's some little samples over there where alcohol inks have been used. So, if you've got a little bit more time, there's other things you can sort of do with it. So, they're just opening up a completely different world. They're giving you the luxury of having the tiles, so you know where you're working, but giving you something a little bit different.
These?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know they look really small, don't they? But they pack a real
I was looking
punch.
for the ink splodge, but of course, this has been foiled.
Yeah, it's been foiled. Look at that.
Ah, so now that ink splodge actually looks like foliage. A lovely kind of scene, water scene in the distance. How cool is that?
Beautiful, isn't it?
Look at this one. This one. And this one, who'd have thought poppy fields?
Absolutely, yeah. It's amazing what you can sort of see in it. You can use them any way you want, but it just takes a little bit of imagination, I think, and a little bit of a spark.
Well, now that we know that it's actually laser jet or laser printed, the ink is compatible with hot foiling machines. That takes it to a whole new level of what you can use it for. But remember, you can use your paint pens on the top of the black if you want to. And I don't want to say each one's different, but there's certainly lots of variety in the actual splodges in there, thanks to Dobby.
Yeah, you get, it's 24, so you get 2 of each, so 12 designs.
12 designs, 2 of each.
Yeah,
Good.
so you've plenty to go with. And of course, don't think you can use them on their own, mix and match them. I'm going to show you one I've done together.
And it does have a Banksy feel to it, doesn't it?
It does, and they're sort of a little bit more, they're quicker, maybe, and they're just sort of a little bit more spontaneous. But of course, you can work them in to do lots of different things. So that's a quick show, and that's 3 tiles, really. And
24 of them, 2 of each, 12 designs, £6.99 is all they are. Lots of you are actually going for more than one, so that makes sense. YK1291. We've only got less than 30 left now. They're going to go probably. Well done to all of you that are in. Hello, Sandra.
Hello.
Vivian in County Londonderry, Maureen in West Midlands, Jackie in Surrey, Christine in Northamptonshire, and all the other hundreds of you that have purchased this throughout the day today. Good on you, because it's brand new and different.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, doing that, you're doing the sort of the negative and the positive. It's just, it just works. And if you think, well, actually, you know, I want to add a little bit more here, so you can bring in then your own little extra bit of ink splodge. And you've seen ink over it, so it doesn't have to stay the same colour. So you could still do the same thing there as well. We normally ink our extra bits and pieces.
I mean, at last, we've got something to thank Dobby for.
We have, yes. It was a little bit of a mess, and you know, I did have to clean up a lot. But yeah, I thought, do you know what? Let's go with it. Yeah. He's a bit bored now. He's ready for.
He's been up since 4 this morning. He's just putting his feet up, as you can see behind Sandra at the moment, taking it nice and easy. There we are. You take it easy, Dob.
Yeah, I know. Not a care in the world, has he? Not a care in the world.
That'll be me when I get home. Feet up.
I know.
Flat on the back.
You see, again, very quickly, if I bring all those in, you've got 3 complete different designs there.
Yeah.
Of course, you take a little bit longer, and you know, you'd have a look at the inspiration that you've got in your books, your stencils. I mean, even the paisley stencils over the top of this.
They're going to sell out. We've got 10 left, and there are 18 of you with it in your basket. You might think, well, how is that possible? Well, it's not yours until you check out. When you check out, it will then go down to 9. Check out, it will then go down to 8. But having it in your basket doesn't mean it's yours. I know it feels like it is, but it's not. So you are vulnerable unless you check out quickly. And any Sanntangle show gets incredibly busy. So I do urge you, as soon as you make your mind up, to check out quickly. That way you will not be disappointed. YK1291. YK1291. Now, we've got some more stencils for you. We've got still brand new items that you've not seen yet. So have a little look at this one. This is Say It With Flowers. Now, we did the stencils earlier on today that had the wonderful paisley shapes to them, and they flew out the door. This one, as you can see, is a mixture of petals and buds and leaves and tiny little circles. Not sure what they're for, so we'll find out from Sandra about that in just a second. But let me just show you here, because inside the actual booklet, this is what Sandra would like you to put numbers on your stencil, because obviously throughout the project she refers to which number to use in each project. So yeah, just with a permanent marker or something like that, just write the numbers on when you get your stencil home, and then away you go. So number 1, for example, is using, I would imagine, which one? Probably, which of those would it be? That one maybe?
Oh, so you're starting to see things in it now. So sometimes when you've done a few of these, you'll find that the stencils start to speak to you.
Yeah.
And you'll think,
Well,
I know which one that is.
They're speaking to me.
Yeah.
They're speaking stencil. Yeah.
They're speaking a different language today at the minute.
So there's the first thing. That's why you start off nice and simple, and then go to step number 2, step number 3, and so on. Bit by bit, gradually, you go through the stages, go through the phases, and believe it or not, you can end up with something just as beautiful as that. Next one. How many projects do you get in the actual booklet? Is it 3?
And that one, there's 4 in
4
that
projects.
one. It varies. It depends on how I sort of keep going. But there's so many more things you can do with it.
I mean, look at that. Look at how much is going on in there.
It's lovely,
And then
isn't it?
that's before it's actually started to be shaded and stuff. But when you get over here, but remember, think of every little section as its own individual picture. That's the key to success with Sanntangle. You do one picture, that's it done, move on to the next one. But they're tiny little sections. And before you know it, you've done a large surface area. Let me just, is this this one?
Yes, if you look at that one, it's one of the frames. So it's the hexagon frame, actually. And let's Say It With Flowers. So don't think it's just small for cards. You can actually go a little bit larger and create your own pieces of artwork with it. It's beautiful, that is, isn't it?
All of these?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm saying yes, I have no idea. But, but yes, they are.
So again, you can use the Say It With Flower stencils for any of these fantastic finished cards. Aren't they gorgeous? Brand new to Hobby Maker today, this.
Well, they're lovely. There's so many different ways of using it again. So it's not like I'm giving you a stencil you draw around and tangle in. You are the actual artist. You create this.
$16.99 gets you the 4 projects in the book and gets you the stencil. But we're not doing it for $16.99 today. It's a bank holiday. We deserve treats on bank holidays. So let us get that price down. Kat with the button again. She's going for it. There are those arrows. £12.99. Sorry, I didn't mean to point. £12.99. That is a big drop. £4 off the price.
That is the cheapest you'll ever see it.
Is it?
Ever.
£12.99. Grab this while we have it. Who doesn't love flowers? NM1280 is the product code. NM1280. 4 projects in that book. Stencils, well, they're just going to last you a lifetime if you look after them. And everything you need shape-wise is what's going to give you the outline. It's what's going to give you that aperture to do your tangling in. We've got less than 80 of these left.
Okay.
So
Better
please be
do a
quick.
demo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, just a quick one. You see here, I've actually used the inky tiles look, and I've created a whole page in my book 9, just so you can sort of see where it's going there. I'm just mixing them all together. It just looks lovely, doesn't it?
It does,
Maybe a bit of inky and a few photo corners, but I'm going to move that to one side because here we go. And for Sacred Flowers, what have I done here so far? I've actually used my oval stencil frame.
Yep.
So I've used the smaller versions to put it on a macro tile.
And that's in the show, by the way.
Yeah, I always draw the frame first with pencil, just so that we know where we're heading. It's a nice thing to put flowers on. It's a great frame. So once I've done that, I've actually used one of my stamps that came out last on the big takeover show. That's
yeah.
it. So I've got a stamp in there, slightly off to the side, because what I want to do is put some flowers along here. So bringing it in then, let's have a quick look. So I'm going to go in with, now you notice I've numbered it again, all those different numbers. So I've got these circle shapes here, and again, we can go really tricky with, I say tricky, it's not tricky with the poppy, but I'm going to go with our simplest flower. Okay, so I'm going to draw a circle, okay?
It's easy enough, isn't it?
Now, I am going to rub out those little lines in the middle just because I don't want to sort of detract from what I'm doing. And then what I do, I sort of plan out, so I'm going to say, right, I'm going to have another macro, macro tile.
I think we've still got macro tiles available in the multicolours and also in the monochrome.
So you're going to get all sorts of different colours, which I think is a really nice one because you might try something you've never used before.
Don't you get 12?
You get 12, yeah. Again, really good quality cardstock.
And they've also got the Sanntangle logo and a place for you to sign them and date them and all that.
You know that your pencil's going to move on it. You're going to be able to ink them and do whatever you want to do with them. So I've got a little bit of a design going there with some circles. So let's come on in. I'm going to just put a bubble. Now, I don't really want them all in the middle on purpose. And if you go round a few times, you'll notice that your bubble gets rounder.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, just do it lightly, and it does. There we go.
You're not only the queen of Sanntangle, you're the queen of bubbles.
No. Oh, I don't know. I think Margarita, out of my creative team, has got the edge on that. She does lots. So I've put a line across, and then here I've got 4 spaces. So if I split it, I've got 3 spaces in that section now.
Now, Elizabeth has dropped us a message.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Excuse me. She says, hi, enjoying the show. Would love the Sanntangle inky tiles to be made in a set of stamps, so she could be stamped in different colours.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's an idea.
Absolutely, yes. Certainly is. Yes.
You never know. I mean,
you
remember,
never know.
Sandra produces, and her husband produce everything themselves, apart from the pens, obviously.
Yeah. Stamps we'd have to send out, but we
yeah.
do all the design work.
But stencils get made here, the books get published here, so, you know, it's a real kind of family business. So maybe that's something to look into.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. So I've come in with pen now, and I've drawn my first bubble in the middle there.
Yep.
And I've got all these little sections. So I'm going to take each one at a time. I'm going to create a little sort of curve there and a curve there. And then in the next section, a curve. And in the next section, a curve. And the next one, a curve. So I'm not thinking about what I'm creating as such. I'm just thinking about each section and putting these curves in. Now, if you find one doesn't quite work in the section and it sort of goes into the first one you've drawn, then let it go underneath. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, because in nature, petals will be overlapping each other.
They do, yeah. So everyone's going to be slightly different. See, that's going underneath a little bit. And then this one.
I can't wait to find out how you get on when we see your pictures that you send in to us in the weeks to come. If you're a brand new Sanntangler, we've had lots of brand new customers today, so welcome to all of you that have never shopped with us before. And we've had lots of new pictures as well. We can't show all of them, obviously, because literally we get hundreds every day. But if you would like to send us in a picture of what you've been tangling or anything else that you've been making for Share Your Makes, you could win yourself a £100 credit. We do it every month, last Saturday of every month. And we just did it a couple of days ago, actually. So plenty of time to get yours in for the next month, which is September.
Yeah,
Had to
oh
think
my
then for a
goodness me, September
Where are we?
already. Yeah. So you see, I'm doing the same shape all the way round. Just going to remove that line now. Just from around the outside. And you see you've got your sort of, it's like a little daisy shape. Now if you wanted to, you could actually add more in. So you could bring another one in. My advice if you're doing this is don't have them in the centre. You know, change them so they're off centre a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a little bit more of a realistic version there. So that's how we do our flowers, and I do that with all the other little bubbles that we've done there, and then joining them together. So I'd use the guide that I've got there with that frame if I can, and let's create sort of a little stem joining them. One maybe here. See how this one would come here, and then let's add in some little leaves. Now again, these leaves are in the instructions, so I'm not just making up as I go along, they are actually all in there. You see how that would work all the way up there? Mm-hmm. And I think a nice thing as well, a nice little subtle, you've got this lovely sort of set of swirls here, or circles. I'm going to use that as a little bit of a design feature.
I saw those and I wasn't quite sure what you'd use them for.
Yeah, there's a few different things actually, and the lotus, I can show you how you get the droplets and things like that using it. It's really nice. Just gives you a nice even circle or semicircle. You see I've got a bit of a feature now around there.
Yeah.
And then maybe here where you've got this one, once it's drawn, I'd perhaps come in and draw.
What I love about your stencils as well is that they are not precision. Well, they are, but they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, because they are literally mirroring your drawings. So it's not like it's a computer.
Exactly,
Image
yeah,
as such.
exactly. It's what I wanted and how I drew it. And my husband's an engineer, and he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, draw it exactly how I did it. So it makes his life harder.
But it gives it a more hand-finished
It certainly
look.
does, yeah.
Feel.
I mean, you can see where that's sort of coming now. And of course, then I've got my frame going around the outside. If I show you a quick version of the frame, you see, there's my frame. I've split my sections off.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next one. Looks like that's what I did earlier.
We've actually got the oval stencil in the show today.
Use that one actually. Yeah. Let's use this one. Yeah, go on.
Okay, Michelle has sent a question. Michelle says, hi Sandra and Dave. Sandra, do you have an end result in mind when you start the design, as everything seems to come out with a definable pattern?
No. If I'm creating a new stencil, then I will draw a piece of artwork first, and then I'll break it down into sort of shapes. So then I know that you'll be able to use those shapes to create that image. If I'm doing like today, obviously I've got a plan because I know the end result because I've prepped it. But if I've got something like this, I might think, well, do you know what? I'm not quite sure where I'm going today. See how I feel, and go with it.
So basically, Sandra gives you her artwork.
Yeah.
She comes up with the actual pattern and comes up with it from scratch, then sets about putting it in print or putting it in a stencil form, so that you can then have the outline to do the tangling in. So the genius that is Sandra's artwork is basically a gift to you, and Sandra says, there you go off and you do your own artwork with it.
Yeah, yeah. It's, you see, just working on the oval here, and I've just put these curves in. So I've used each section, I've used half of it, put a curve. I'm going to come in the other way and put another curve. Now, every time you do these frames, you're going to do something different because you're going to use these sections just to create something that you feel like at the time. And of course, you would go all the way around and do this first. And I've got a fantastic sample of this with the lotus in a minute. But see, you've got these little triangles in the middle. Bring a loop in, and loop either side, and a loop.
Oh, I've just been told, as a little bank holiday treat, I didn't see this one coming, inky tiles have gone, lots of sellouts today, but as a little bit of a bank holiday treat, the Say It With Flowers stencil and the book with 4 projects in it, over half the stock has gone. It should be $16.99. We're not even charging you $12.99 now. Now, those of you that have already checked out, don't worry. You will not be charged until midnight tonight, and you'll all pay the final low price. So you thought you were going to pay $12.99 for it. No, you're paying $10.99 for the stencil and the booklet. everybody with it in your basket, you're getting it for $10.99. But that is as low as we can go. This is a way of us saying thank you for an absolutely brilliant day today.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And so you were up at 6 with us, so okay, we'll give you that. We'll give you that.
Yeah.
So here's my oval frame sort of finished. And you can see there I've added, you know, a few extra little bits in, but you've got the little loops and a few extra lines in. And I know that looks a bit crazy, but you do have instructions with the frames, so don't think you're on your own with it.
Now, if you want the oval, let's quickly give you that as well, because we did do in the previous show, we did that octagon, I think it was, and the square and the circle. But this is the only show today where we've done the oval. So if you like the idea of what Sandra's just done there, then here you're going to get the stencil, and you're going to get your project leaflet as well. There we are.
Yes.
No mistakes. There are no mistakes in tangling.
There aren't.
But if you love to do something like this, or like we were showing you a few minutes ago, look at this.
If you put your line in a different place, just put all the lines in the same place, and it's not wrong then.
See, that's how you start. Section off all the sections of your oval. So each one of those, this is what I mean when I say each small section is its own individual picture. Think of it like that. It makes sense. It really, really does. It's the most common sense drawing and art courses I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen quite a few over the years. This just is. If you follow the instructions with Sandra and Sandra's advice, you cannot go wrong. The only thing is, if you can't draw a line or a circle, then santangling is not for you. Who cannot draw a line or a circle? Most of you can. So if that's the case, you can santangle. Simple as that. FC1228. FC1228 is your item number if you want to go for your ovals today. Now, Bernadette in Lanarkshire. Hello, Bernadette. Sandra, do you ever sleep?
Yeah, I do. I crash after a while, and I do sleep. Yeah.
I think I'll be doing that tonight as well. Do you dream Sanntangle when you do?
Probably, I think so. Yeah. There's always a notebook by the bed, and
She said, "Please, you didn't stop at 12 tiles. Thank you, everyone at Sanntangle HQ."
You know, because we make things ourselves, I have had ideas at stupid times in the morning, honestly, and actually. I've actually sort of shook John up and said, I've got an idea, I've got to do it. And we've literally driven to the office so I could make the product.
What, in the middle of the night?
Still in pyjamas.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
What a life you lead. It's great.
I know. Anyway, I just wanted to show you, we've had the dual brush pens all day, and I'm going to show them just in a little bit of a different way here. I've actually used, again, my glass mat, and I've put a couple of colours on there, and I've got some clean water paintbrush. Okay. Now, when I was taught to do watercolour, I always put the water in first because that means that you can control what you're doing. So I've got the water on. I know it's not really clean on my brush, but you get the idea. It's been a long day. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to put some water in some of the petals. I don't want to sort of overdo it, but I want to control it a bit. So I'm going to use a couple, not close to each other, because I want them to dry as I'm going.
I love this message that's just come in from Kathleen, actually. Can we put it back on the screen again? Are we able to? Because this is brilliant. She says, in tiny ways, she said, I just realised all the doodling I do on bits of paper, it's actually santangling. Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
When you're not even thinking about it, when you're on the phone, talking to your best friend, talking to your other half, and you're doodling away, swirling, curling. Yes. That's what it is.
Yes,
but it's doodling, posh doodling with a purpose.
Yes.
She says, I've ordered a stencil to try it out. Brilliant.
Oh, brilliant. Let me know how you get on.
Kathleen, that's great.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay. So I'm mixing a couple of colours here. What I'm actually doing, because I'm putting the colour or the water on the petal, I'm controlling where that ink goes. And I think sometimes when we are actually watercolouring, we think we've got to fill the whole thing. We don't. I've got some pure pigment or the pen colour on, and I'm just going to touch it on the edge there. Let's dry that off a bit. Just want touch that off there. Let's use a bit of purple. Because the water dries so quick, and you can see it drying instantly. And what it's actually going to do is it's going to move into the water, and the idea is that you're just going to leave part of it. Let's do another one. See if I can just do one, do it quick enough. So as soon as I put the water down, it's drying. Yeah, dry my brush off, bring in my pen and touch it. There you go. And see what it's going to do? It's going to move into the water. And what you don't want to do is fill the whole thing. You want to leave it and let it do its thing.
Right.
Let it dry. Because what you get when you've done that, good job I did one before. not in the studio, it's this. So this has been done with the brush pens, and I've used them as watercolour, so I've used the little pinky, magenta and the purple there.
Have we still got stock of the brush pens? We've got less than 30 of the brush pens available. Now, I know lots of you have had things to do today. It's Bank Holiday Monday, you've been out and about. We've got less than 25 actually now. And there's 24 in baskets.
Oh,
$8.99 is the new lowest ever price for these brush marker pens. Now, I've got to let you know, you've got a fine tip one end, just like the fine tip black pens that perhaps you used to do your tangling. So you've now got the colour versions of those, and you've got a lovely, juicy, very soft brush nib at the other end. And you get is it 16?
Yeah, 16
16
colours.
pens,
Yeah.
16 colours, 16 pens. So now you can tangle with the fine tip and fill in large surface areas with the brushes for $8.99. They've never been that price before, CL1278. Now, we always like your questions. Natalie in Staffordshire says, hi Sandra, do you have stamps for your lovely sentiments? Hooked, she says, Sanntangle pen.
Yes, we did. I need to have a look. I don't know if they're on the website. Are they not on the website? Because we did them on the takeover.
Okay.
So there's a few left. So, yeah, message me.
All right.
Yeah, message me.
Okay.
And we'll sort that.
Or have a look on the Sanntangle brand page, and if it's not there,
if it's not there,
see if we can
then
get it loaded. But
absolutely, yeah. We'll get Liam in tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. So I've watercoloured, as I say, I've watercoloured the flowers with the brush pen section, just as we just did. But then I switched to the fine line, and I know it's the same colour, and I've actually added some little flicks just on the inside of those petals. Now I know it's going to work because it's the same colour, it's the same pen, but it's allowing me to add some extra detail, and this is obviously going to be when it's all dry.
it's quite hard to find fine liners in these colours, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and that grey one is just to die for because it's going to give you that little bit of monochrome where you want it. And you see I've added some little dots of colour around, so sometimes if you don't want to fully colour or shade it completely, just actually bringing your pen in, and I'd use the dark green there, but just bringing your pen in. Now when you dot, I know this sounds really daft, I'm sure you all know how to do it. If you have it at an angle, it's not going to give you a full dot, it's going to give you like a flick mark.
Almost like a petal.
Hold it upright and don't push it in, just touch it. And take your time with it. It's not something you want to rush, and just be sort of like nice and gentle. And if you want something that's a little bit darker, put more in that area and then ease it along.
So many of you are just coming in after having maybe a weekend away somewhere or a day out somewhere thinking, oh no, Sandra was on, didn't realise. Don't worry, you can watch the shows back and look at all of the items that are still available as well. All the way from 6 a.m. this morning, Sandra's been here with me. 5 shows. You can watch them back this evening after you've had your dinner or something like that in the comfort of your own home.
Of course you could, yeah. And at the back, again, we're all crafters. We like to make our cards. So I've got a card blank here. I've added a little bit of matte and layer. Here's our lovely photo corners. And again, you notice they match. So I've used the same paper as I have for the background. And then my little tile just slots in. And we've talked about this a lot, haven't we? People are perhaps not so likely to keep a card. If you've got a piece of artwork that you've actually created, they're perhaps more likely to keep that. So you can actually take it out. You've not damaged it. You've not glued this down in any way. So they could take that out and actually frame it if they want to.
I'd do that with everything, with all that artwork. I definitely would.
Yeah.
And then maybe think about after the event's passed and the card gets put away somewhere, put it into a frame, put it on the wall. I mean, these are
It's unique, aren't they?
art projects that are worthy of being hung and enjoyed for years. Absolutely.
They're just lovely, aren't they? So that, again, you've spent all the time and effort on the actual image, and that's the unique bit. Matting and layering is what we do. It's our bread and butter of card making, isn't it?
Totally.
But having something, even if you were to sell them, having something like this on your stand, then you've drawn it, it's your artwork, and it's truly unique to you. Nobody else is going to have that. And of course, that's going to afford a premium, isn't it?
Now, have we still got stock of the dies that actually give you the corners? Have they gone? Oh. That's gone. That's sold out.
Sorry, I thought.
So honestly, if you go to the website and see everything that Sandra's brought us today, if things have sold out, the website knows, it will tell you. It's not going to let you order something that you can't obviously get delivered. So we've still got the Lotus to come. Now this may be, I'm pretty sure this is new to us at Hobby Make It, although I've seen it with Sandra before. This is the Lotus flower, and I absolutely adore this. Let me show you. Yes.
Yes, there's 3.
Let me show you this. This is what you need to do This is what you need to do when you've got Sanntangle artwork. Put them in frames, enjoy them on the wall.
Now, you'll notice the oval. You'll know where that's from now.
Oh, yeah.
That's the oval frame. And if you look closely, just on the edge of the sections of the oval, you'll notice some little like white tips.
Yep.
That's the white pencil.
Oh, the white pencil.
So, it's, you know, when you get it just right and a little bit of colour in there, and of course on a coloured background, because that's the same grey that we've got in the monochrome macros. It's just divine, isn't it?
Let me show you this one as well. And I'll show you another one in full colour in a second. This one's got glass in it, as you can probably see, but look at that. To be able to see that on the lounge or dining room wall every day, knowing that you did that.
Yeah.
And then what about if you love, like I know Sandra loves as well, bringing in colour. Look at this. And that's actually the picture on the front of the...
That is the original.
Yeah, there it is.
That's the original piece of artwork. And you notice the circle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the circle frame.
Oh, of course. And that I think we
Amazing
still
how
have stock of.
How it comes together, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just think, oh, well, it's a lovely picture in its own right, but actually bringing a frame in really makes that big difference.
But again, you're going to get the hand-drawn images that Sandra has converted into the stencil. So here they are, look, all these different shapes. And when you look at them and you think, okay, but how on earth do I get a lotus out of all those shapes? Well, you follow the numbers. So the first thing to do is actually number your stencil, and the numbers are on the back just here. And put
Yeah, I
a
think they're
permanent
etched
pen on
in,
them.
Dave, these ones. They're etched in.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, you can see them. Get yourself an
Oh,
ink,
yes,
an ink
they are.
pen and literally go over them and just rub it, and you'll.
Yeah. Just,
Yeah.
yeah, there we are, look. Yeah, they are
they're
etched
in
in.
there. They're in there.
Ah, clever. And then you start off with a single petal. And then you go from that to that, to that, to that, to that, to that. Already 10% of the stock has already gone on this one. And then, as if by magic, after maybe a day or two, you end up
An
with
hour
something like this.
or two. It's very addictive. I don't think you're going to want to put it down.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
But it is the sort of thing you can pick up and put down if you want.
It is, yeah.
But you'll lose
you can
yourself.
say, I'm going to go to the first page, or I'm going to do steps 1 to 10 and leave it, and then come back to it the next day. That's fine. But sometimes you're just going to want to carry on.
You're more than likely going to look up from your lotus flower and look at the clock and go, oh, I've got to be up in 2 hours. That's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
The time will just flow by. But you know what? You're having a productive time. You're having an enjoyable time. You're having you time. And that's what a lot of you are saying, that for the first time in a long time, you've actually got time for yourself. Yeah. Or maybe you've got time for yourself, but you don't know what to do with yourself. Here's the answer. And you can do it anyway, can't you?
Of course you can.
And it's one of the most easily affordable crafts to do. No expensive outlay for machinery or anything like that. All you need is a pencil, a pen, some paper, and one of your books or one of your stencil kits.
Exactly, yeah. And it doesn't matter if you've never done it before. Just pick one you like and follow the instructions from number 1 all the way through. And before you know it, you'll be doing your own thing. So, yeah.
And share what you do on the
it's
Sanntangle
lovely.
Facebook page. Put it on your own private Facebook page as well. Send it in to us so that we can put it on air and show everybody else what you've done. I think Sanntangling is by far the biggest response we have from any of you with the share you makes. We think probably it's about 3 to 1 in Sanntangle's favour, I'd say, easily.
Yeah,
if not,
well, they are lovely, aren't they?
They're great.
They are lovely. Shall we do a lotus?
Shall we do a lotus? Let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to just go with the flow. What I've done here, which is normal, I've put a cross in a piece, just on a piece of paper with a pencil, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to use that to help me do the top and the bottom. So I'm going to start with this section here, and I'm going to line the point up with that line, so I know I've sort of got it symmetrical. There, I'm going to come in with a pen, draw that shape. Okay, first shape. So I've got another one here. I'm going to bring that one in again, line it up, draw it out. And as, you know, once you've done the instructions a few times, you'll actually be doing this. You go, I'm going to see what that one looks like with that one and that one with that one. Okay, so you've already got that sort of iconic shape there. So then let's bring in, again, a little paisley shape, very slightly similar. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sort of curve it round. Okay, so I don't need to use all of it because I've got this in front. So I'm just going to use this section here. But before I move it, I'm going to mark those 2 lines there. And I'm going to mark that straight edge. Okay? And then I'm going to turn it over. And then I'm going to line up those lines again. There we go. And then I can draw one on that side. See? So they're nice and
Coming together.
symmetrical. Okay. So then let's have a look. If I use it now the other way round, so I'm just going to rub those off. There we go. Have a look. So let's put one maybe this way. So it's going to sort of come downwards. And again, I'm going to mark on those lines so I know where I'm sort of headed. Turn it over. And then if I line up, I'm going to find the right lines.
See, this would be the challenge. Without that stencil, to get that outline of the lotus flower, how else would you do it? That's the tricky bit. So the stencil gives you the confidence, gives you the shape, but then all you've got to do really is fill in the sections with your tangling.
Absolutely. So this is really nice. If I actually, I'm going to bring, let's have a look. I'm going to bring that same shape in at the bottom that I started with.
This is nice, Sandra. Chris in Greater Manchester says, come and join the awesome Sanntangle group in Facebook. It's very caring and supportive.
Thank you, Chris.
Brilliant. Absolutely, it is.
Oh, thank you. That's just lovely to know. And, you know, they're lovely on there. You'll wonder why you never went on before. Everybody's so welcoming.
And if you've got a question or a query or you think something's gone wrong, you don't know what you've done wrong or whatever, no one's going to judge. Everyone's there for the same reason.
Not at all. There are no mistakes.
There are no mistakes in Sanntangle.
Okay, so I've sort of got a lotus shape going on there now, and I wanted to show you, you see you've got this familiar sort of circle design here. So I'm going to show you how you could use that. Let's have a look. I'm going to start with the verticals, and you know, just sort of guide by eye, just so you get in a vertical line. If not, draw a pencil line first. There we go. So that looks about right. Actually, I'm going to bring it out a bit. Oh, see, going rebel.
Loads of you going for the lotus flower at the moment. Jeannie in Kent, Elaine in Aberdeenshire. Well, Victoria in Lincolnshire says, hi, Sandra and Dave. I'm a mum of 5. It's been the 6-week holidays from school, so I've definitely needed my Sanntangle time.
Oh, fun, I bet you have. Goodness me. You're braver than me. At least at school I could give them back, yeah. So, okay, I've got a nice vertical line there. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring this circle in. And I'm going to sort of join that last dot that I drew at the 3 o'clock position on my circle. And then I'm going to bring it round, all the way to
I've got 5 days coming up in Devon soon.
Position.
I think I'm going to take some Sanntangle with me.
You're going to pick one. You see we've got this curve going on now. So if I bring my vertical back in, and again, line it up with that last dot, just check that it's vertical. And let's bring in those little circles again. I'm going to do part of one there. So I've got this lovely sort of curve forming. Then if I join them together.
It's like droplets on a chandelier, isn't it?
They are, yeah. So if you've got, you know, your little sticky glue and things like that, you could, you know, a little bit of glue on there and drop them in. Little gems. I know Leslie's actually done this with on fabric. I think we both have done one on fabric, actually. But then you've got these little droplets, you see? Let's bring that one in. Put this at the bottom here. Draw that there. And join that. And
hopefully we've shown enough finished pictures today from you that you've sent in to really prove that, yes, anyone can do this.
Absolutely.
And the Facebook page, if you need any more convincing, just log on and have a little look at it and see the thousands of people that are tangling now around the country.
I know, yes, it's wonderful to see. It really is. You know, people that are coming on, but they're coming up with different things that I didn't think about. You know, and they're using the stencils in their own way to do their own thing. You see, I'd do another one of these this side, and you've got that kind of thing going. And then I've started to sort of do a little bit of handwork in here. So maybe we want to sort of fill that with little lines. And I know you've sort of seen these as pictures for the wall. I mean, if you wanted to do your cards, I've got one here that I've done with a card. Look at that.
That's a nice big card, though.
So
isn't
remember
it?
this 8x8, yeah. There's that circle frame again. There's my little dies coming in. So whatever you've got on your little stash there, and then just putting a little lotus in the middle there.
I mean, if you've got if you've got maybe a very special anniversary coming up, maybe you're the daughter or the son and it's a 25th or 30th or 60th wedding anniversary, whatever it might be. I mean, that is just beautiful. What a collectible that is. The fact that you've spent the time and invested the effort in it is going to make that card so much more special.
It is. It's just lovely, isn't it? It's amazing to think that you could reproduce that. And you've seen how I've done it. I've used these shapes, and every single time I'm going to get something different. Of course, if you follow the instructions, you're gonna get something very, very similar. But just by just experimenting a little bit and trying something new.
Now, what we find is that every day, because obviously we're on air 1 till 6 every single day of the week, and then in weekdays we're on air 6 till 8 in the morning. Not everyone, because of work commitments or whatever, are able to watch us everyday live. So loads of you, I know, watch in the evenings on catch up on our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. So if you want to catch up on Good Morning, Wake Up to Hobbymaker this morning between 6 and 8, you can watch it now at 6 o'clock in the evening if you want to, just by going to the website. If you want to watch this show back at 10 o'clock tonight, that's absolutely fine. Obviously, certain products will have sold out, but the website knows what's available and what isn't. Actually, we can show you the website. Should we do that? Let's just show you the web. There we are. Look, so you can actually now watch back. That was yesterday's. That was yesterday's show? There we go. So that's the morning show this morning at 6 a.m. Same jacket on. I know, I could have got changed.
We've been busy. We don't just sit around in the middle.
So yeah, you can watch that right now. Watch it full screen as well on your tablet or your phone if you want to. So you can, because we had different products in the morning show than we did this afternoon. All 3 shows, or 5 shows, sorry, have been completely different. So have a little look back and you can see what you maybe missed this morning. Because it's a bank holiday. Getting up at 6 maybe wasn't on your agenda this morning.
Well, wasn't on mine.
Me neither. Well, we didn't get up at 6, we got up at 4. But there you go.
To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, you were up at 2.
I was, yes. Yeah, I was.
Dedication.
I love doing it though, do you know, and I love coming here. So
it's not like work, is it, when you love it?
No, it's not. Okay, that initial getting out of bed is a little bit, but once you're up and out, it's fine. So I'm just adding a bit of pencil now. I'm just playing around and trying a few different bits.
Have we got any tortillons left, Kat? 10 left. 10 tortillons left. Pack of 12 for £4.50. They're not always available, so grab those if you want them. Oh, 1 left. Oh, crikey. 1 left. 1 left.
It's been a long day for Kat as well.
Yeah. But an enjoyable one. It's been a great bank holiday. I've loved the weekend with you, actually. I've been here since Friday, so thank you ever so much for your company over the weekend. I've got a few days off after today, so I think I'm back on the 8th, actually.
Oh, I'm back on the 8th.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Oh, cool, fab.
Yes.
So it's you and Pauline on the 8th?
Yes, yeah, my best friend Pauline.
Yeah.
Darby loves her. Darby loves her.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Right, Annette in Essex. Hello, Annette. She says,
Hi.
today's been the perfect bank holiday. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like to tangle on my commute, but loose tiles get mangled. Any chance of a pad of tiles, please?
Oh, we could do a pad of tiles, yeah. I think we sort of have done that in the past. We've done
Were they loose or were they bound?
We've actually glued them to make a pad. We can do that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, maybe we'll come up with something.
Annette, watch this space. I
Yeah.
mean, this is what's so lovely about Hobbymaker. You can suggest things, and because obviously you produce them.
I think it's nice live having that conversation, isn't it? Absolutely. Yeah.
Samantha in Hertfordshire says,
Hi.
love having Sanntangle on throughout the day. Got my order in. We'll be
thank
looking
you.
forward to my goodies. Sanntangle is life-changing. Love, Sam Gregory. Wow.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
Need I say more? Yeah. What a
Sam's
comment.
really good in her own right. She's been to a couple of classes and her work's brilliant.
I mean, in all the years I've been presenting craft shows, I've never known a reaction to anything like I know the reaction to Sanntangle has been. And that's for one reason. It is achievable. And what it means to people when they do it is incredible. It really, really is. In so many cases, this is your words, not mine, life-changing. You've kept my sanity is another phrase I've heard throughout the day today. Yeah. I mean, it all sounds very dramatic, but honestly, until you try it, you don't know. So we've got the book. We've got the book number 9 still available for you, which is the latest edition. This is what came out today, brand new today, 12 brand new tiles. We have restocked. It did completely sell out, and we've been able to get more available so you can still order it through the evening. All printed in the UK by Sandra and her husband. It is a pleasure to present these shows. I always look forward to it.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot, honestly.
Because
it really does.
I know what it means
love
to
it.
everyone, and you inspired me to have a go. So
Yeah, absolutely. I love doing it, and I think I love seeing what other people do with it, and just taking a shape to create something like this, and the thought on the view on people's faces when they've done it. It's just, I mean, I don't see that when it's on Facebook and things, but you can feel it. You feel that love and that excitement. So just keep doing it and keep sharing, and just have a go. If you've never done it, just try. Just do
Exactly.
something. Yeah.
well, I'm back on the 8th. You're back on the 8th.
Back on the
We'll
8th.
see you on the
Pauline's
8th.
back on the 8th. Dobby's back on the 8th.
Whatever you do, though, stay tuned. There's lots more to come, of course, with Gemporia Lifestyle through the evening as well, and also Gem Collector, depending on whether you're watching us on Sky or Freeview. And who's on in the morning? Gwen is on in the morning with, our lovely Gwen that was here. Who's presenting tomorrow morning? That's with Claire tomorrow. OK, so that's your team for Wake Up with Hobby Maker between 8 and 10. I think Ruth is here tomorrow afternoon, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, no, Zena, beg your pardon. Yeah, Zena with Pauline and Debbie. So that's who you've got to look forward to tomorrow. I'm going to drive on home, and you're going up north. I'm going down south.
Yeah, we're going opposite directions until the 8th day.
All right.
Yes.
Enjoy your bank holiday Monday evening. Make the most of it, and I'll see you very, very soon. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Dave.
Join us on Hobby Maker because Hunky Dory are having a huge, sizzling summer sale. It lasts until the end of the month and it features their favourite products, their magazine, For the Love of Stamps and other great offers. So join us for the Hunky Dory summer sale. It's going to be hot, hot, hot.
We have some exciting news. Hobby Maker has been nominated in the Best of Crafts Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that nearly 6 months have flown by since we launched Hobby Maker, and we couldn't have done it without the Hobby Maker family. Thanks to all the presenters and guests for entertaining us and inspiring us every day, and for all the viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We're lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards in our first year, which are the Most Loved TV Shopping Channel and Dave Bradford for Male Craft Personality of the Year. To vote, please head to our website to find all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.